Chapter 877. Oh, Supergirl said. She put on a serious face and was about to say something when she quickly retracted her words. She whispered, "Candor, is there such a name in this era?" Thea was also stunned by the question. She thought carefully and said, "Candor should be the name of the 31st dynasty." Supergirl looked surprised. Then what should this place be called now? Thea racked her brains and frowned. She thought for a long time, but there was nothing in the Kryptonian genetic information or the Guardian's memory. Suddenly she realized something was wrong. "How would I know? This is the history of Krypton." Kara retorted softly, "But I was sent to Earth before I could learn this." "So, what you mean is that I should ask the education department on Earth to set up a Kryptonian history class. You were the one who didn't study hard. Moreover, can you not add the name of the place? Without the name of the place it won't be impressive." Rao looked at them arguing in a low voice and was a little puzzled. He only remembered that this little girl seemed to want to say something to him. Batman, on the other hand, was speechless. He liked to study the secrets of Kryptonians, but he was not interested in the history of Kryptonian. "Both of you? We still have a mission." Thea was criticizing the Kryptonians for not paying attention to history, while Kara retorted that Kryptonians had specialized personnel to study history, but she obviously did not. Batman hurriedly interrupted their conversation. The two quickly stopped talking and finally decided to let Kara do the talking. But, have you thought about what you want to build here in the future?" Kara chose her words carefully, but she was too cautious. Her tone, which was supposed to be harsh, made it sound like an interview. Rao was stunned. Did this group of people come all the way here just to talk about life and ideals with him? But there was nothing he could not say. "I hope that my people can get out of this predicament. The old don't have to choose a place to die. The young babies, whether strong or weak, can survive. I hope that we can walk out of this mountain. I hope that everyone can walk proudly under the sun." Rao spoke very sincerely. Even though he had done very extreme things 250,000 years later, he had not deviated from his original path. He was still helping others even if this method seemed to be evil. "I admit that your goal is noble, but your method is wrong. Why do you think only you can lead your people to prosperity? Can't others do the same? Death is equal in front of everyone. Why don't you enjoy the rare peace?" To an ordinary person, Thea's words could be interpreted as "why don't you die?" But she felt that Raoul did not care about life and death. Her words sounded like a bystander advising someone to rest. Unsurprisingly, Rao was not angry. Instead, he was rather determined. "This is my responsibility. The responsibility that all of my people have given me. As long as this goal is not achieved, I will not back down." They weren't afraid of death and they weren't greedy for power. They were just doing it for the responsibility on their shoulders. If the civil servants on Earth had such perseverance, they would have unified the universe long ago. At the same time, Thea had a new understanding of the stubbornness of the Kryptonians. With such an ancestor, it was no wonder that the Kryptonians she had met before were so stubborn. From Zod, Fiora, Shar, Clark, Kara, and even the dog Krypton, Rao had imperceptibly influenced the Kryptonians to have an extraordinary temperament. Unswerving, never giving up, and willing to bear any burden for the sake of their ideals. She had to admit that the Kryptonians were an excellent race, and Rao's influence could not be ignored. "You shouldn't put your personal will above everyone else. The spirit of free choice, isn't that Krypton, a tradition here?" Kara was conflicted. On the one hand, she could see Rao's great ambition, but on the other hand, she felt that it was contrary to her values. "How can that be? I have always followed this will. This is the cornerstone of our development," Rao retorted without any pretense. "My children, I have never deprived you of your personal will. I just need your help. Is that wrong?" Another Rao walked out of the air. He had long silver hair. It was the god Rao. He followed Thea and the others and asked Kara with a sad face. The two Raos stood side by side. Whether it was Batman or Kara, they were all on guard. Thea gently pulled them back. "He has not fully entered this world. This is just a projection." When the two Raos stood together in time, there was no abnormality. This made Milady look at them for a while. The way the other party traveled through time was completely different from them. In her opinion, it was a bit like the wishing spell in magic. It gathered the faith of all beings and allowed the god to move freely in the timeline. In addition, the life force that God Rao consumed for the past 250,000 years was supplied by his believers. He was fundamentally different from the original ordinary person. The life force that originally belonged to him had been exhausted. This God Rao could be said to be the aggregate of all beings with his personal will. You are me?" The ancient Rao looked at the familiar stranger beside him and was a little incredulous. For your ideals you became a god. This is what you will look like in the future, Batman introduced him. The ancient Rao looked at the person beside him. Although the appearance was the same, the temperament was completely different. It was a little cold. There was no emotion in his eyes, and there was no respect for ordinary people. This is not him. You are not me. I am you. The two old men began to argue. Kara and Batman joined in, while Milady crossed her arms and watched the show outside. Kara quickly ran out of words and was eliminated. The main force of the debate became Batman and the ancient Rao to deal with God Rao. After 250,000 years, Rao's thoughts had unknowingly deviated to the gutter. Now that he was confronting his former self, the disharmony became more and more obvious. This also sounded the alarm for her. Rao was such a noble and self-disciplined Kryptonian, but in the end he became unrecognizable. She was an earthling with complicated thoughts and low moral standards. It was really a headache for her to keep her original heart and stick to her original heart. You will hinder my grand goal. God Rao was a little speechless. He reached out to grab his past. Thea certainly would not let him have his way. All of you back off. His energy has come in. Facing Rao's hand, a wind blade was thrown out. The two of them quickly exchanged a few blows. Sia didn't dare to use too much strength. Lauka was in the timeline. If she used too much strength and made a hole in the timeline, she wouldn't be able to live anymore. Who would be able to stand big cousin, second cousin, and third cousin every day? Come on if you want to. Under her water, Rao squeezed out with some effort. Chapter 878. Thea raised her hand and cast an ice storm. Although this spell had been brewing for a long time, its power was greatly reduced in Krypton, a place where magic was almost non-existent. It was originally 100 meters tall and dozens of meters in diameter, but now it was a miniature tornado with a height of 30 meters and a diameter of 8 meters. Even so, this spell was comparable to a natural disaster in the eyes of the locals. The ancient Raoul yelled at them and asked them to stop. Thea did not seem to hear him. She slapped the ground with both hands and a thick mud dragon drilled out from the ground. Then, several ice attacks and an ice storm smashed towards Raoul. This Raoul was several times weaker than when he was on Earth. Across the river of time, his ability to share life force was basically useless. Now he was squandering the power of faith. From infinite HP to a normal level, Thea was ready to take him down in this time and space. She used a large amount of magic to attack while sealing the space. No matter what, she could not let him escape. Raoul did not retreat. His divine power was mixed with his 250,000 years of persistence. He felt that he was not wrong, and Thea had been obstructing him time and time again. She must be an evil enemy. Is there anything wrong with being righteous? Am I wrong to help ordinary people? Facing the righteous Raoul, Thea was a little speechless. It was as if she was a demon king. Please, I am the righteous one, okay? Fighting while shouting that justice will prevail, it was a little shameful. In all honesty, she also did not feel that she could represent justice. Why are you shouting when you are fighting? You are really annoying. Sia flew into a rage out of humiliation. She quickly took out a golden dragon skin and used the dragon skin as the drawing paper and the blood of the hell demons as the paint. She communicated with the divine power of art and quickly drew a picture on the dragon skin with just a few strokes. In the picture was a barren world with no civilization and no life. Get in here. Thea controlled the mud dragon and threw out 2 black chains of death aura. She wrapped Raoul and rushed into the world in the picture. Raoul's weak divine power was undoubtedly exposed. He did not notice anything unusual and still wanted to break free from the dragon. Seeing that everything was as expected, Thea couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the insight she had gained from studying the stranger's silver coin and the shadow of the first. He was still far from being able to create a parallel universe. However, with the help of top-grade materials, it was sufficient to create a two-dimensional small world. In the two-dimensional world, the real Raoul had become a little man with lines, and she could add lightning and volcanoes to the drawing paper at will. She could draw a mountain with a wave of her hand, and a large river with a wave of her brush. The sense of accomplishment of having everything under control was simply overwhelming. Unaware of the situation, Raoul fought with all his might and knocked away the mud dragon. Before he could catch his breath, Thea drew 3 more opponents for him. There was a cactus that was taller than a mountain, a giant squid that drilled out of the river, and an eagle that flew from far away in the sky. During the battle, he would draw a few meteorites on Raoul's head from time to time, or create a hurricane. Looking at Rao's puzzled face, she almost laughed out loud. This kind of two-dimensional world couldn't trap a real god. However, Raoul was a different story. His strength was regressing every minute and every second. It was unknown whether he would be able to come out in the end. A real life. Thea took a few glances and discovered the mystery within. The eagle and squid she drew didn't have any life, but Raoul did. He could even be said to be an aggregate of life. As more and more of his divine power was poured into the two-dimensional world, this thing that he casually created actually had a hint of color. She had never spent much effort on life. This wasn't to say that it wasn't important, but it was a matter of order. She had the white lamp and life was her friend. Peeking at life from the side of death, she also had a high level of life. Now that Raoul had entered the two-dimensional world, the things he injected into the world seemed real yet not real, like an illusion yet not an illusion. She originally wanted to kill Raoul, but now she changed her mind and prepared to observe more. At the same time, she added countless rare materials into the drawing to strengthen this world. Just as she was admiring Raoul beating up the little monsters, she suddenly felt a violent backlash from her divine power. The sudden attack almost made her vomit blood. She forced herself to endure it and looked into the drawing. Raoul's body shattered into pieces like a piece of glass. What happened? There were no enemies around. She suddenly realized something. She immediately turned around and looked at Batman. She saw the ancient Raoul lying on the ground with a smile on his face. He was already dead. Damn. Thea felt that she almost sprained her waist. This guy was actually dead. You guys? She questioned Batman angrily. Sister Thea, he committed suicide. He didn't want to become like the future. We couldn't stop him. Kara explained with red eyes. He was a respectable person. He turned off the life absorption device. His life had actually come to an end. In order to help us, he gave up everything, Batman said emotionally. From their point of view, Thea was so agitated because a good person had died. They understood and were also upset that they didn't keep an eye on Raoul. In the end, this tragedy happened right under their noses. The two of them also tried to persuade her. Young Mistress wanted to cry but had no tears. However, if Raoul wanted to die, they really couldn't stop him. However, this guy lived when he should have died and died when he should have lived. Young Mistress suspected that the will of the world was against her. I have already trapped that Raoul. He really didn't need to sigh. She shook her head and sighed. This guy's life force was exhausted and he died. With her methods, she could save him with some effort. However, the one in the two-dimensional world was definitely dead. That was a time error. No matter how powerful the resurrection spell was, it wouldn't affect him. Maybe this would work too? She glanced at the drawing. A large amount of life force had descended into this small world. Moreover, because Raoul was a time error, his death also brought time to the two-dimensional world. She had created such a thing by chance. She was also quite helpless. She put away the drawing and prepared to study it later. According to Raoul's instructions before his death, she destroyed the 12 white jade pillars used to absorb life force. After that, she pulled Batman and Kara and ran away. With a bunch of primitive Kryptonians sending them off with javelins and stone arrows, they ran back to the 21st century. Although Raoul was dead, the battle on Earth was still not over. Nightwing launched a recovery potion after Batman left. The people on Earth returned to normal and the politicians of various countries heaved a sigh of relief. However, the number of aliens in Raoul's battleship was still huge. Superman, Diana, and all the other superheroes cooperated with the government army. Thea, Batman, and Supergirl also joined the battle later. After fighting for 3 days, all the alien fanatics of the Raoul Church were driven away. She slowly lowered the acceleration barrier on Earth and returned it to normal levels. The war caused by good intentions finally came to an end. Chapter 879. With Raoul's death, the time loophole was finally repaired. In this timeline solidified by Thea, there would no longer be any strange enemies. After seeking the opinion of Superman and Supergirl, Big Cousin Shar was sealed on that nameless planet. But the trouble caused by them could be said to have just begun. One World, One Dream's impact on the original order of Earth was placed in front of everyone after Raoul's death and the aliens' defeat. More than 70 countries were dissolved by Raoul. What would happen to these countries? Would they bring back the officials to lead the ordinary people? No one wanted to have a bunch of organizations above them to manage them. It would be fine if they existed forever, but the ordinary people were free for a few days and they wanted to continue to be free. The economic losses were even more incalculable. Raoul believed that everyone was his children, so naturally they should enjoy the same rights. The doctrine of this Kryptonian god was about equal distribution and believed that resources should belong to everyone. That was what he said and what he did. The economies of various financial groups in various countries suffered a near-devastating blow. The high-tech laboratories under Thea's name, the arsenal, the airline, the ship, and the pharmaceutical companies were all severely impacted. No financial groups in the world escaped. A bunch of rich heroes such as Batman and the Atom Man all suffered the same fate. All kinds of high-tech equipment were lost to the ordinary people. Thea's side was still fine. The bell of death jumped out at the critical moment and killed Raoul's believers who were ready to take advantage of the equal distribution. Not much high-tech equipment was lost. Wayne Group and Palmer Group were lost. Many equipment went to the ordinary people, which also gave them the confidence to fight against the government. Even if he wanted to reorganize the company, he couldn't do it because many of the key people had disappeared. The report given to her by the secretary showed that the actual loss of property under her name was more than 15 billion. If the reclusive families took over the remote control companies after they withdrew, it would be more than 100 billion. This was all business, not the valuation of the stock market. Also, because the global economy took a big step backward, the loss of wealth and divine power, she hated Raoul to the core. If he was dead, she would have dragged him out and beaten him up. The global economy has been hit hard. The stock market continues to be delayed. The Federal Reserve calls on everyone to make rational judgments. All kinds of experts and professors spoke on the media, persuading the ordinary people to continue with their original lives. But how was that possible? The money from the government and the consortiums had been distributed to the citizens. If it was just one or two of them, it would still be fine. But Rao was not selfish at all. He had split the money equally. The citizens did not want to give up on the benefits that they had obtained. The government was extremely short of resources, and the conflict between the two sides could not be reconciled. No matter how powerful Thea was, no matter how good her death knell swordsmanship was, there were many technological devices that could never be recovered. If an ordinary person were to get their hands on them, they would be chopped into 8 pieces and given a new coat of paint. How would they be able to prove that it was yours? In short, it was a mess. Metropolis Hall of Justice. Batman called everyone for a meeting. It wasn't time for the meeting yet. In the past, this was the time to chat, but today, everyone was very busy. Everyone had an official identity, and no one had jumped out from the cracks of a rock. Raoul's influence was in all aspects. For example, an ordinary person like Kyle Rayner was on the phone at this time. His father's car had been divided, and was now being coordinated with the insurance company. In the end, Nightwing had joined the alliance. His public identity was that of a police officer from Broodhaven. Now he was sprawled on the table, studying the files from the past few days. Like a spring, he had been suppressed to the extreme by Raoul. When this pressure disappeared, a large number of criminal activities erupted, and he could not take it anymore. Of course, the busiest was Thea. This was her territory and all kinds of lines were there. At the same time, she had to hold 3 video conferences to clean up the mess everywhere. Diana was also answering the phone for her. She had been working for 3 consecutive days. Other than when she had first taken over the company, she had never been so busy before. On the other side, the Flash was also writing a crime scene investigation report. He used super speed, and in a short while the report piled up half a meter high. Bro Superman was also holding a laptop and writing his own news report. When Batman entered the room, he saw that everyone in the room was busy, but he couldn't say anything because he had just finished his work. He coughed lightly. As the convener of this meeting, he was the first to speak. Raoul is not a bad person. In the Justice League Hall, Batman recounted his experiences on ancient Krypton and talked about the current topic. Raoul was dead, but he had left a lot of things on Earth. These things would not disappear because of his death. The Sahara Desert and several other deserts around the world had become fertile land. The ice in Greenland and Siberia had thawed, and the African warlords had fallen. The forbidden zone of human life was showing signs of becoming a paradise. Following that, there were a lot of social and natural problems such as rising sea levels, sudden changes in the water cycle and ocean currents, climate change, population migration, and overcrowding at the borders of various countries. The political leaders pinched their noses to solve these social problems, and the natural problems were left to the Justice League. Can the status quo in those places be maintained? It's a good thing that the living space of human beings has been expanded, Batman asked Thea. What do you want me to do? I can't do anything about it. No one cares about Siberia or Greenland, so it will naturally become cold. This is a problem of the cold air, not a problem of magic. Thea immediately retorted. Zatanna, who had now joined the Justice League, also expressed her support. It's the same for the Sahara Desert. It's been like this since 3000 AD. Planting more trees to solve the problem of desertification is the right thing to do. Raoul did turn sand into land, but as time passed, the divine power disappeared, and the original state was the same. This is a matter of science, not magic. Thea continued. She did not reject it directly. She quickly ordered her subordinates to send out drones from Cairo to investigate the Sahara Desert. The images were quickly sent back to the Justice League headquarters, and the heroes watched it. Raoul did a good job. Under his call, the Sahara Desert became fertile land. Many Africans left their homeland and went to this fertile land to start a new life. Many people in the countries around the desert tried to escape the war and migrated in this direction. The roads were crowded with pedestrians. They carried all their belongings and went to the paradise in their hearts. How long can Raoul's magic last? Superman asked. His feelings for Raoul were extremely complicated. His respect for him was still there. To a certain extent, Raoul's ideals were his ideals. However, he was very disgusted by the idea of depriving ordinary people of their wishes. Chapter 880. About 10 to 15 years later. Look at these coordinates, the land has actually turned into sand again. This is a sign of the rapid decline of divine power. She pointed at a few points and explained to everyone. Can we maintain contact with the green of all things? Batman asked again. It's possible, but the green of all things has its own balance with the red of all things and the black of decay. It even has its own internal balance. If the vegetation in the Sahara increases, it may affect the tropical rainforest in South America. It's best to use it carefully. Although they rejected magic methods, maintaining the status quo and giving ordinary people more space to live was still something that the heroes agreed with. They couldn't say that Raoul came with green mountains and clear waters. They could kill him in the name of freedom and democracy, and then let ordinary people starve. They had to be stronger than Raoul or the superheroes would lose face. A few technological heroes prepared to form a group to observe the scene. Thea wasn't let off by Batman either. The reason was that she had a lot of advanced technology. The environmental issue could only be said to be an appetizer. It was to prepare for the next topic. The Justice League suffered a huge negative impact because of Superman's actions. Even if ordinary people made a lot of money, they still targeted Superman. It was he who called on everyone to believe in Raoul, which led to a series of subsequent disasters. The government's accusations, the people's complaints, and so on. Supergirl had been hit so hard that she hid at home and didn't dare to go out. Fortunately, her reputation was low and her appeal was small. Superman was completely different. He was a landmark superhero. He was now under huge moral pressure and could only rely on a lot of work to numb himself. Of course, the Justice League couldn't push Superman out and cut him down. The only choice was to bear this negative reputation together. It had to be mentioned that Missy also had a lot of negative information. The black snow in the metropolis scared many people to the point of peeing their pants. Thea suspected that it was because of the cold. In addition, she killed many people when she equalized the Quinn Group's assets, which caused a lot of criticism. However, she was thick-skinned. With Superman in front of her and a large number of media outlets to wash the ground, she watched them discuss as if nothing had happened. Schwa. Schwa with all your might. Schwa with all your might. That was the general flow that everyone had in mind. If their reputation dropped, they would just have to raise it again. In addition, Raoul was really a good person this time. Even ordinary people benefited from it. As long as Superman said that he was also deceived, he would naturally gain sympathy. Thea also helped him arrange several live TV events and online broadcasts. She also had the intelligence network of the Righteous Alliance. The target of the attack was global and it would be back in a few days. In the end, the Sea King brought up an issue. He needed the support of the main alliance. Arthur, is Atlantis in such dire straits? Thea put down the video conference and asked seriously. The ocean occupied 70% of the Earth's total area and nothing could happen to it. The Sea King heaved a long sigh at the mention of this vexing matter. He didn't try to hide his family's predicament, so he recounted the entire situation. The land was in chaos and the sea was even more chaotic. Even the authority of Queen Atlanta could not withstand it. Poseidon died in battle, and the priests who had always maintained a close relationship with the royal family were directly suppressed. The Council of Elders rose in power. They joined forces with Raoul's priest and the Sea King's brother Amu. The three forces united, and the royal family lost control of Atlantis. It had to be said that Poseidon's death in battle put a huge psychological pressure on the Atlanteans. Even if everything had returned to normal, they still chose to believe in Raoul's priest, even if this god had killed the god they had worshipped for countless years. The strong were respected, and this point of view was even more obvious in the sea. The heroes looked at each other and they were all in a dilemma. There were too few superheroes who were good at water battles. In comics and movies, heroes could fight for a few rounds, but that was not the case. It was pitch black underwater, and without supervision there was no way they could fight. They would be killed in minutes. People like the Flash, Batman, and the Atom Man would basically die in the water. Oxygen, vision, pressure, there were too many things to consider. I can mobilize some troops from the military to participate in the battle as allies, but the Righteous Alliance. Thea looked at the heroes in the room. I can help. Brother Superman was the first to respond, followed by Green Lantern Kyle Rayner. He also said that space battles and underwater battles would not affect the Green Lantern. In the end, Thea persuaded Superman. He could fight underwater, but he could only use 30% of his combat power. It was better for him to slowly gain reputation on land. With Green Lantern Kyle and a few Yellow Lanterns and Green Lanterns, they could handle most battles. After all, Atlantis was not a matter of battle but of politics. In the end, Thea spent some time to borrow the Sea King's trident from Poseidon's son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. This was more authoritative than the Neptune's trident, which was passed down in their family. It should be able to help the Sea King gain the support of his people. Late at night, Thea finished her work. Seeing that Diana seemed to have something to say, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Ares is dead." Thea did not know what to say. Was he unlucky? Raoul eliminated the war and directly killed Ares, who was on the verge of death. This god that Diana had heard of for thousands of years was finally dead. Even if he could be resurrected, it would be a matter of hundreds of years later. It was also hard to say if the resurrected Ares would still be the same. She hugged Diana's shoulder and patted her arm to comfort her. Diana only mentioned Ares lightly and quickly moved on. What do you think is the problem with Raoul's approach? Raoul's problem is that he is too idealistic. Everyone and everything is bathed in the sunlight. This basically erases the spirituality of intelligent life. Everyone has their own secrets and desires that no one knows about. If all of these are discussed under the sun, it would be too scary. The Raoul from 250,000 years ago saw it very clearly. Unfortunately, he lost himself after that. Thea could not help but sigh. Diana turned sideways and sat on her with her legs spread apart. Two white calves were exposed under her pajamas. The Valkyrie looked straight into her eyes. "What about you? Will you lose yourself?" The princess smiled lightly. "How is that possible? My realm is much higher than Raoul's." "You on the other hand." She sized up Diana. The god of valor was filled with divine power when she fused with the Ion Shark. Thea's realm was much higher, but their actual combat power was about the same. As the god of valor, she could easily control her emotions. Not only that, Diana had worn the purple lamp ring. As a god, her love was unparalleled. In Thea's eyes, Diana's control of love had also reached a small level. Chapter 881. Thea had anger, fear, hope, pity, and greed. On the other hand, Diana had courage and love. They complemented each other perfectly. In order to completely control the white lamp, I also want to learn how to control love. Thea bit Diana's ear softly. Her voice was extremely soft. The god of courage said, "Bring it on. You can't be called a man if you frown." The learning process was extremely painful. In order for her to master it as soon as possible, Diana used all her strength. Love was closely related to courage. Now that the two were combined, together with powerful strength, Thea begged for mercy and said that she would learn again next time. To be fair, the young lady was talented in learning, but it was hard to say when mixed with other things. After a night of learning, it could be said that there was no progress in courage or love. She couldn't be like Diana, who swung her sword without caring about anything and loved without caring about anything. She had too many thoughts and concerns. This was a result of her nature. Of course, there was also good news. As someone who had mastered 4.5 emotions, she had the courage to passively accept love. This was because emotions had a certain absorption and transformation effect. Overall, it was effective. Although the speed was slow, she should be able to master these two emotions after a long time. Of course, the prerequisite was that she had to be passive. For the white lamp, for the life of the universe, I'll let you do it for a few days. She made a bold declaration which made Diana roll her eyes. In the end, she was lectured again. The two's learning didn't affect their work at all. The next day they put on thick coats and went to Star City. At the archery club, they had to study how to maintain the topography of the few polar regions. "Hi, I'm Thea Quinn. This is Diana, my girlfriend." The young lady shook hands with a black man in a very stylish manner. The black man had an expression of sudden realization. Then he smiled a little exaggeratedly. Curtis Hort, codename Mr. Excellent. Mr. Excellent was Green Arrow's most recent helper. His wife was pregnant, his good brother had gone to Gotham, and his disciple had been dragged to the Young Titans. Oliver was a general without an army. Coincidentally, crime was on the rise in Star City recently. He and the young Mr. Excellent liked each other, so they formed a team to maintain law and order. The black man looked a little funny, but he was actually a very intelligent person. It was hard to tell whether the smartest person on Earth was Batman or Luther, but there was no doubt that the third was Mr. Excellent. He had started reading the works of Einstein and Fermat at the age of 6. He knew many languages and had a doctorate in 14 different fields. Hulk's neighbor Banner was also a top student, but Banner only had 7 doctorates. From this, it could be seen that Mr. Excellent was a great person. He was worthy of being called the pinnacle of wisdom among mortals. After a brief chat, Batman and the Atom Man arrived one after another. Batman had really taken the time out of his busy schedule to come over. Without Raoul as a target, the Joker's gaze once again found him. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle in Gotham. Everyone sat down, and the Environmental Protection Team was officially established. The topic was also very simple. They had to do their best to preserve Raoul's miracle. Greenland, which was relatively easier, was given to Green Arrow and Mr. Excellent. East Siberia was given to Batman and the Atom Man. As for the deserts on Earth, the 2 goddesses would be responsible for that. The Sahara Desert, the Libyan Desert, and all the way to the Taklamakan Desert. Our mission is too difficult. It's almost 18 million square kilometers. Diana frowned as she looked at it. Sia immediately said that it was too much. Sorry, only you are suitable. The management of the desert should be the same, not to mention that there are countless civilians there now. Batman hinted that this was not just an environmental problem, but also a political problem. Which country did those people belong to? The desert had become fertile land. Now who owned the land? It added up to 18 million square kilometers. Now that the countries were busy with internal affairs, they did not have time to care about this. When they were done and looked over, they would find a huge piece of meat here. It would be strange if they were not jealous. The heroes needed to unify their opinions, the major countries needed to coordinate, and the small countries could not ignore them. If they were to cause any damage, it would be a disaster. No one knew what Raoul was thinking. The nuclear bombs were also evenly in the hands of the small countries. There were 15,000 nuclear warheads in the world, and now there were 5,000 in the small countries and some organizations. When Thea first heard the news, she was shocked. She quickly told Superman not to earn reputation, but to get the nuclear bombs back first. Superman did not say anything. He called the Martian hunter and Supergirl who was eating donuts at home. The 3 of them were very busy. Stealing and robbing, and with the information provided by many agents, they only managed to get back about 4,000 bombs. If they were not satisfied with the distribution rules, it was hard to guarantee that the small countries and organizations would not take the risk. Thea reluctantly accepted the mission. At least let's go and take a look. Brother Aziz, do you see the campsite in front? You can go to the oasis from there. A man with a cunning expression gestured to the old man beside him that they had reached the place and it was time to pay. The old man's face was weathered, and there was an obvious knife wound on his forehead. He did not wear a traditional robe. Instead, he carried a thick bag on his back and wore a pair of tattered sandals. One of his feet was red and the other was black. One would not think of fashion when looking at this pair of shoes, because it was obvious that the old man had picked them up on the road. The old man nodded and bowed, hurriedly saying thank you for a long time. Then he carefully took out a roll of US dollars from his backpack and handed it to the man who was leading the way. Dad, will they take us in? The boy looked at the campsite in the distance. Many guards were holding weapons and guarding the passage. The boy had seen some of the weapons before, and some of them were so high-tech that he had never even thought of them. The boy saw with his own eyes 2 cars that tried to break through the checkpoint. They were shot into powder by a huge silver gun in the hands of a guard. There was no blood, no explosion, but it was unimaginably terrifying. There was a glimmer of hope in the old man's eyes. Thank God. If we go there, we can start a new life. The boy's voice was very soft as he muttered, "It's obviously Raoul." The father and son happily paid the toll. The burly man who blocked the way searched them and did not find anything rare. He immediately gestured with his mouth to signal them to leave. The father and son's encounter was just a microcosm. Thea and Diana had already seen more than 10 sentries blocking the way as they flew over. They were not subordinate to each other. Relying on their strong bodies and the advanced weapons in their hands, They collected the money and goods of these poor people along the way. Like vampires, they took away the last bit of savings of these poor people. Damn it. Diana pulled out her sword again. The blade was still stained with blood. Let me do it, the young lady said calmly. She raised her hand and cast an area petrification spell, turning all the burly men in the campsite into stone. Chapter 882. Raoul's oasis gave the poor people hope. The temperature was moderate and the resources were abundant. As long as they were willing to work hard, they would reap the rewards. In addition, there was no exploitation. It was a paradise for the poor. Ordinary people who could no longer live in the countries at the edge of the Sahara Desert rushed here to start a new life. Unfortunately, they were too naive. The rate at which evil grew was far beyond their imagination. Many people who came first saw the benefits and changed their roles. They led the way, set up checkpoints, collected fees, screened, killed, and buried the bodies. It was a one-stop service. Those with benefits would be kept, and those without benefits would be released. The two goddesses walked by and killed more people than they could kill. They could control the heavens and the earth, but they could not control the hearts of people. Perhaps Raoul did not intend to take away the freedom of intelligent life in the beginning. The aside. Other than mental control and brainwashing, she really did not know of any better way to let ordinary people benefit instead of being exploited. No matter how beautiful the wish was, it would become unrecognizable in the end. The two of them flew around the original desert and now the paradise. In just a few days, people with motorized vehicles had already entered the depths of the oasis. They looked more like opportunists than survivors. The father and son from before could only rely on their own 2 feet to move forward. These people are so unscrupulous. Diana looked at a convoy of cars, driving hundreds of ordinary people away like slaves. Dozens of fully armed men were laughing loudly with weapons in their hands. The dust raised by the vehicles was like an earth dragon. The only difference between suffering and happiness was whether or not they had weapons in their hands. Anarchism. Those who have weapons in their hands will naturally put themselves in the position of the leader. Then they will gather the refugees, expand their own team, build a camp, and then fight with other camps to determine the final victor. Thea talked to herself. The two women's faces were not looking good. Then what should we do? Just wait? Diana had been in human society for 100 years and had studied many political systems. Although they were all theories on paper, she still had some basic knowledge. Thea wanted to say to defeat the evil people and give the good people weapons to maintain order. However, when she thought of human nature, she hesitated. Once power was in hand, the good people would also become evil. They might even be worse than these people now. Let me think about it. Let's observe for a while longer. They looked at several desert areas and discussed countermeasures with Green Arrow, Batman, and the others. This problem existed in several places. In the beginning, establishing order required bloodshed. Later on, development required bloodshed. In the end, fighting against other countries required even more bloodshed. If he had the mindset that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could have directly dispersed Raoul's divine power and restored this place to its original state. This would have prevented many conflicts. But the heroes did not want to do it. Oliver and Diana were determined to persevere. The slightly lazy young mistress could only be forcefully pulled by the heroes to think of ideas. There was no doubt that Raoul had encountered these problems in the beginning. In the past 250,000 years, there were trillions of intelligent life forms. Not all of them were Kryptonians. In the beginning, Raoul might have thought of various ways to resist greed and reduce conflict, but all his efforts were in vain. In the end, he could only play the simple and crude game of changing a small part of the brain of an intelligent being, making them worship him and obey his orders. It was not convenient for Thea to do so, so she could only ponder on it. She deliberated her words. First of all, we can't appear directly. If it has to be a superhero, Mr. Excellent can do it. Just like the previous nuclear bomb fight, it was not suitable for the president's son, daughter, or daughter's friend to appear. Their identities were sensitive and could easily lead to unnecessary interpretation. It was the same for the current political system. Batman was not suitable either. He was too busy and had too much prestige. Mr. Excellent was very suitable. He was not famous, smart, and black. Me alone? The black man on the video link opened his mouth wide and was a little surprised. Thea wanted to say, yes, that's right. But she knew it was unrealistic. Let's talk to the young Titan and see if they can help. It should not be too sensitive for the half-grown children to do this. Their eyes lit up. This idea was very good. The young Titan was not a subordinate of the Alliance. They were an independent organization. The children had strong self-esteem and could not give orders. Thea and the others began to communicate. Batman looked for Tim, Diana looked for Casey, Thea looked for Raven, and Green Arrow looked for the armory. The negotiation process was very fast. The young Titan had nothing to do, and Tim attached great importance to this collective activity. The enemy was only a few militants and their strength was extremely weak. However, this operation was very significant. It was estimated that tens of millions of refugees would enter this area in the 18 million square kilometers. This level of major event was very much in line with the children's values and a mission that could prove themselves. The chaos might be stopped for a while under the attack of a group of little heroes, but what about the political system? Anarchism? Or autonomy? Batman and Excellent, whose IQ was off the charts, could not think of a solution. Heroes were heroes and politics was politics. She could only leave this problem to her mother. Moira was very busy at this time. Not only was she busy, but the leaders of the various countries were also busy. At this time she could see the advantage of strengthening her mother's physique. The leaders of the various countries were exhausted. Only old comrade Moira was still in command, and she had taken the initiative. She did not care about the 18 million square kilometers. With the existence of extraterrestrial trade, the country did not lack resources. There was no need to occupy such a large area of land, arousing hostility from other countries, and destroying the internal balance. Moira wanted to be a good president. She did not intend to be a queen who opened up new territories. Use religion. Don't those people believe in Raoul? Use this as a banner to gather everyone's beliefs. Maybe it will work? Of course, the premise is that Raoul is dead. That guy is dead, right? He's dead. Don't worry. Thea reassured her mother. She had to admit that Moira had given her a good idea. There were pros and cons to raising Raoul's banner again. The pros were that the ordinary people had received his kindness. Although they were controlled and brainwashed, their memories were still there. No one could deny that Raoul had helped them and the few priests were not greedy. The cons were that the major countries in the world and the countries around the desert were independent. However, they would definitely arouse the hostility of other countries. There was no difference whether their hatred was 500 or 1,000. If they were flexible, they might be able to take advantage of the disagreements between the countries and find a new path. Thea explained the method to them, but Batman was still worried. Is Raoul really not going to rise from the ashes? Or are you going to start a new religion? Chapter 883. I don't have the time to write Raoul's Bible, but there are many Raoul priests in Atlantis. Maybe I can pull them over. Anyway, this is Raoul's land of miracles. It's only natural for them to spread their religion. At the same time, they can solve the Sea King's problem. It had to be said that this was killing many birds with one stone. Thea and Diana immediately rushed to Atlantis. She wanted to persuade the priests to spread their religion on land. San Francisco T Building. This was the headquarters of the Young Titans. Nightwing and Princess Spark were both adults. They each had their own jobs and were very busy recently. The arms dealer, Kuroi Harper, was originally Spacetime Thea's lover. Now he had met the second-generation Robin, Red Hood Jason Todd. The two of them were very close. Regardless of whether it was because of his ideals or something else, he did not respond to the Young Titan's summons. Martian Maiden, Martian Hunter, Superman, and Supergirl were searching for nuclear bombs all over the world. They did not have the time either. Other than the four of them, Red Robin, Wonder Girl, Raven, Pulse, Animal Boy, and Blue Beetle were all present. Perhaps because Gotham was too dangerous, Batman was afraid that the Joker would attack his son when he was not home. Therefore he sent Damian over as well. Of course he was there to help. Damian also called his good friend, Jonathan Kent Jr., who was watching television at home. 8 half-grown children gathered together to prepare for their first group mission. The adult heroes had thought it through well. Mr. Excellent would lead them to eliminate evil and bring peace to the people. It was a pity that the adults had underestimated the children's competitiveness. Mr. Excellent? Where did this black uncle come from? Holding 2 shining silver light balls in his hands? Let him play with his eggs. Mr. Excellent, whose IQ was off the charts, did not want to offend them either. Look at this group of people. They were Superman's son, Batman's son, Thea's disciple, Diana's disciple, and the Flash's grandson. These young masters and young ladies were all descendants of famous families. It was not a matter of principle. Of course he would not be the bad guy. He happily expressed that he would help. Red Robin Tim said a few polite words about contacting them again when he was free. Then he hung up the call. Everyone, where do you think we should go first? They were all capable people, but considering that it was their first group activity, he decided to stick together. Greenland was the first to be eliminated. Mr. Excellent was there. He had just rejected the other party, and now he appeared in front of the other party half an hour later? Even a few half-grown children wouldn't be so shameless. East Siberia was also ruled out because Batman was there. In the end, they agreed to go to the Sahara Desert first. As one of Batman's direct subordinates, Tim had no lack of fighter jets. Other than Pulse Bart Allen, who could only run, everyone else could fly. Even Damien had the great Leonopteryx that Thea had given him. However, in order to keep a low profile, they all chose to sit in the plane. The few of them gathered in twos and threes to chat. Raven and Damien had known each other for many years. Although their master was not very reliable, and most of the time they were self-taught, over time, they had developed some feelings for each other. The two of them were chatting with each other with a special tacit understanding. Little Jonathan and Animal Boy, who had turned into a gorilla, were arm wrestling. Pulse was studying the Blue Beetle's armor. On the other hand, Wonder Girl, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was chatting with Tim. Looking at the vast expanse of greenery on the land, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This place has changed a lot." That's right. Sahara means Great Desert in Arabic. In the Bible, this is hell. In the ancient Mesopotamia. Tim blabbered on, and Wonder Girl Casey rolled her eyes. The two of them were about the same age, 3 or 4 years older than the group of children behind them. They had more in common and even had a good impression of each other. Casey only hoped that the process of courtship would be more romantic. However, Tim was inexperienced and couldn't wait to tell her everything he knew. His outward appearance was that he used too much force, which often made Casey not know how to respond. She could only laugh and change the topic. The 8 young people walked and stopped as if they were on a spring outing. These militants were at most ordinary people who had picked up weapons. They weren't even soldiers, so how could they be a match for them? They destroyed 3 camps easily and liberated hundreds of refugees. Just when the few of them felt that the mission was not challenging, an old man inadvertently told them a strange piece of news. Devil? There have always been signs of devil activity in the depths of the Sahara Desert? Tim repeated this sentence in a low voice. He first looked at Damien. This cheap brother of his was a member of the magic world after all. Damien shook his head, indicating that he didn't feel any magic. Tim then looked at Casey. Wonder Girl carefully analyzed, frowned and looked at Raven, shaking her head. Her armor of silence was made to defeat the 3-palace demon. The armor hated Raven's aura. Even though she knew that the two teachers were unusually close, Wonder Girl still had an extremely cold relationship with Raven. The Great Demon King's princess secretly criticized Casey and also shook her head. There were no signs of devil activity here at all. That old man must have drunk too much. Tim, who was proficient in psychology, micro-expressions, and the art of language, conversed with the old man again and asked a few locals. Interesting. The locals here all say that before Raoul, there were legends of demons in the valley in the northwest. According to the legends, demons can suck human blood, but they never go out of their territory. Tim touched his chin and shared the news he had heard with his friends. The few of them looked at each other. There was no fear in their eyes. They all had an expression that said, this seems interesting. When did the legends first start? Damien continued to ask methodically. 300 years ago, but in the recent 50 years, a group of strangers would come here every few years. The eyes of young Titan and the others lit up. They all looked like they didn't mind if things got out of hand. Someone had built a secret base in the desert and seemed to have carried out some inhumane experiments. This conclusion was not difficult to deduce. Tim looked at the eyes of his friends and quickly finalized a plan. First, they would go and see what secrets there were. Then, depending on the severity of the situation, they would choose to beat them up or cripple them. This secret valley was not far from them, less than 50 miles away. The few of them displayed their various abilities. Some flew, some ran, and some teleported. They all stopped at the outermost periphery. There were no devils in the valley at all. There were only tents everywhere. According to the number of tents, there should be no less than 500 people. Similarly, there were refugees everywhere and dozens of gunmen. It was no different from the thugs' camp that young Titan had dealt with before. There are no infrared rays, no drones, and no satellites above our heads. Tim quickly checked again. Chapter 884. After all, they were all descendants of famous families, so they did not rush over recklessly. Little Jonathan's supervision was sometimes ineffective, so Tim had no choice but to send Animal Boy to transform into an eagle and investigate. Very normal refugees, armed with guns. They're no different from the enemies we've dealt with before. Animal Boy scouted around and quickly flew back to report. Tim hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack. Even if there was trouble, he felt that his team was enough to deal with it. He made a gesture and charged forward. He knocked down a burly man with an elbow. On the other side, Casey, Bart Allen, and the rest attacked one after another. The resistance of the camp was extremely weak. Tim analyzed the strength of the enemy as he fought. He felt that there was something wrong, but it was not fake that the enemy was defeated so easily. He could only think that he was being overly cautious. A very weak enemy. The legends are most likely fake. Damien knocked down the last burly man, and the refugees knelt on the ground. He did not like the atmosphere here, so he suggested that they continue walking. The few young heroes did not like being bowed to either, so they avoided him. At this moment, Tim saw a middle-aged woman in the crowd looking at him with a faint smile. She had triangular eyes, high cheekbones, and very tight skin on her face. She was completely different from the locals. He was just about to shout that there was something wrong here when he saw the middle-aged woman put on a mask and throw out a smoke bomb. As she exploded, another 4 people stood up in the crowd. They also put on masks and raised their arms. The smoke was as light as a veil, and there seemed to be countless whales within it. It was ethereal and fatal. Tim was just about to shout for the poisonous smoke when he realized that his tenacious will had been destroyed in an instant. He fell to the ground in a daze. The last thought he had before he fainted was, "What kind of smoke is this? It has such a strong effect." As he fell to the ground, the young titans and the ordinary people in the camp also fell to the ground. Casey's body flashed with a red light, but he fell to the ground in less than 2 seconds. The only exceptions were Damien and Raven. Their super long-distance teleportation gems were triggered, and they disappeared into the horizon at the same time. The middle-aged woman did not have any means to chase after them. She could only clench her fists in hatred. The poisonous smoke did not recognize her. She would fall if she took off her mask. After waiting for a while, she opened the mechanism on the other side, revealing a winding passage that led downwards. He called out to his subordinates and they carried the few young titans to the underground. "Young Master Damien? Master Damien, wake up." Damien heard the old butler Fu's voice while he was unconscious. He didn't know how long it took for him to open his eyes. Did he return to the Batcave? The familiar surroundings seemed to be telling him that the previous scene was a dream. He tried his best to control his thoughts and pull his attention back to the present. Finally, he managed to suppress the discomfort. They had been plotted against. Perhaps the old man who told them about the demon was part of the conspiracy? How despicable. Damien gritted his teeth and touched his neck. The teleportation gem had turned into powder. He finally understood the reason. "How long have I been back?" Damien asked the old butler. 13 minutes. Your teleportation spell was blocked outside the cave. I carried you in. Should I inform Master? Don't. I'll take care of it myself. Damien refused without even thinking about it. Summoning his own father when he couldn't beat him? He would rather die than do such a thing. Raven. Thinking that he could teleport, the big lowly was most likely teleported away as well. He hurriedly used the equipment in the Batcave to contact Raven. As expected, she had also escaped. Raven's magic resistance was much higher than his. Even though Damien was injected with a bunch of antidotes by the old butler, he was still a little dazed. Raven, on the other hand, was fine. However, the Demon King's princess was furious. She could tolerate the stranger's plot. After all, she couldn't beat him. But those people were nothing. They were just a few ordinary people. If Damien didn't contact her, she would kill her way back. Wait a moment. Come and get me. We'll go together. Damien said through gritted teeth. He turned off the anti-teleportation device in the Batcave. Raven rushed over quickly and brought him to the Sahara Desert again. The old butler looked at the 2 young people running away in a hurry. It was as if he was looking at his own children and grandchildren. He was satisfied, happy, and so on. As for letting Raven see the layout of the Batcave, he didn't care. The young man and woman returned to the previous campsite. There was still a faint smoke at the scene. They didn't dare to act rashly. What kind of smoke is this? Can you analyze it? Raven asked. In her impression, Damien was just like his father, blindly researching when he had nothing to do. It turned out that Damien really did know. Do you know the Sea of Souls that Big Sister Thea left in the New World? If I'm not wrong, the main ingredient here is that thing. How did they get this thing? That place was already sealed by Big Sister Thea. Damien shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. Maybe they stole it before. I heard that a few groups of people went to the scene before. He didn't have the face to say that his own father was the one who stole the most, and the most ruthless. Ending this awkward topic, the 2 walked deeper into the campsite. For mages, as long as they were prepared, nothing could stop them. As Thea's 2 disciples, they were very accomplished in dark magic. No matter how strong the smoke was, it was still dead and people were alive. Seeing that no one was on guard, they used a wind spell to disperse the poisonous smoke and began to search the campsite. It's here. Damien found the switch and opened a secret passage. Using an invisibility spell, they walked down. The passage was winding. In order to avoid the traps on the ground, the two turned into shadows and carefully floated down. As they continued to move forward, they saw the tip of the iceberg of this underground base. It covered a large area and extended in all directions. But whether it was the walls or the roads, they were a little old. Everything here was obviously unrelated to Raoul. There was no divine power or magic. It was completely man-made. It was just that they didn't know how much manpower it took to excavate such a huge underground building in the depths of the desert. Stop. Damien waved his hand to signal for them to stop. He pointed at two guards who were patrolling in the distance. There were two bald men in white robes. Their shoulders and sleeves were blood red. They were carrying high-tech firearms and walking casually. Who are they? They don't seem to be from the military. Take them down and ask? Raven was a little eager. Damien looked at them carefully and shook his head. I recognize their clothes. They are blood brothers. They used to be a member of the Assassin League. But the leader was obsessed with finding forbidden items and was exiled by grandfather. I didn't expect that after 200 years they are still alive. Forbidden items? Yes, the Spear of Fate, the Shroud, Judas's Oath and something like that, Damien said casually. Chapter 885. Damien raised his wrist and a few red dots flashed on his watch. Similar to his father's habit, he had placed a locator on every member. He compared the terrain and studied it. Red Robin and the rest are inside. Let's go around the guards. The two of them used the shadows as cover and quickly walked in. There were not many guards patrolling along the way. Damien did not know that the middle-aged woman was afraid of being punished by the leader and hid the important information that two of them had escaped. Brothers and sisters, I have to emphasize that the so-called gods are just superheroes. In this world, only I am God. After turning two corners, a very provocative voice sounded in the underground building with the help of a loudspeaker. Immediately after, there were countless fanatical shouts. Long live the Blood Brothers! Long live the Blood Brothers! Damien and Raven went around the guards and lifted a thick curtain. Looking at the huge space in front of them, they knew that they had found their target. There was a square that could accommodate thousands of people. In the center of the square there was a tall platform. A burly man with strong Central Asian characteristics raised his hands and encouraged the crowd. Below the platform, hundreds of fanatical believers raised their arms like madmen and cheered for their leader. They were the same as the previous guards. Regardless of gender, they all had shaved heads and wore white robes. They looked like soldiers who were going to participate in a holy war. A few pictures appeared on the screen behind the leader. There were pictures of the recent Rao, Superman and Thea. Rao is not God and neither are those superheroes. I am your only God. The people below were even more excited. Their voices were so loud that it seemed like they were going to overturn the soil above their heads. Everyone seemed to be able to see the day when their leader became a god and led them out of this hole. God. God. Damien and Raven frowned as they listened to the fanatical shouts. Although they weren't afraid of killing people, there were quite a lot of people present. The two of them didn't want to turn the first group activity of the young titans into a massacre. They quickly reached a consensus to save their companions first. Who are you people? Enemies? Unfortunately, they were discovered before they could do anything. They were not afraid at all. Damien unsheathed his long sword. Magic surged and turned into a shadow. Raven's hands flashed with dark magic. The two of them rushed toward the tall and sturdy man on the platform. As long as they could take him down, the battle would be over. The fanaticism of the believers brought them a lot of trouble, and they were stopped before they could charge 10 meters forward. This was the League of Assassins. There were also magic suppression devices here, but the effect was not very strong. Damien had no choice but to reduce his magic power consumption and only use his martial arts to kill his enemies after killing more than 10 enemies in a row and blocking several of his attacks. Raven, on the other hand, had not yet recovered to her peak state because she had mobilized her bloodline power during the Dark Night. She could only use spells like shadow bullets and shadow arrows to kill her enemies. It had to be said that their attacks were quite sharp, and the disciples' counterattacks were also quite impressive. Countless high-tech devices were scattered among the people, and an organization like the Blood Brothers naturally seized the opportunity to seize many things. Quantized cages, atomized rays, and all kinds of strange weapons were taken out. The two young men were a little flustered for a moment. Quick, activate it. Why are you in a daze? The leader ordered the middle-aged woman beside him. The middle-aged woman was now wearing a priest's robe, which was very different from the previous refugee's outfit. When she first saw Damien and Raven, she was very nervous, not reporting it was a serious crime in the church. The key was that she was not alone in this ambush. There were a few people who knew about it and they probably thought that she had reported it. She was not a fanatical believer, nor was she the leader waiting to become a god. To her, enjoying wealth was far better than becoming a god. As the leader's assistant, her first reaction was to hide it. Now that she could not hide it anymore, she thought of shirking the responsibility. The leader did not know what she was thinking. Seeing that she was still in a daze, and in these few seconds Damien and Raven rushed a few more steps, he had to urge the middle-aged woman again. Although the middle-aged woman did not think much of becoming a god, she did not dare to resist the leader. After all, this guy bathed in human blood every day. It was said that he had lived for 200 years, and his deterrence was not ordinary. She focused her attention on her hand and quickly operated the control panel. Following her command, a huge machine rose from the bottom of the platform. The machine was more than 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. It had a sci-fi feel, and a young titan was tied to each of its 5 mechanical arms. Apart from Tim, who was an ordinary person, Little Jonathan, Bart Allen, Blue Beetle, Animal Boy, and Wonder Girl were all tied up. As the metal probes pierced into their bodies, a few types of energy of different attributes began to gather in the middle. Haha. The leader was like a madman. He sat in the middle of the machine and guided the energy of different attributes into his body. If Thea was here, she would definitely complain. Little Jonathan and Bart Allen were understandable. Kryptonians and the power of speed, and Animal Boy's superpower could also be considered a superpower. But Blue Beetle and Wonder Girl, one was an alien technology and the other was an ancient armor. Was it really okay to just grab their eyebrows and noses? The leader of the Blood Brothers would answer her, yes. Everything is possible. Ha, ugh. The leader of the Blood Brothers roared as if he was constipated. Perhaps he shouted a little too loudly, or perhaps it was too painful to extract energy, but the children slowly woke up. Bastard. Wonder Girl also had a bit of Diana's temper. She gritted her teeth, blue veins popped out on her forehead, and her arms exerted the strength of 1,000 pounds to break free. On the other side, Little Jonathan was also struggling hard. The middle-aged woman controlled the machine, and several powerful electric currents struck out. She wanted to knock them out. Once they didn't faint. Again they didn't faint. The power output was at the maximum, and the children resisted more and more strongly. Increase the extraction power. The leader roared at her. The middle-aged woman hurriedly turned the control to the maximum. For a moment, several types of energy madly mixed, and the 6 children screamed in unison. Damien and Raven naturally wouldn't sit back and watch their friends suffer. All kinds of darts, bombs, and shadow arrows flew at the leader. The believers blocked with their flesh and blood. Within a 5-meter radius in front of the leader, a large number of corpses had fallen and blood flowed on the ground. Damn it, damn it. Raven wanted to use the power of blood to force a way out, but she was afraid that she would completely lose control and become a pure demon, so she hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Tim flew out from the side passage like a big bird and swept over the believers' heads at high speed. Tim was definitely not happy at this moment. These guys dared to ignore him. They tied him up with a rope and threw him aside, then left him alone. The main reason for the difference in treatment was that he didn't have any superpowers. As the leader of the young Titans, even though he was self-proclaimed, he still suffered 1,000 insults. His uncle could endure, but his aunt could not. Once he was free, he would teach his blood brothers a lesson. Chapter 886. Tim's glider was made of a rare metal in the universe. It was light and sharp, and when it flew past Wonder Girl, it cut off the connection to the equipment with 2 light slashes. Without this thing holding it back, Casey's arms broke the metal arm directly. He shook his wrist and took out a long whip. With the power of thunder, he whipped it at Bart Allen, who was at the top of the machine. After Pulse Boy escaped, he rescued Blue Beetle. At the same time, Tim also saved Little Jonathan and Animal Boy on the other side. No. The balance in the leader's body was broken. He only had time to shout before he was swallowed by the fire. The violent explosion caused the ground to shake, and the underground base began to tremble violently. A huge amount of soil fell from the sky, revealing the prelude to the imminent destruction. The middle-aged woman screamed and ran away. The fanatical and brainless believers had been killed by Damien Raven. The rest of them only wanted to make a fortune and enjoy themselves. Now that the base was about to collapse, They couldn't care less about the children. All of them scrambled to run out. I am your god. Come back and worship me. The bald leader walked out of the fire. The Kryptonian cells had strengthened his body. The fire on his body gradually extinguished. The parts that flew out from the center of the explosion hit his body, making muffled sounds. His face was charred and half of his flashy robe was burned. From afar he looked like a refugee. However, the leader of the Blood Brothers didn't care at all. Several electric lights flashed under his feet. It was the power of Bart Allen's speed. A few believers who were about to run out of the square were killed by him. He stretched his hand to his mouth and licked the blood. His dignified face now looked like a devil. You little brats, you are lucky to see the birth of a true god. Ah. The leader laughed heartily. He raised his right hand, trying to imitate Blue Beetle's energy cannon. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. He cursed silently. He didn't know that Blue Beetle's ability was a product of the Zerg's technology. He thought that there was a problem with his high-tech equipment. He couldn't imitate Wonder Girl's ability either. He had no choice but to use Animal Boy's ability. The leader of the Blood Brothers extended his limbs, and his bones grew rapidly. From a height of 1.9 meters, the leader of the Blood Brothers turned into a 2-meter-tall demon covered in green fur. It's nothing. His strength is declining. Raven was the first to see through the situation. She raised her hand and shot out a shadow arrow. The rest of his companions attacked ferociously. Little Jonathan was so angry that he was like a little lion, and his attacks were especially fierce. On the other hand, the leader was getting dizzy from the power of God's speed. High-speed movements were not easy to control, not to mention that this was a temporary version. His speed was decreasing with every second, so it was even more difficult to control. Bart Allen easily overtook him, but he didn't have any means of attack. All he could do was run behind him and give him a hard kick. The leader fell and rolled on the ground, dizzy. Before he could stand up, he was tied up by Casey's lasso. The Animal Boy turned into an elephant and sat on him. Seeing that he was still struggling, little Jonathan went up and punched him again, knocking out the weakling who claimed to be a god. Let's go. It's going to collapse. Raven pulled Damien, who ran out of the leader's room with a small bag on his back. Together with a few of his companions, they teleported to the ground. They were waiting outside, and when they came out, they knocked out the others and captured more than 300 people. The leader was naturally the middle-aged woman who threw the poisonous smoke and captured them for experiments. Tim gave her a good beating, and the middle-aged woman was crying for her parents. Knowing that there were more than 200 people escaping from the other side, the young Titan split into two groups. Damien and Raven stayed behind to watch over the captives, and Tim led the rest to chase after them. This guy has become an idiot. Raven checked the leader of the Blood Brothers that she had brought out. Many types of energy of different attributes had converged in his body. This kind of thing was similar to suicide in her opinion. She didn't know how this guy's brain was so big that he came up with such a whimsical idea. Miraculously, he actually succeeded. Hey, what did you get in the end? Damien didn't participate in the battle at the last moment. Instead, he brought out a lot of things to collect information about the enemy. Perhaps this was Batman's tradition? A few sharp-eyed people saw it, but other than Raven, no one asked. Let me see. Damien took out the items one by one from his backpack. It's fake. Raven threw away a dirty rag. Is this a shroud? Are you kidding me? This is fake too. She threw away a wooden stick. Is this the Spear of Fate? I don't read much, so don't lie to me. Oh, this seems a little different. The big loli took a piece of worn-out parchment and looked at it again and again. She wasn't very sure. What's this? This piece of paper contains incomparably heavy sins. I've only seen it on one person. Who? Judas. Raven hesitated and didn't say stranger. Instead, she used an even more ancient title. Damien's face was sticky. But now that there were magic and gods, one more Judas was nothing. He waved his hand, indicating that she could take it if she needed it. Raven was a little conflicted. This piece of paper was filled with power, but she couldn't use it. Or rather, no one could use it. This was equivalent to a special item in a game with a cool name, but its effects were all question marks. It was impossible to return it directly to stranger. The big loli was not an ordinary person who held grudges. After thinking about it, it was a little dangerous to keep it in her hands. If she knew that she had an item of this level, Ghost Father Three Gong demons might come to Earth in their true form. She might not be able to deal with it in the original space-time, so she could only find a place to bury it. Now there was a good place to bury it. She sensed Thea's location and a portal opened. She threw the parchment into it. After thinking about it, she sent a voice over and explained the ins and outs of the incident. Missy and Diana had just left Atlantis. They were having a great time communicating with a few Rao priests. A few aliens with superpowers were no match for them at all. They used both the carrot and the stick, and finally agreed to go to the oasis to spread the gospel of Rao. After taking 2 steps out of the sea, the portal opened in front of her. The parchment and a voice fell out at the same time. She first listened to the process of the incident. She had some impression of this blood brother. He was a character in the Young Titan, Judas's contract. Although there were some differences in the participants and the location of the battle was different, it should be this group of people. She really had nothing to say to that idiot who thought he was a god after absorbing a few superpowers. But it was Judas's contract. She looked at the parchment in her hand. She always thought that it was referring to the betrayal of the Young Titan by the Earthen Lady. Now, both the Earthen Lady and Death Knell were on her side and had nothing to do with the Young Titan. She didn't expect that there would be such a thing as a contract in the end. Chapter 887. This thing, like the 30 silver coins, was the evidence of Judas' betrayal of Jesus. The contract was more like a certificate than a contract. The Roman governor had done something interesting. The 30 silver coins he sent to bribe the staff of Judah were from the public funds. In the end, there would be a certificate left for the higher-ups to check, which was the broken piece of paper in Thea's hand. Money was a direct transaction, so this piece of paper was the evidence of the crime. Such a piece of yellow and tattered parchment determined the fate of Jesus on a legal level. It was the record of this crime and witnessed the whole process of the Holy One's life from birth to death. Just like in Journey to the West, the belt and fan of Taishang Laojun were magic weapons. In this world, anything related to God was invaluable. Thea put it in her pocket and prepared to study it carefully. This represented the death of Jesus. Diana also heard Raven's explanation. She knew nothing about Jesus. In her opinion, Jesus was younger than her. It had nothing to do with her whether he betrayed her or not. Let's go back and support them. Thea did not want to explain God. It was too much of a shock to Diana's worldview. She nodded immediately and flew away. When the 2 goddesses returned to the Sahara, the Young Titan had already captured all the captives. After a simple handover, they rushed to the next oasis. Sia orders the agents to take these cultists away. The earth needs labor everywhere in the dark night and Raoul, which is an alternative day. These 500 people can't even make a splash if they throw them into the earth. The problem of human beings was solved. What was left was the problem of land. Relying on the existing environment, it was certainly possible to build a large magic lock. With her ability, she could build it with a little effort, but it was really unnecessary. Not to mention the time and effort, it was troublesome to build but easy to destroy. It was possible that a random bomb would destroy the entire magic structure. Scientific methods were also not suitable. Several deserts were located in the places with the strongest sunlight. Unless the sun was pushed away or the Earth's orbit was changed, the deserts would definitely come back in less than 10 years with the help of heat-resistant plants. In the end, Thea went to Luther. Baldy Luther had developed a solar device with a high conversion rate in prison. It was set up above several large desert areas to artificially block sunlight and reduce the burden on plants and land. At the same time, this part of the energy could be used where it was needed more. The 2 of them quickly negotiated the relevant matters. Luther had always seen himself as the savior of mankind. He was too lazy to save 1 or 2 people, but with so many people he felt a sense of accomplishment when he saved them. He agreed after a few conditions. Thea also used the Red House Research Laboratory to cultivate several plants with high drought resistance. She called on all the refugees to plant them in the form of a reward for each plant they planted. Damien Dark, Ninja Masters Jr., was also transferred from Nevada to the Sahara. He was not a famous agronomist, and his talent was completely skewed. He would continue to do his job and plant corn. Then I'll go back first. You be careful. Thea seemed to be implying something as she glanced behind her. The global conflict began to escalate rapidly, and all the major countries were under great pressure. Superman was hit by a nuclear bomb in the Bering Strait, and the leaders of various countries were assassinated. She had to go back to protect her mother. Leaving Diana to continue to deal with the various matters here, Thea stepped out and disappeared in the oasis. The surroundings fell into a rare silence. Diana seemed to want to wait for Thea to go further away. After a long time, she said casually behind her, "Come out, we found you long ago." "Is that so? What an amazing achievement. Your lover seems to have walked deeper and farther on the road of darkness than I have." Several layers of ripples appeared in the air, and an extremely beautiful but evil woman walked out. Her face was exquisite like a work of art. She had light red hair and wore a violet dress. You're just a pitiful creature with nothing but power. You're not enough to spy on her realm. Diana's words were quite harsh and she dismissed the other party as useless. She was very confident. For love she could go against the world. She wanted to sow discord with just a few words? Dream on. The evil woman snorted unhappily. Who are you? Judging from your aura, you're also a member of the Greek gods, but I've never seen you before. Diana did not rush to draw her weapon. Instead, she asked calmly and tried to put psychological pressure on the other party. Thea had already indicated that there was someone following them, but Diana was not afraid. She did not have any intention of attacking because the other party had the aura of a Greek god. I'm Circe, the daughter of Apollo and Persephone. Pfft. Diana almost laughed out loud. Apollo and Persephone were of the same generation as her, and they were both the children of Zeus. This was normal. However, Persephone had another identity. She was the wife of Hades, the queen of the underworld. Thinking that Hades was being cheated on, she, who had always disliked Hades, was very happy. She realized that she had been spending too much time with Thea, and she was becoming more and more playful. She quickly stopped smiling. But all of this was a great insult to Circe. Is it funny? You're just a dummy made out of mud. Feeling that her pride had been violated, Circe forgot her original purpose. She was surrounded by a dark aura, and the sun lost its brilliance for a moment. A large mass of darkness rushed out in all directions. As the daughter of the sun god and the queen of the underworld, the two extreme attributes of light and darkness had achieved a perfect combination. Although she was a generation younger, Circe was born more powerful than many Greek gods and demigods, including Diana. Without the restraint of divinity and the twilight of the gods, Circe studied magic diligently. With the attributes of a demigod and the attainment of a great sorcerer, Diana was no match for her in the original timeline. But now things were different. After seeing Thea's countless dark magic, Circe's skills were only passable in her eyes. A demigod was a joke in front of a new god. She raised her left hand and a barrier separated the two of them. The darkness that seemed to be able to cover the sky instantly disappeared. Why are you following us? Diana originally wanted to persuade Circe to give up on dark magic, but she thought that Circe was more advanced than her. She was not qualified to say that. Circe avoided the question and did not answer. She lived in seclusion nearby. When Damien and Raven went on a killing spree below, she was alerted. After that, she was attracted by Thea's dark magic and came out to take a look out of curiosity. However, Diana's indifferent attitude made her more and more annoyed. She hated people for no reason. They were not compatible with each other and would fight whenever they saw each other. This was the saying between her and Diana. Chapter 888. Diana did not know why Circe suddenly hated her. She did not want to start a fight. She felt that there might be a misunderstanding. Why are you following us? She asked sincerely again. Circe of course could not say that she was just out for a stroll. She was attracted by Thea's deep and pure dark aura. That would be too embarrassing. She was, after all, the daughter of the sun god and Pluto queen. Circe thought quickly and said, I heard that Apollo's divine artifact is on Paradise Island. It should belong to me. There was indeed a divine artifact on Paradise Island, but it had been given to Hera long time ago. Diana could not change it now. She told Circe what she knew and said that if Circe needed it, she could accompany her to Mount Olympus to get it. Circe was just looking for an excuse. She did not intend to ask for any divine artifacts. Apollo's attributes did not conflict with hers, but it was not suitable for her either. Other than using it to shine and save electricity, it had no other use. However, Diana's refusal gave her an excuse. Don't try to trick me. Several streaks of black mist began to take shape. Circe waved her fingers and a black flame dragon walked out of the mist. It looked very lifelike. The dragon spread its wings, sucked in its stomach and breathed in. A large mouthful of flames was spat at Diana. If it was in the original time, the Valkyrie could only dodge or block it with her shield. But it was different now. She could see that the magic flames were fake. It was originally a dragon made of magic. How could she make the dragon spit fire? It might be easy to trick an ordinary person, but it was not enough in front of a god. Diana, in particular, had a very deep understanding of reality. She was able to break through fabrications and see through illusions. According to Sia, Diana had a pair of wise eyes and had gotten rid of the huge trap of blessing from the Greek gods. She also had the princess as a reference. She would learn and interact from time to time. The path ahead was very clear. The Valkyrie was improving every day. Diana smiled brightly in the face of the dragon's flames. There was no harm without comparison. She had been with Thea every day and her opponents were either Darkside or Black Death. To be honest, Diana was not confident at all. However, after seeing Circe today, she immediately found her balance. It turns out that I'm very powerful. As if swatting a fly, he raised his left hand and lightly waved it. The flames that seemed to be able to burn a huge hole in the ground were directly dispersed. As if she wanted Circe to see how strong she was, she even raised her hand and gestured to show that there was no burn mark at all. Was it possible for her to try and dissuade a few words when she saw a lively fellow from her hometown? Give up on dark magic. I can see that you are very talented in magic. It won't be difficult for you to change to other magic. This path is not suitable for you. Diana belonged to the category of people who had never eaten pork but had seen pigs run. She was too familiar with magic and could see the depth and height of the magic at a glance. What a joke. You don't want to persuade the people around you, but you want to persuade me? Are you crazy? Dark magic is very fast, but there is a balance in everything. There is a price to pay for using dark magic. You will forever sink into the underworld, unable to reincarnate and free yourself. Isn't that a price worth paying? Circe was so angry that she laughed and pointed at Diana. Did you dissuade your companions? What did she say? The two little fellows in the underworld seemed to be of the same lineage as her. Did you also lecture them like that? Diana opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. Thea was going to be the master of the underworld. In the future no one would care about her. She would be the one to care about others. They were both dark magic. Thea was the master, so she could use it as she pleased. Circe was a thief, so she would be a slave after she died. As for Damien and Raven, they were on the same side, so she would treat them differently. Diana looked at her with some sympathy, which angered her even more. Circe thought that she didn't know what to say. It was fine if she didn't know what to say, but she even looked as if she cared about a mentally handicapped person. What was the meaning of this? How dare you look down on me? Let me show you the blessing of Goddess Hecate. Circe cancelled the giant dragon, and the characteristics of her magic quickly changed. An awe-inspiring and irresistible power rushed out like a wave. There were countless vengeful spirits, including ancient Greek warriors and modern ordinary people. They wailed and screamed, wanting to kill all the living. Diana didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course she knew about Hecate, the goddess of magic in Greek mythology, the irresistible god of death. There was no doubt that her power was very strong. But Diana was more familiar with souls and death. She wanted to ask Circe, do you dare to use some skills that I'm not familiar with? The new god was half a level higher than the old god, just like the father was higher than Zeus. Thea, who was half a step away from the goddess of death, was also higher than Hecate. Considering that Hecate was already dead and Thea was still alive and kicking, there was an insurmountable gap between their strength. Circe's soul attack was like a child's trick to her. Being able to destroy the death energy of a city was nothing to her after seeing the Black Death Emperor in Thea. Diana was a little bored. This opponent couldn't use her full power. She unsheathed her sword and the mixed magic was cut in half. Waves, roars, everything turned into nothingness under the light of the sword. What other tricks do you have? Diana's eyes were filled with doubts, and the tip of her sword was pointed at Circe. Circe gritted her teeth and cursed. She finally realized that there was a big gap between her and Diana. She kept thinking, looked around, and flew not far away. At first, Diana thought that Circe was retreating, so she didn't take it to heart. There was no enmity between them, so she didn't think much about it. But seeing the direction Circe was running, Diana was furious. Circe was flying towards a group of refugees. Come back here. She was much faster than Circe. She threw out the lasso of truth, and the golden lasso drew an arc in the air, flashing with dazzling light. It wrapped around Circe's left leg and pulled her back. Circe was also a ruthless person. She opened the 5 fingers of her right hand and threw a colorful magic at the crowd. The men among the refugees were stunned. In the next 3 seconds the magic began to work. Some turned into rhinoceroses and rushed towards Diana, some turned into antelopes and some even turned into eagles. The refugee camp was in an uproar. Countless women screamed at the same time. The transformed men were even more panicked. They began to run in all directions. Calm down, I'll help you, Diana shouted. Unfortunately, the ordinary people below were already scared out of their wits. The beasts trampled on the women, and some of the women had already picked up their guns and were ready to fight back. Damn transfiguration. Diana hurriedly focused on saving people. The warrior god was not suitable for this kind of thing. Fortunately, the ring of light gave her some good ideas. Mobilizing her courage, hundreds of female Amazon warriors walked out of the air. They were riding horses, carrying spears and shields. They all took action to control the people in the camp. Chapter 889. By the time Diana managed to calm the chaos in the camp, she realized that the culprit, Circe, had disappeared. The Valkyrie was furious. Circe had taken advantage of her kindness. She bound every refugee with the lasso of truth, and they all returned to their original state. However, Diana did not see any gratitude in their eyes, only fear and resentment. Diana shook her head gently. It was indeed her negligence that allowed Circe's magic to fall on them, causing them to suffer an unexpected disaster. Diana could understand that. However, the alienation between the people and the gods, or rather, between ordinary people and superheroes, still made her uncomfortable. Why do you have the ability and we don't? Why do we have to suffer because of your battle? Looking at the resentment hidden in the refugees' fawning, Diana did not know what to say. Maybe she's also protecting herself? Thinking of how her lover usually laughed and scolded her and stepped forward at critical moments, Diana had mixed feelings. Under the confused gazes of the refugees, she rose into the air and flew into the distance. If Thea knew what her wife was saying about her at this moment, she would definitely look up at the sky and sigh. I don't have a ghost protecting me. Some people can't be treated as humans. For example, these people in front of her. Don't play dumb. I know you can understand English. In order to take care of the emotions of the ordinary people around her, she wore a fur coat and tried to negotiate with the two old Russian guards at the gate. She spoke English, they spoke Russian, she spoke Russian, they spoke English. In short, they refused to let her in. There was someone else behind the scenes, and Thea did not want to make things difficult for the two soldiers. She had been dawdling at the gate for 10 minutes. She was urgently summoned here less than half an hour after she parted with Diana. The situation in Russia had changed so quickly that even the government was caught off guard. Superman had been captured. He had been hit by a nuclear bomb in the Bering Strait. When the Martian hunters went to look for him, they found that they could not find him. In the end, the world's best detective, Batman, had to personally search for him and find this secret laboratory on the Kamchatka Peninsula. It was not a good idea for superheroes to save people in countries that were hostile to them. Things went awry, World War III would not be a joke. When that time came, Darkseid and the Black Death Emperor would have nothing to do with them anymore. Fortunately, the young mistress still had the status of the first daughter, and her strength was unrivaled in the universe, so she could only ask for the first daughter. When Louise heard that something had happened to Superman, she was so scared that she almost had a heart attack. She was just the deputy chief editor of a newspaper and was nothing in front of the Russians. When she heard that Thea had come to ask for Superman, she also used the excuse that reporters needed to report truthfully and went along with her. You're obstructing the freedom of the press. Louise cursed. Thea hurriedly pulled her back. Your freedom of the press doesn't work here. Louise, who had a strong sense of justice, obviously knew that this was a serious matter. She was also the daughter of the Minister of National Defense, which was also sensitive. Both sides were testing each other's bottom line, so she could only hold on to her identity as a reporter. But when she thought of her husband being attacked by a nuclear bomb, her heart ached uncontrollably. Clark was trying to help others. What did he do wrong? These people were simply inhumane. While they were arguing, they saw 4 strong men carrying a laser cutter from the warehouse into the main building. When the main building opened, there was the sound of an electric drill. You. The more Louise thought about it, the angrier she got. She pointed at the 2 guards at the door and muttered with a ferocious expression, as if she wanted to eat them. Thea immediately noticed that something was wrong. Although it was as weak as a spark, a blue light flashed in Louise's eyes. Damn. Psionic power. The young lady was really surprised. Louise's talent was beyond her expectations. Without external help, she could awaken such an unusual ability on her own. Her talent was extraordinary. Calm down. Don't make things worse, she whispered in Louise's ear. At the same time, she used magic to gradually calm Louise's irritable heart due to the boiling of her genes. What's wrong with me? Louise was confused. Her eyes were full of confusion. She felt as if she had lost a few seconds of her memory. Thea asked her to go to the side and rest. Here, drink this. There's a small problem with your body. You need to rehydrate. She handed Louise a bottle of water. She gave her a look that told her to go back and talk. Thea then turned to look at the 2 soldiers. Fine. Isn't it just a political trick? I want to see how powerful your laboratory is. Of course, she knew the president. In fact, she was very familiar with him. He could be considered wise. He would never give the order to launch a nuclear bomb, send someone to kidnap someone, and finally cut them up for experiments. The truth was as expected. The president had been dealing with domestic affairs for a few days. He was in a bad mood and went hunting. Before he left, he handed over all the affairs to the prime minister. She knew this prime minister as well. Unfortunately, the prime minister was involved in another case and was under investigation by the Congress. Thea made 7 or 8 phone calls in a row before she figured out the situation. The other party was the opposition to the current president. The specific excuse was of course the same old cliché. Something about a threat to national security. Something about wanting what America had. If they really didn't have it, then they would destroy him. As for the reason why it was inconvenient to put it on the stage, it was nothing more than capturing Superman and causing a conflict between the two countries. Then, depending on the scale of the war, they would decide whether to take advantage of the situation or let the current president take the blame. Of course, if they could use this opportunity to research Superman's secret, that would be even better. Thea had no intention of getting involved in this political fight. After thinking for a while, she started to make calls again. Who didn't have a few friends in modern society? The opposition to the military also needed the support of businessmen. They also needed the help of the underground world to deal with things that were inconvenient for them. Thea had people on both sides. Many people were pressuring her. After all, the people who wanted to start a world war were always in the minority. The person in charge of the laboratory finally couldn't withstand the pressure from all sides. Half an hour later, Superman was released. Although he was miserably bombed, the power of the steel body was extraordinary. Electric saws, electric drills, and laser cuts didn't hurt him at all. A lot of metal dust fell off his body. After 10 minutes under the sun, his cells finally returned to their original state. After checking the radiation index, he brought the two back to the main hall. Outside the Hall of Justice, the Daily Planet was not far away. Thea knew that the couple still had things to say, so she prepared to leave. Louise wanted to say something but stopped. She wanted to ask what happened to her, but she didn't know where to start. "You're so lucky. Take this and practice." Thea took out a booklet that looked like a martial arts secret book and handed it to her. She prepared this for Thea. No matter how comprehensive the bodyguard was, it was not as good as her own. Moreover, Thea felt that she was about to break through, so she really didn't have time to run around wildly. Chapter 890. Summing up all the factors, what she prepared for her mother was psionic ability. Kerrigan had a wealth of theory and practical experience. The sharp insectoid mastermind was passed down from generation to generation. In order to make each generation stronger than the last, their secret knowledge was very helpful in developing the brains of intelligent life forms. Thea studied it and modified it to a suitable level for Earthlings. After explaining its use, she activated psionic ability for her mother. Mirror image, projection, and displacement. It didn't require much damage as long as it could save her in the face of danger, that was enough. She had specially written a document for this purpose. She didn't have such a relationship with Louise, so she naturally gave her a copy. Before she left, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Forgive me for being blunt, but this ability is very difficult to activate even with talent. Logically speaking, you shouldn't." Superman's attention also shifted to his wife. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but after Thea explained it in detail, he realized that his wife loved him to this extent. There were such cases in the records of Krypton where someone awakened psionic ability under extreme emotional agitation, but it was as rare as a panda. "Louise?" Superman looked emotional. Thea hurriedly interrupted Superman, who was about to show off his affection. "Can you wait until I leave? Does an accident count? There was an interview where I witnessed an intense gunfight. There was also a landslide and I was the only one who survived." Louise began to blabber on about her past. The more Thea listened, the more speechless she became. She had experienced all kinds of car accidents, bank robberies, cafe explosions, hostage-taking by fugitives. It was hard to say which one was the most stimulating and activated the psionic ability gene. The most amazing thing was that this big sister was also struck by lightning. When she was in 3rd grade, a bolt of lightning struck her. According to her mother, Louise lit up like a candle. Thea strongly suspected that it was this experience that gave her the psionic ability she had today. "It's not easy for you to live this long." The next time Barry said something about lightning choosing him, Thea could use Louise as an example. "Look, there's another one here who was struck by lightning." On the way home, she couldn't help but wonder if Louise's life as a main character was really that strong. He had just finished writing the teaching materials, and she had activated her spiritual ability right in front of him. What a coincidence. Superman and his wife returned to their apartment in Metropolis together. Superman was very tired. Not only was his body tired, but his heart was even more tired. Is human greed really so hard to satisfy? He asked his wife. If the gods can't do anything, what can I do? Raoul and Thea are smarter than me, but I believe that my Clark is the one who can bring hope to everyone. He is the son of Krypton, the Superman who grew up on Earth, and my husband. He will definitely find a way to solve all the problems. After Louise became the deputy director, her eloquent skills improved. She filled Superman with a big bowl of chicken soup and made him dizzy. He almost forgot his own name. Louise thought that everything would get better. Brother Superman slept at home for the night and was refreshed to do good deeds, but another problem came knocking on his door. Several helicopters stopped him in the air and wanted to take him to assist in the investigation. When he received the news, Thea was chatting with a few bankers. Batman called her out in a hurry. He came to the White House today using Bruce Wayne's alias. He was elegant and looked like a beast in human clothing. Looking for me at the White House? What's the matter? Superman has been taken away again. Batman looked like his master had been taken away again, and he had to go and rescue him. Thea was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? I just fished him out yesterday. Who is so disrespectful to the goddess of death? Aren't you afraid of digging coal after you die? Batman handed her an address. European Territorial Dispute and Reform Affairs Committee? Thea looked at it and took out the computer beside her to check. Such a temporary organization also wants to capture Superman? Their excuse is to summon Superman to explain the problem with the Fortress of Solitude. Thea rubbed her forehead. These people on Earth bullied the weak and feared the strong to the extreme. If they had the ability, go and capture Luthor or the Joker. Go to Arkham and ask them why they didn't abide by the United Nations Convention. They wanted to capture an honest man like Superman and bully him to death. It was true that as long as one was alive, the battle wouldn't stop. After so many torments, Superman still didn't change his mind. The stubbornness of the Kryptonians was evident. Who is behind this? Thea felt that Batman must have investigated. The Chess Association. A name that was neither familiar nor unfamiliar came out of his mouth. Thea sighed. The Chess Club, a superintelligence agency composed of agents from various countries, had already grown to a certain scale. They shared information with each other and relied on each other's connections. A large number of trained government agents had gathered together. They were not willing to be chess pieces, but they also wanted to be chess players. They only cared about the results and not the process. This was the operating principle of the agents. Relatively speaking, black-skinned Avatar was considered to have a higher moral standard among this group of people. As for the remaining group of people, each had a lower bottom line. The traitor Maxwell Lauder was one of the best among them. Someone saw him being resurrected by the White Lantern, but the Alliance never received any concrete evidence. Thea didn't shirk her responsibility anymore. Not long after a war of words, she rescued Superman again. Superman's face was livid. He had never been so angry even when facing Zod. Thea was afraid that he would tear down the White House. She asked for Batman's opinion and the three of them went to the Batcave to discuss in detail. This is too much. This is too much. Superman strolled around the house like a donkey. Bruce looked at him expressionlessly. Thea took 2 pieces of cake from the old butler. I said the Fortress of Solitude is my home. What did they say? They said that they suspected there were weapons of mass destruction inside and wanted to send an international observation team to check it out. Anything that could threaten them would be handed over to them for safekeeping and transfer. What a joke. Who gave them the right? Superman was like an injured lion roaring loudly. The chess club had crossed his bottom line. The Fortress of Solitude wasn't a weapon. It was just a home where he missed his parents. Now these people wanted to get their hands on it. Even Thea was angry when she heard this. She even felt that these people wanted to provoke Superman and cause chaos so that they could seize power. Clark, calm down. Don't be controlled by anger. Batman tried to persuade him. I'm very calm. I want to go back and protect my home. If they dare to come. With that, he walked out of the Batcave and flew towards the North Pole. The two of them were silent for a while. Bruce, let Superman rest for a while. I'll take this opportunity to rest for a few days too. Don't call me for any recent activities. With that, she also left the Batcave. Earth was important, but her own strength was the most important. She had been stuck at this level for a while. It was time to make some breakthroughs. Chapter 891. Thea now had a big family and business. It was not easy for her to go on a trip like this. The chess club was made up of a group of ordinary agents. Batman volunteered to investigate. Whether it was the law or the superheroes who destroyed their bases, he was responsible for it. Thea did not care. It seemed to be a small group of people's ambition, but it was actually a political problem. To put it bluntly, the agents did not have a promotion. Not all agents could be the president. They had worked hard for more than 10 years. What they did had to be kept secret from their families. Some even had to hide their identities. They did not even have a chance to show off in front of others. Marvel's shield had the same problem, but it was more prominent. Was the idea of Hydra really attractive? What a joke. An organization that had been passed down for thousands of years had long gone astray. The name of this organization could be Hydra, three-headed snake, or five-headed snake. The reason why they rebelled together was that there was no promotion. The agents were looking for a way to change. They studied hard, trained hard, and finally stood out in the selection. They could either become the king of agents with scars all over their bodies, or return to ordinary people with missing arms and legs. After paying such a high price, the people in power still treated them as pawns. They gave them the name Chess Club to disgust them. No one would do that. Ordinary people could only endure injustice. The agents were different. They had guns and were very capable. Naturally, they wanted to do something big. Thea mentioned this to her mother, but there were not many ways. Moira was already the most powerful president in recent years. It was not convenient for her to repeatedly intervene in the intelligence system. Whether it was the FBI or the Heaven's Eye Society, they were supervised and proved that they were part of the country's operation system. However, the White House's authority was limited to this. To further pressure and investigate the organization's internal affairs, they would need to cooperate with several parties, such as the Congress and the military. After the discussion, they could only let Batman cause trouble in the beginning. After that, they would forcibly disband the chess club and arrest a few of the leaders. The rest of the small fries would be scattered and reorganized. Some of them would be transferred to civilian positions. In the future, they would provide more transfer opportunities for the recruited agents and improve their welfare. Whether it was the research lab or the military, they would have more choices. Political matters were very troublesome. They could only leave it to their mother. They left the White House and returned to Star City. Oliver began to recruit thugs again and was going to ask Thea for some advice. Looking at the guy on the screen who was holding two guns, wearing a football team uniform and a hockey mask, she curled her lips. Wild dog. I don't think highly of this guy. He has the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. What's the point of keeping him? In her opinion, this kind of person was neither firm nor determined, nor capable. She did not know what was wrong with him. He came out to do justice, but in the end he would either be shot to death in an alley or betray his boss and walk another path. In short, he was not a good person. Seeing that Thea had such a low opinion of Wild Dog, Oliver, who had a sister complex, immediately changed his mind. Originally he had planned to investigate this matter, but now he had no intention of doing so. The brother and sister talked for a while, and Oliver talked about his illegitimate son. William doesn't look like me. Seeing Thea's strange look, he hurriedly explained, I'm not talking about his looks, I'm talking about his personality. Indeed, that child is a little cowardly, but to be fair, he is a smart child. Oliver smiled. Yes, I've always been bad at studying. I hope he can become a scientist in the future. Although he said it casually, Thea could still hear that he was a little unhappy. His son could not inherit his legacy, and their personalities were also very different. Oliver was a little disappointed in this child, but he was also a little excited about the child that was about to be born. After telling them that she would be away for a while, Thea finally went to the Sahara. The two goddesses told her about Circe as a joke. In order to prevent Superman from overreacting, she still stayed on Earth for 3 days. Come back soon. Their foreheads were pressed together and they smelled each other's breath. The two did not speak for a long time. After kissing Diana goodbye, she began her journey in the universe. A few planets outside the solar system were affected by the black and white. A few major families were severely damaged, and now they were closing their doors and licking their wounds. Originally, they had the tendency to leave Earth and establish themselves as kings, but now they were all well behaved. Without alerting anyone, she took a few glances. The indigenous forces of the original planets were rising, but they could not make a big wave in the face of advanced weapons. The people on Earth may not be a match for them in terms of science and abilities, but they were experts in scheming. She was not worried at all. The development of the Ibn Trade Association was very normal. The gorilla Grud was like a local tyrant here. He ate and slept every day, woke up and played and slept again when he was tired. His life was beautiful. Thea was not so leisurely. She was seizing the time to make a breakthrough. She repeatedly compared the painting that obtained most of Raoul's power and the contract with Judas. Both of them were very helpful to her, but unfortunately they were not enough. The two-dimensional world still did not give birth to life. Although there was light and time, it was still two-dimensional. It would not suddenly explode and turn into Earth 53. There was an insurmountable gap between living beings and non-living beings. The other contract with Judas was a little disappointing. It was not the spear of fate that killed Jesus directly. The effect was much worse, and she could not understand this kind of death. It had a strong taste of fate and a little bit of martyrdom. She had no love for it. She could help others, but martyrdom? What a joke. She did not have enough understanding of life. After 3 days of seclusion in the Ibn Trade Association, she finally saw her shortcomings. She had seen too few lives. She had never seen a chance to hover between life and death and fight to the death for a chance of survival. According to traditional habits, this time should be looking for a breakthrough point between life and death. She should challenge those of a higher level and kill those of a higher level. However, this method was not suitable for her. Her level was too high, and there were only a few famous people in the universe who could exchange blows with her. Regardless of whether she won or lost, once the battle started, half of the universe she was currently in would be blown up. It was not a good idea. Killing ordinary lives was not only against the purpose of the White Lantern, but also touched her bottom line. Fortunately, she had a big brain and quickly thought of a way. If she did not kill, she could let others kill her. She did not have the horror of being between life and death. She could watch others struggle. The largest coliseum in the universe? Grud, who was as happy as a fool, was confused by the young lady's question after a day of crazy fun. No, it shouldn't be. Not everyone in the universe is law-abiding. Thea looked at him as if he could not think of an answer. Chapter 892. The gorilla frowned in a very human-like manner. After a long time, it thumped its palms and said, "Miss Styx. I heard that she controls 7 sectors and does a lot of slave trading. She also runs this gladiator arena." Miss Styx? Thea was very unhappy. Where did this Tom, Dick, and Harry come from? How dare they use such a name? Thinking about it carefully, Guardian Hollyba did have this name in his memory. She could control 7 sectors under the threat of the Green Lantern Corps, so she must be an expert. She immediately waved her hand and set off. She wanted to see how strong this Miss Styx was. She called Fiora, who had recovered from her injuries, and the 3 of them led 1,500 guards, 11 level 8 spaceships, and a level 9 flagship into the depths of the universe. Jared hugged his laptop and hid in a corner to watch Animal World. It was a super long video recorded by the Earth's government, and it was full of gorillas. Thea accidentally glanced at it and felt that it was too painful to watch, so she ignored it. Fiora looked out of the window with some melancholy. The gorgeous scenery of the universe didn't make her feel much better. She wanted to speak a few times, but she swallowed her words. "You want to revive General Zod?" Thea asked tentatively. "He's your adoptive father. Why don't you revive him? I heard that your relationship has always been very good." Fiora didn't answer and instead asked a question. Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Robert was about to become a model, but fortunately, there was an example that stopped many heroes who wanted to revive their loved ones. As for the loyal female adjutant who had been secretly working for her, Fiora didn't believe her even if she didn't talk about those high and mighty things. Fate is a wonderful thing. My premonition tells me that old Robert's mission has ended. If I forcefully revive him, the consequences will definitely become something I don't want to see. Then what about my fate? Is my fate still there? It might be a little boastful, but when your fate and mine intertwined, it has already changed. Thea's words were very sincere. Then let me continue to follow you. Thank you for your help. It's my honor. The two of them were like kings and vassals in ancient times, completing their conversation with a few simple words. Fiora didn't mention the resurrection of Zod again, and Thea didn't reiterate her grand plan to restore Krypton. With kryptonite, Zod would only have meaning. Without kryptonite, Zod would only live in pain. The fleet sailed for a day and stopped at a planet called Glen in Sector 313. Gertrude woke up the young mistress. Everyone opened the cabin door and walked out slowly. He needed to keep a low profile on Earth and maintain his identity as a hero. There was no need for that in outer space. Here, gentleness, respect, and frugality were not the norm. One had to take out as much strength as one could muster. The law of the jungle was the law here. Thea tidied herself up. She was wearing a long black dress with a hollowed-out stomach, revealing the beautiful waistline of her lower abdomen. Countless golden threads flickered in the long dress. The threads were taken from the tendons of the devourer, a giant beast that relied on absorbing the energy of the planet to survive. This creature had been extinct for a long time. It was a treasure stored by the previous leader of the Commerce Alliance. The other party had stored it for many years. Most likely he was preparing to make some kind of divine weapon. In the end, it fell into the hands of Thea and was cut into a dress. Many functions were wasted, but there were still a bunch of functions left, such as high-speed flight, strength and speed enhancement, and 4,000 degrees of fire projection. If this long dress were to be thrown on Earth, it would be like Starchaser's staff. It would be no problem to create a superhero. Of course, there was a price to pay. Several planets were destroyed, and the constant curse of intelligent life was transferred to the owner of the long dress along with the devourer. However, Thea didn't care. The curse was easily dissolved. Wearing the dress was a symbol of strength. She wore a necklace around her swan-like neck. 12 jade beads of the same size were strung together. Those were the star cores left behind after the polishing of 12 stars. She also had a long cloak, which was a specialty of hell. It was woven with the feathers of fallen angels. Because of Lucifer's example, many angels fell into hell in order to obtain power. At first glance, fallen angels sounded awesome, but in fact that was not the case. Lucifer was awesome because he was the son of God. Even if he became a slime, he would still be awesome. It had nothing to do with fallen angels. Ordinary angels fell in all kinds of ways. Lucifer was a god in the world he created all day long. His poor relatives who came from heaven to seek refuge were all miserable. Fortunately, the demons gave face to the boss of hell and didn't kill them all. But the fallen angels who couldn't continue their lives could only rely on selling feathers to survive. That was why there was this cloak with high magic resistance. Thea chose a few of the remaining dragon tooth earrings, devil's heart, and all kinds of top jewelry. As a very famous planet in the universe, Planet Glen had 11 8th-level warships and a 9th-level flagship. A fleet of this size was not common. Many people wandered around the tarmac, waiting for further news so that they could inform their behind-the-scenes bosses. 1,500 soldiers stood in 2 rows, and Sia led Fire Gruder out of the tent. Her cold temperament, graceful and luxurious clothes, light makeup and dark lip gloss made her look like a queen descending to the ground. Majestic, solemn, and inviolable. Beauty and death coexisted, and her every frown and smile seemed to contain murderous intent. Many spies seemed to be ready to take a closer look at this strong dragon. But when they looked at Thea, they didn't see the real person. They just looked at the figure and felt a sharp pain. There doesn't seem to be any powerful people here? The female adjutant automatically looked around. There was no red sun, not even a star. The planet seemed to be illuminated by a kind of purple algae material. It was like a huge plant that went straight into the sky, providing light through its own internal circulation. The surface of the planet was full of countless races. All of them were fierce and wanted to carve a few words on their forehead like, "I'm not to be trifled with." Barbaric killing, hatred, and all kinds of emotions could be seen everywhere here. Reuter doesn't like it here. The gorilla was pulled from his happy nest here. He didn't want to, but in order to stay close to Thea and not be abandoned, he endured it and came. "Just control one and see if we're in the right place," Thea said indifferently. "Control who?" The gorilla was a good citizen for a long time and didn't react for a while. "Anything. Pick one that you like." Reuter was overjoyed. He couldn't control people with his mind on Earth, and he couldn't use it on a few familiar planets. He almost forgot that he had this ability. Chapter 893. Her innate ability was still powerful. Even if she didn't use it for 100 years, there would be no problem. Soon, a 2-meter-tall, stout alien with a height of more than 250 kilograms was directly controlled. It only took Jared a little time to read all the alien's memories. "Boss, it's here. There is a small competition in the arena every 3 days and a big competition every 5 days. The earliest competition is in 2 days. Every time the competition starts, some funds are needed." Thea waved her hand. "You can find someone to do the specific work. You don't have to tell me. Buy me the best seat with the widest view. I want to watch from a close distance." Jared was still very reliable. Money and mind control. Knowing that Thea was going to stay here for a few more days, the group bought a large building and roped in a bunch of small forces to act as spies. In order to prevent them from joining hands to cheat him, a bunch of small forces were mixed. Some of them were controlled, some were bought. No one knew the situation of each other, so there was no way to connect them. The stands of the arena were also bought. It was the exclusive stand of an interstellar slave master. The slave master had an anti-mind control device and was not afraid of Jared. He was even prepared to fight back. However, after Fiora dismantled his battleship with her bare hands, he obediently gave up the stand and ran away. The arena was 800 meters in diameter and could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. There was a barrier set up in the stands, which could be opened or closed if one felt that his ability was better than others. In short, the design was humane. When Thea entered the arena, many of the stands were already full. The noisy environment made her frown slightly. Looking around, Thea was not satisfied with her position because there was a higher and bigger stand above her. Jared hurriedly explained that it was the private land of the planet's owner, Miss Styx. It was usually not open to the public. Send someone to keep an eye on it. When that guy comes, if I'm still on this planet at that time, inform me. Thea did not know how long she would have to watch it. Maybe she would break through after watching it for a while. Maybe she would have to watch it for 10 days or half a month. How dare an alien sit on her head? When the time comes, she must have a good talk about it. Getting rid of the distracting thoughts, she began to focus on the fight at hand. The host of the gladiator arena was a faceless fellow. That's right, he did not have any facial features such as eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. His entire face was just skin, and there was a crack from his chin to his throat. That was where the voice came from. This host didn't even need to put on makeup in a horror movie world. If she was thrown into an amusement park, she could scare a few children and old men to death. The faceless host began to blabber on and on about the opening remarks to liven up the atmosphere. Thea was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. She closed her eyes and waited for the competition to begin. From time to time, fireworks would be shot out from the arena. The audience had already started to cheer for their respective targets. Of course, they were not cheering for nothing. The daily expenses of such a huge arena were terrifying. The money they earned from selling tickets was not enough at all. Betting on the outcome of the battle was the main source of income. Advanced weapons, slaves, minerals, and planets could all be traded in this gamble. Lacerator. Bones. Bones. The emotions of the audience reached a peak. The host introduced the results of both sides and then waved his hand to signal the start of the match. The two gates at the bottom of the gladiator arena slowly rose. A burly man with 3 eyes and brown skin walked out from one side. Looking at the long tusks at the side of his mouth, Thea felt that this guy was a bit like an orc in the game. The guy who looked like an orc held 2 machetes in his hands and roared at the crowd around him. The audience could not understand what he was shouting. It was probably not something good. However, seeing that he was making money for them, a bunch of people still gave him their blessings. On the other hand, the guy who came out from the other side was a little more skillful. 3 robots dragged a chain and pulled out a green plant. The plant looked like a cabbage that had been magnified 100 times. It could only move with a few roots. Even if it was pulled by the robots, its speed was still very slow. It had a messy sunflower head with 3 circles of fine teeth inside. Some mucus leaked from its big mouth from time to time, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. That big guy is the lacerator. This plant is called bones. It means that it only eats meat and not bones, a small leader reported to Jared, who then reported to Her Majesty the Queen. Just take a look. Her interest was not great. This level of strength was indeed powerful to deal with Vigilante, but in her opinion there was no highlight. Only the orc's desperate fight might be worth watching. Ordinary people may not be able to see it, but in her eyes the orc was bound to lose. He was already scarred. In the face of a strong enemy who was enough to crush him, he had no chance of winning at all. Did you arrange it? She asked as if nothing had happened. Jared scratched his big head and admitted it. Although Thea had just arrived, the organizers of the gladiator arena were not good people. It was the rule here to regularly deal with a batch of defective products. Now, this account was an extra sum of black money into their personal pockets. They really had no reason to stop it. Jared wanted his boss to realize it earlier and go home earlier. The person in charge of the gladiator arena had extra income, so the two sides hit it off. Thea was not a saint. This orc who was tens of thousands of light years away was killed by her own men. She didn't care. She just wanted to see if the orc could give her some inspiration on the edge of life and death. The orc had been through hundreds of battles. Of course, he could see the strength of his opponent, but he had no way out. He could only fight hard. The 2 swords slashed wildly and the juice of the giant man-eating plant splashed, but that was it. This thing's self-healing ability was amazing. After a cut, it grew back by itself in 2 seconds. There was no flame weapon to suppress its high-speed growth. It was simply a joke. The orc's courage and belief were exerted to the extreme, but he still couldn't save the game. In a desperate blow, except for cutting off a root of the giant plant, he had no other achievements. The price he paid was that half of his body was bitten off and he died on the spot. The strength gap is too great. Next time arrange a little less but not so much. After telling Jared, Thea turned back to rest. In the next month she watched a total of 9 small matches and 5 big matches. The so-called small matches were one-on-one fights, while the big matches were group fights. Regardless of the size, there could only be one survivor. The person in charge of the gladiator arena, the faceless host, the captain of the guards, and several managers were making a lot of money. With such a high death rate, the audience's mood was also very high. The public accounts of the gladiator arena were also making a lot of money. They could exceed the performance of every match. The few people in charge were very happy. They could complete the orders of their superiors and make money at the same time. Why not? Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The harmonious and stable gladiator arena finally attracted the attention of the boss. The warriors on their side were depleted too quickly. The leader, who called herself Miss Styx, had already informed her subordinates that she would come for an inspection. Chapter 894. Compared to the slave-like ruling structure under Miss Styx, the faceless host preferred the atmosphere of the Commerce Alliance. In his view, Jared was like a god who could do anything. He could read minds and control thoughts as he wished. He could create an army with just a thought. Jared, who was already so strong that he had no friends, still had his boss. Although the faceless host did not have eyes, his racial talent gave him another kind of vision. In his view, the energy contained in Thea's body exceeded his definition of the concept of energy. In summary, he could only describe her as very powerful. He was preparing to join the Commerce Alliance, but he was limited by his own abilities. He could not determine who was stronger between this person and Miss Styx, but he knew that they were both stronger than him. After receiving the news that Miss Styx was about to arrive, he hurriedly informed Jared. Miss Styx was in seclusion, sleeping. Jared found the female adjutant. The female adjutant asked for the direction and looked outside the planet. It was also a level 9 civilization battleship. Although the facilities were completely different, the functions were similar. The female adjutant quickly determined that this was the flagship. If Miss Styx did not like to play tricks, then she must be inside. An extraordinary-looking alien automatically entered his field of vision. He was only about 1.7 meters tall, had indigo skin, a large face, and a pair of eyes without any white. They were as black as the night sky, with a faint yellow light in them. There was also a pair of eyes at the position of her eyebrows. They were also black with little yellow light, but they were several times smaller than the main eyes. They seemed to be open but not open. The woman was wearing a purple robe with gold embroidery. When she felt Fiora's gaze, she tilted her head and glanced over. However, she didn't have supervision and didn't notice anything unusual on her spaceship. Your senses are very sharp, but your body's reaction is not like a warrior's. I will go and learn from this strong person who can control 7 sectors under the suppression of the Green Lantern Corps. Jared only responded with an "oh." Fiora rose into the air and flew toward the enemy's flagship. The female adjutant did not go against the battleship. Earth's nuclear bomb could knock out Superman, but that was only a level 3 civilization, not a level 4 one. She was not Thea and could not take the main cannon of a level 9 civilization battleship head-on. Staying high in the sky, Lady Styx waited for Lady Styx to walk out of the battleship. Only then did she break through the air and rush in front of her. In Fiora's eyes, Miss Styx's movements were slightly slow, but in the eyes of ordinary people, she was also considered to be the kind of person who was very fast. She quickly set up a purple barrier on the surface of her body. She glanced at her surroundings and her subordinates. There were no ambushes or betrayals. Her originally nervous heartstrings relaxed by half. He focused on the newcomer. Was it a woman? So fast. Who are you? Miss Styx didn't want to fight in a muddle-headed way. She liked to watch others fight, but she wasn't interested in it. At the same time, Fiora was also evaluating his opponent in several aspects. His opponent's speed was definitely inferior to his, and his strength was likely even worse. However, the universe was vast and filled with all sorts of strange things. His opponent had dominated 7 sectors, so it was normal for him to have some strange abilities. In fact, this ability was definitely incomparably powerful, so powerful that even the Green Lantern Corps had to be wary of it. Your name is not good. Some people don't like to hear it. The female adjutant answered honestly. Madame Styx's face was covered in paste. The name my parents gave me when I was born was Styx. Who do you think you are? What does this have to do with you? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Even though she didn't like to fight personally, she was still unhappy. Fiora didn't speak much, but he revealed quite a lot of information. This person who was flying over at high speed was under someone's orders. Was there someone behind her? Just a pawn passing on a message. You'll regret insulting Miss Styx. She raised her hand, and a huge rock weighing over 100 kilograms flew from the side, smashing towards Fiora at high speed as though there was no resistance. Metahumans? Fiora continued to analyze. Under Death Knell's command, the Earth Lady could also control some rocks, but compared to this Miss Styx, she was simply too weak. Fiora didn't take it head-on. He flew at high speed, circled behind Miss Styx, and punched with all his might at lightning speed. The speed of this punch was so fast that it caused the air to be compressed to the sides automatically. Many of Miss Styx's subordinates didn't even understand what was going on before they were pushed dozens of meters away by the wind resistance. The powerful force hit the purple barrier, and like a bell in a temple, the echo spread into the air, buzzing non-stop. Both of them were shocked. Fiora wasn't Superman who would casually fight 20 rounds with any enemy. The female adjutant would use her full strength in every battle, but she didn't expect that her full-strength attack wouldn't be able to shatter the opponent's barrier. She was shocked, but Miss Styx was even more shocked. As a mutant among the long-lived species, she had already forgotten how many years it had been since she faced her opponent head-on. Fiora's attack made her recall an emotion she hadn't felt for a long time, fear. Even though she wasn't as familiar as Thea, she had worn the yellow lamp for many years and had fused with the parallax monster. Fiora had her own understanding of fear, and she immediately realized that the opponent was lacking in battle experience and had the weakness of fear. Humph, you're still quite sturdy? Look at this. Her eyes were scarlet red, and a heat comparable to the core of the sun was shot out. The heat ray hit Miss Styx's barrier, and under the high temperature, the barrier even had a hint of bending. Don't look down on me. She seemed to have seen the trace of contempt at the corner of Fiora's mouth. The pride of dominating 7 sectors made Miss Styx unable to back down. Strength was the cornerstone of her rule, and she had to defeat the enemy, especially when considering that the opponent was only a vanguard. Miss Styx's eyes glowed with yellow light, and her spiritual power surged. The surrounding air became dense, and 2 purple-skinned stone golems walked out from the ground shakily. Fiora followed Thea every day. Even though she didn't know how to do it, her knowledge wasn't low. These 2 stone golems looked incomparably stupid, and their appearance was even worse. However, they had their own weak consciousness and didn't need the control of their master, which was very impressive. Could it be that this Miss Styx could bestow the stone golems a soul? Fiora retracted her heat ray and dodged the boulders flying from the ground. The 2 stone golems could attack autonomously, and with Miss Styx, the 3 of them were like 3 turrets and all kinds of boulders whizzed towards her. She made a nimble turn in the air, and like a flash of lightning, she punched the stone golem upside down. Stone golems, metal golems, and treants were never known for their fast reactions. The muddle-headed stone golems had no time to react at all. In the face of Fiora's punch that could break a mountain peak, they could only stupidly take it head-on. Boom. The stone golem was smashed into rubble. Previously, the stone golem was covered with a purple light, which blocked the supervision of the Kryptonians. Now that it had turned into stone, Fiora naturally wanted to take a good look at the mystery behind it. Chapter 895. There were no signs of life, no energy reaction, just like the stones that could be seen everywhere. What kind of ability is this? It's not bad. In the blink of an eye, she had smashed another stone man, but her tone was uncomfortable, as if she was praising a junior. Not to mention that the 2 were fighting, even if she asked sincerely, Lady Styx wouldn't tell her. Realizing that the 2 stone men couldn't defeat the enemy, Lady Styx finally used her trump card. The pair of extremely small eyes opened at the same time, and in addition to the 2 large eyes, the 4 eyes mixed with her own spiritual power formed a unique purple mist. The purple mist gave people a heavy feeling like a mountain range, and even with supervision, they could only see that something was rapidly forming in the mist. First it was the arms, then the torso, legs and head. 2 crystal-clear humanoid creatures with diamond-like bodies walked out. Compared to the previous stone men, their faces were much more detailed, and their facial features could be roughly distinguished. In contrast, their speed, strength, and defense began to multiply. One of the diamond men raised its left hand, and a sharp spike suddenly emerged from the ground. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and Fiora twisted her waist to the side, almost unable to avoid it. Even this thing knows how to use its ability? Amazing. The female adjutant couldn't help but be impressed. Fiora could see that this diamond man and the previous stone men had appeared out of thin air. She had smashed them to pieces, but the remains of the stone men still remained on the ground, not disappearing, nor turning into smoke or anything else. Turning the void into reality. This Lady Styx could be said to be valiant. Perhaps her ability was singular, but she was continuously strong. She could exist forever after being summoned, and she didn't have overwhelming strength, so she couldn't instantly kill the Diamond Men. Perhaps this was the main reason why the Green Lantern Corps didn't want to provoke her? Fiora was also once a villain, and when she put herself in her shoes, she felt that this was most likely the case. In essence, it was similar to what she had guessed. The guards in Lady Styx's nest were all Diamond Men. But today she was passing by the arena from another planet, and was stopped here by Fiora before she could even go home. However, creating Diamond Men required a lot of spiritual power, and it required Lady Styx's pair of mutated eyes, which was also a heavy burden for her. Fiora took a deep breath. After compressing his lungs, he exhaled a large amount of cold air. The freezing air spread rapidly. The ground, sky and rocks were all dyed white. It was like a snow dragon that crazily swept towards the Diamond Man. The Diamond Man, who bore the brunt of the attack, was frozen solid. However, this thing did not completely obey the laws of physics. The Diamond Man's head in the ice moved slightly, proving that he was not dead. Fiora's competitive spirit was ignited. He took another breath and blew it out. Another Diamond Man raised a barrier with both hands, trying to block the cold air. Lady Styx also endured the headache and slapped the ground with both hands. A magma heat flow with a diameter of several meters shot out from the Earth's core at high speed. Fiora was not afraid. While maintaining the frost breath, he extended his hand to block the lava flow. The strength of the Kryptonian was evident. Miss Styx had no good way to deal with her. She could only counter her moves as she fought, trying to figure out her opponent's flaws. Power? She was so strong that she had no friends. At least, Miss Styx had never seen anyone stronger than her. Speed? It was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch up with the naked eye. And this was under the premise that Lady Styx herself was the standard. Endurance? The other party had been fighting for a long time, and there was no sign of exhaustion. As for the remaining heat ray and frost breath, they were all unsolvable abilities. Damn. Where did this strong enemy come from? Lady Styx was puzzled. Shouldn't an enemy of this level be the leader of a certain force in the universe? Both parties exchanged a few more moves. Fiora attacked several times, but Lady Styx's defensive means were outstanding. Flash, displacement, mirror image. If he could not outrun her, he could still rely on the purple shield to resist. In short, the other party fully demonstrated the characteristics of a long-lived species that cherished life. She might not have many offensive means, but she had a lot of life-saving skills. Fiora followed her and fought from the ground to the sky, then to outer space and finally back to the ground. However, he still could not take her down. Lady Styx wanted to run, but she was too slow in space. On the ground, she could absorb a part of the Earth's power to replenish herself, but it was impossible in space. Fiora was flying, and she was not confident that she could escape. Just as she was about to use some words to communicate with the other party, a woman in black walked out from beside Fiora. She was cold and dignified. Just one look was enough to make one feel immense pressure. The other party was also looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she was looking at goods. This made Lady Styx, who dominated 7 sectors, feel both embarrassed and angry. But when she saw Fiora lowering her head slightly and taking half a step back, her heart sank. Thea did not make much progress in studying the two-dimensional world. She fell asleep while watching, but the scale of their battle was getting bigger and bigger. It was hard not to sense it. Knowing that the master of this planet had returned, she came out to take a look. It had to be said that Lady Styx was very strong. She had no problem taking on a little blue guardian alone. With the enhancement of fear, Fiora had already surpassed the standard of the original spacetime. He was not too far away from the super Kryptonians like Kier. Even with such strong strength, he was only able to fight to a draw. It could be seen that the universe was full of hidden talents. You are that Lady Styx? What a great name, hee. Thea said in a clear voice. How can I say no? You have got the wrong person. Lady Styx had raised her level of alertness to the highest level. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would know that this woman was definitely stronger than the previous one. With her high concentration, the 2 small eyes on her eyebrows struggled to open again. Her mental strength surged, and the surrounding sand and stones gently floated up, like a circle of silent guards. Thea looked sideways. The universe was so unfair. This Lady Styx was a mutant among the long-lived species. Ordinary Earthlings would think that they were awesome if they mutated, But Earthlings had short lifespans and a huge population base. What about the long-lived species? Could there be 1,000 of them in the universe? Other than the little blue guardian, Thea had seen another long-lived species with special abilities before. That was the red light leader Attikitis. He had a kind of divination similar to the ancient witch doctor. She did not expect to see another one today. Fiora whispered a few words in her ear. Thea looked at the stone and diamond men. Creating them out of thin air and have their own behavior patterns? Fiora nodded. Only then did Thea take a closer look. She had not taken the stone golems seriously before, as there were too many similar tricks. Summoning the stone men was similar to the 5 tigers breaking the gate blade in the Wuxia dimension. It sounded like an exclusive skill of a minor character. Chapter 896. Thea didn't expect that although this thing was summoned, it would never disappear. This ability suddenly became valuable. Just like how they used magic, the lamp ring, and even the power of the soul, psionic power, and the oasis created by Raoul, the creation turned into air after the initial energy was exhausted. She had never heard of something that could exist forever. But Miss Styx's creation could exist forever. Thea's vision was far better than Fiora's. She could see that whether it was the stone or diamond people, they didn't have much soul information. At most, they were like the ordinary insects of the sharp insect tribe, with a little muddle-headed consciousness. But this was also very precious. You're a talent. Thea was prepared to kill this person who called herself Styx in seconds, but now she changed her mind. Before Miss Styx could speak, she saw a black light. The purple shield that she relied on to run rampant in the universe was directly penetrated. The power of the soul that she usually used freely seemed to be cut off in an instant because a white jade-like palm was strangling her neck. Unlike the super Kryptonian, Higher knew many of her moves and was stronger than Miss Styx, so he took a little longer. But this Miss Styx was too biased. Her ability was powerful, but her speed was her biggest weakness. Naturally, she was crushed by Thea in all aspects. I'll change my name, let me go. With her ability cut off, the long-lived species was no different from ordinary people. They were all mortals and would still die if they were stabbed in the vitals. At this time, Miss Styx hated the parents who named her. They were too deceitful. Because of a name, she provoked such a strong enemy. Thea thought for a while. I'm the goddess of death. Your name is a little offensive, but I'll be magnanimous and forgive you. If you forgive me, then let me go. Miss Styx gave her a bitter smile that she thought was very humble. Just as Miss Styx was pondering, this person in front of her couldn't be the temperamental type who said yes but backstabbed, right? It turned out that the young lady was still very kind. She released her jade-like hands and Lady Styx fell to the ground, paralyzed. Being choked was not a pleasant feeling. Panting heavily, she finally managed to escape from the gates of hell and back. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. She had already tossed the matter of the gladiator arena's audit to the back of her mind. Run immediately. Step back? He didn't move. When he exerted more strength, he realized that not only were his legs unable to move, even his body was no longer under his control. Thea's hand left her, and her spirit power automatically recovered. At this time, Miss Styx felt a strange spirit power controlling her body. This ability was not rare. This was a powerful mind controller. Tracing back to the source, she soon saw a silly ape-like creature. It even waved at her charmingly naive. Many aliens had the ability to control minds, but even if she knew, she didn't have a good way to crack it. In the past, she relied on her strong spiritual power to break through. Now that Grud's spiritual power was not inferior to hers, it was very awkward. Spirit power had a lot of uses and it could be seen from the way they used it. Styx had a high degree of spiritual power development. She could create things out of thin air, turn virtual into reality, use shields, fly, trigger fire, and teleport. Her spiritual power was mostly used for external release, and Grud, who was stupid, didn't study his ability at all. In Thea's opinion, Grud's spiritual power had regressed by at least 30% compared to the original time and space. Although it lacked changes, it was relatively more focused. Grud was definitely not Miss Styx's opponent, and he would die miserably. However, Grud got a bargain. Miss Styx had just been released by Thea, and her spiritual power had not been mobilized yet. She was caught off guard. I won't kill you, but you can stay with me for a few days. Is that okay? Thea asked calmly. Her whole body was stiff, and Miss Styx could only give a signal with her eyes to show her obedience. Thea looked carefully for a long time, but she didn't see anything. The whites of Miss Styx's eyes were black, and she couldn't see anything. However, in order to maintain the image of a goddess, She nodded and signaled Grid to let her go. I will keep an eye on you, Fiora whispered in her ear. Miss Styx rubbed her neck and moved her body. She was very unhappy. How dare you threaten me in my house? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? But she really didn't dare to provoke them. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the universal law. It was not unusual to be a ruler in the morning and a slave at night. After a little hesitation, she felt that her life was not in danger and she was relieved. She wanted to see what these guys were doing here. Grid stood there and waited for orders, but he saw that Thea had been studying the Diamond Man. He wanted to call her a bumpkin, but when he thought of Grid's mind reading, he quickly stopped and counted sheep in his mind. Hey, come here. Tell me, how did you summon this Diamond Man? Thea didn't treat her as an outsider. Miss Styx wanted to tell her that her name was not Hay, but her name was too hateful. She didn't dare to say her real name. Hay was just Hay. Since she was under someone else's roof, she answered very straightforwardly. From the theory to the process, she blabbered on and on. In order to show that she was obedient, she summoned another one out of thin air. After all, one of them was frozen by Fiora and the other one was half crippled. There wasn't much reference value. Thea frowned slightly. She asked several times, but Miss Styx summoned the Stone Man out of instinct. She knew it, but she didn't know why. In essence, she was an Earth ability user, which was basically the same as the Stone Woman. At most, her ability was 100 times stronger. Can you give it life? Thea casually made a Stone Man, but her attainment was high enough. The Stone Man had eyes and a nose, and it was lifelike, like a work of art. It was unlike Miss Styx's stone men, which were piled up with big stones. Miss Styx naturally saw how easy it was. Thea's Stone Man was more beautiful than her Diamond Man, and this was just a casual wave of the other party. She carefully felt it with her own spiritual power. No, this doesn't resonate with me at all. At the same time, she carefully looked at Thea's expression. This girl wouldn't be angry, right? Well, see if you can create a life in here? Thea took out her two-dimensional world. She didn't know magic or divine power, but as a long-lived species, Miss Styx's vision was really sharp. She only saw the two-dimensional world for the first time, and she saw the extraordinary thing in it. This is a world that is being nurtured? Thea nodded and expressed her appreciation for her vision. Miss Styx stared at her. Who was this woman? Was she going to reach the level of creation? Chapter 897. Thea coughed and pointed at the two-dimensional world drawn on the dragon's skin. Miss Styx hurriedly calmed herself down. Being able to participate in the creation of the world was also an immeasurable wealth for her. She opened her 4 eyes to the maximum and mobilized all her spiritual power, trying to communicate with the soil in the two-dimensional world. At the same time, she was also observing this world. There was land or river and most importantly light and time. She didn't know that Rao had died in the two-dimensional world by accident. She couldn't figure out how Sia had done it. She could actually seal a small part of the time in the two-dimensional world. This was not something that could be described as magical. Moreover, with the accumulation of a large amount of energy, the two-dimensional world actually had a sun. Although the sky and earth in this world were round and the sun rose in the east and set in the west, which was very different from the revolution of the universe, it was not a big problem. It could be perfected in the future. Miss Styx's face turned red as she tried to connect with the soil in the two-dimensional world. Thea also looked at her nervously. No, I have too much energy. That world is rejecting me. After a full 10 minutes, she put down the dragon's skin and said with a little fear, "Oh, it's okay. Try again." Thea said and patted her back. Miss Styx only felt that 90% of her spiritual power, which was like seawater, was cut off. Now it was only the level of a ditch. Was she that weak? How could her ability be sealed so easily? Miss Styx wanted to cry but had no tears. She could only try to connect with the two-dimensional world again. This time it took a little longer. At first, Grid stood majestically, then sat down, and finally he just lay down. It still doesn't seem to work. My ability is still lacking. If I can take another step, maybe I can? Miss Styx found that Thea's face was solemn as she stared at her coldly, as if there was a layer of frost hanging on her face. She hesitated for a long time and barely finished her sentence. After that, she anxiously waited for the result like a prisoner waiting for approval. Thea's bright and clear eyes swept across her neck. Miss Styx was shocked and sweated profusely. She deeply understood how difficult it was to create life. Creating a new life and a new world out of nothing. Not to mention Miss Styx, even the son of God, Lucifer, who had 50% of God's ability, felt that it was extremely difficult. He had to join hands with Michael to create a new world. It was really difficult to achieve success in one go. Of course, she was not an unreasonable person, but she was different from the female adjutant, Jared, Kerrigan, and the others. She had lived for too long and had too many tricks up her sleeve. There was no harm in giving her a warning. Ms. Mingy's spirit power is sufficient in quantity but not in quality. Perhaps when the eyes on her eyebrows are fully developed, it will be the standard of her spirit power. Thea is very smart. Of course, she understands the meaning of her words. However, it wasn't right for the other party to play tricks on her and try to bargain for the secret to the rapid growth of mental power. I'm giving you benefits so you can't refuse. But if I don't give it to you, you don't have the right to take it. With different horizons and perspectives, she could easily write 3 copies of the secret to increasing her mental strength, but now was not the time. I'll keep this painting with you for now. I'm going to stay on this planet for a while. You should find a place to stay as well. She gave the same instructions as her master before taking a step forward and disappearing into thin air. Fiora and Grud didn't even look at him as they turned around and went back. Ms. Mingy wanted to run, but 90% of her strength was sealed. How could she travel the universe with such strength? She wouldn't be able to fly more than 1 light year before her subordinates would kill her and take her head to other places for rewards. She quietly returned to her base camp and gathered her subordinates. She wanted to ask why this immortal came to her territory. Her subordinates all said that this group of people was here to watch the gladiator fight. Really? No personal grudges? Ms. Mingy didn't believe it. She knew very well what her subordinates were like. Weren't they unscrupulously provoking the enemy? No, absolutely not. Her subordinates swore to the heavens. Maybe they had done a lot of shameful things, but it had absolutely nothing to do with that immortal. Hearing that it was not a grudge, Ms. Mingy breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she heard that the other party came from Sector 2814 to Sector 313, almost crossing half of the universe to watch the gladiator fight, she held back a sentence in her heart and didn't know if she should say it. Since the other party had a purpose, it was easy to deal with. She was afraid that the other party had no purpose. Don't you like to watch gladiator fights? I'll let you watch with all your might. Watch until you're sick of it. Ms. Mingy was afraid that the other party would see through her. Her first order was to order her subordinates, especially those who were unruly and usually disobedient, to capture the gladiators. In addition, she transferred the warriors from the other gladiator arenas from the planets under her control. She didn't play the trick of having a small competition every 3 days or a big competition every 5 days. There were big battles every day, life and death battles. When the gates were opened, more than 100 people rushed out and slashed crazily. She would rather not do the gladiator business in the future. She wanted to fool this immortal sister Thea into leaving first. The gladiator arena was filled with bloody battles every day. Several carts of dismembered corpses could be pulled out every day. The crazy consumption of the gladiators drove the enthusiasm of the audience to the sky. It was really a sea of people. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind, gongs and drums rang in the sky, and firecrackers were set off. Thea expressed her gratitude and removed the seal in Ms. Mingy's body. Her excuse was that she left in a hurry and forgot. In order to let her understand the situation, Thea even called Kerrigan over. The strange insectoids occupied 2 sectors. It seemed like there were fewer of them, but that was not the case. The strange insectoids occupied 2 sectors exclusively. Not even a blade of grass was left on the planet. Although Ms. Mingy was said to control 7 sectors, she was actually more like an alliance leader. During holidays, the subordinate planets would offer offerings. During normal days, she would provide protection. When her subordinates were mobilized, they were not as powerful as the insectoids. The 2 of them naturally did not know each other, but they had heard of each other. After a few probing, Ms. Mingy found out that the strange insectoids were Thea's subordinates. She was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and influence. Ms. Mingy became more honest. When she had nothing to do, she would hug the dragon skin and study the 2-dimensional world. She did not watch the gladiator fights at the beginning. The warriors were depleted too quickly. They were all her money. Later on, she simply gave up and threw away her money. Why couldn't she listen to a sound? She also watched with Thea and the others. With such a high death rate, Thea was indeed very knowledgeable. What was the source of many people's counterattacks before they died? It was the love of life, or rather, the love of one's own life. Observing these people, her death realm became more and more stable. Although the effect was slow, it was much less troublesome than killing by herself. Anyway, she was not in a hurry for 10 days to half a month. She drank the local fruit juice of a nearby planet and enjoyed the massage of a few aliens who looked like little bunnies. Grud was very flattering and fanning her. Watching a bunch of people fight to the death below, her own realm could be improved. She was very satisfied. Chapter 898. The gladiator fights went on as usual. Originally there was only one fight per day, but now there were 2 fights per day. Sometimes there would even be an extra fight. The robots cleaned up the battlefield very quickly. Several carts of corpses and weapons were taken away. The gate opened and the next batch of gladiators entered. Thea, who had been nonchalant, saw one of the figures, and her face twitched unnaturally. Why was this guy here? He was skinny, had a full beard, and held 2 daggers in his hands. He didn't look like someone who could be found in a crowd. Thea recognized him, or rather recognized the characteristics of his divine power. He was a member of Darkseid's elite society, the god of shadows and the master of assassination, Guangdong, who was said to be proficient in hundreds of millions of combat techniques. Her first thought was that there was a conspiracy going on, but no matter how she looked around, she did not see any of the other new gods, let alone Darkseid. What was even stranger was that Guangdong had sealed his divine power and was now fighting like an ordinary person. She watched as Guangdong easily stabbed a strong man to death and dodged a giant axe from behind. She was a little confused. What was this guy doing here? Spying? Which family's secret agent would spy in such a public place? Assassinating? Sealing his divine power for assassination? That idiot would die too quickly. After deducting several possibilities, the only answer was naturally the one. Could it be that this guy had nothing better to do, so he came out to hone his martial arts skills? Thea thought about her original intention and felt that Guangdong was probably thinking the same thing. Perhaps this guy just wanted to enjoy the thrill of killing. She wasn't the only one. Many people saw Guangdong's combat techniques. Ordinary people could only watch for fun, but experts like Fiora and Lady Styx could see more. Guangdong's martial arts were a beautiful art. Simple stabs, kicks, and uppercuts were like a dance. Every movement was full of killing intent. He alone could set off a storm of killing. He had mastered hundreds of millions of combat techniques and could integrate their essence into his own martial arts. Guangdong was indeed worthy of being called Darkseid's top assassin. However, Thea didn't think much of it. This guy had gone astray. He was too focused on techniques and neglected the essence. No matter how good he was at riding a bicycle, what was the use of all those fancy techniques? Could it be faster than a car? Of course, techniques were important, but mastering them was enough. He had nothing better to do but learn hundreds of millions of fighting techniques. Thea could only admire this assassin. She felt that it was unnecessary for Batman to learn 127 types of martial arts, but the problem was that Batman had no room to level up, so he could only practice blindly. From Thea's perspective, learning a dozen types of martial arts would be enough to deal with a battle. Learn hundreds of millions of combat techniques? There was really no need for that. The higher the level of skill, the more useless it was. What kind of fist technique did Darkseid practice? What kind of weapon is the Heavenly Father good at? Above that was the Overseer, not to mention the Endless Family. At that level, there was no need for martial arts. The young miss was very disdainful, but that didn't stop her from learning. The new god had personally come to perform. If she didn't take a good look, wouldn't she be wasting his good intentions? The massacre in Eastern Pass was still going on. It was deadly, fast, and without any hesitation. His sudden outburst caused the gladiators to surround him, but Eastern Pass wasn't afraid. His deadly dagger continued to dance, taking a life with every swing. Thea could tell that this guy was just enjoying the process. He didn't need to train, and was just using the excuse of honing his martial arts to kill these ordinary people. He's causing trouble in your territory. Aren't you going to teach him a lesson, madam? Thea turned to Madame Styx and asked. The four-eyed alien was a little confused. She couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind Thea's words. Wasn't this just a gladiator with great martial arts? You want me to go and kill him? His strength isn't inferior to yours. Considering that he's focused on killing, his combat strength should be higher than yours. After Thea finished speaking, she reached out and tapped Madame Styx's forehead. That was where her brain was located, and she transmitted a message. This is a way to improve your spiritual power. After your spiritual power skyrockets, your 2 small eyes will become normal size, and your strength will be at least 30% higher than it is now. Madame Styx read it carefully. At first she was overjoyed. This method was completely suitable for her, and it was very feasible. Her strength would be greatly improved, which was a good thing. But she didn't understand why Thea would give her this. She didn't submit, nor was she an ally. Before they were enemies. Now she was forced to stand together. A free martial arts? She looked at Thea's smiling face. How could there be such a good person in this universe? She read the message again from beginning to end. Finally she saw the key point, the enlightenment between life and death. Madame Styx was a little speechless. She looked at Eastern Pass in the arena and then looked at Thea and the others. Of course you can also challenge us. The princess showed that she was easy to talk to. Madame Styx pursed her lips. She couldn't even beat Fiora. She hadn't fought Kerrigan before, but the gap between them wasn't big. 1 against 4 she was doomed. After staying with Thea and the others for a few days, she roughly figured out the purpose of this group of people. They were here to watch the life and death battle. Now they were forcing her to fight. As a long-lived species who cherished her life, she didn't like to risk her life. She was very hesitant. In the end, the belief of becoming stronger prevailed. Whether she could get rid of this group of demonesses or not, it was always right to become stronger. Moreover, she really didn't see how strong Guangdong was. He was just an alien with decent skills, nothing more. She immediately nodded and walked down the tunnel from the stands. Although she didn't think Guangdong was very powerful, she still brought out the diamond men that she had summoned in the past few days. There were a total of 6 of them. She was afraid that there wouldn't be time on the battlefield, so she summoned 2 more urgently. There were a total of 8 of them. At this time, Guangdong had already killed all the gladiators. He held 2 daggers in front of his chest as if he was praying. Time passed by slowly. He slowly opened his eyes. Why hadn't the cleaners of the arena come out yet? The battle was already over. The audience began to whisper. They didn't know what this abnormality meant, but when the gate opened they immediately knew the answer. Oh my god. Madame Styx is going to fight personally. That's Madame Styx? What? What's the meaning of this? The audience fell into a heated discussion. Among them were the old residents of the original planet, and there were also new audience members who had recently come because of her fame. They whispered to each other and the news spread quickly. In less than a minute, all the audience knew that Madame Styx, who dominated 7 sectors and hundreds of planets, was going to participate in the battle personally. This was like the chairman of a company personally working as a salesperson in a department store. It was a very unbelievable thing. Chapter 899. The faceless host was also stunned. He did not know why his former boss had come down personally. He hurriedly looked at his new boss, Jared. After receiving the order to proceed as usual, he still did not speak clearly. The god of shadows, Guangdong, was stunned. He naturally knew about Lady Styx. Such a powerful alien was already a threat to him. If he still had his divine power and was in perfect condition, he would only be a threat. After all, he was Darkseid's general and had fought thousands of battles. He had killed even more powerful aliens. The problem was that he had sealed his divine power. He could not even use 10% of his strength now. How could he defeat Lady Styx? His seal was also very complicated and could not be undone in a short time. He did not care about hiding his identity anymore. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he raised his dagger and stabbed himself 7 or 8 times. As he stabbed himself, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He was fighting in his true form. If his divine body was damaged, he would have to use his divine power to repair it. Furthermore, breaking the seal so violently would consume a portion of his divine power. It was a huge loss. However, he was still calm in this life and death situation. He calculated that he would need about 30 seconds to undo the seal. At the same time, he stared at Lady Styx fiercely, hoping that she would not use her ultimate move, Long live Darkseid. Long live Darkseid. He muttered in his heart that even he did not believe. Just as he was nervous for a few seconds, he felt a strong surge of energy from within his body. That was his divine power. Did his boss really hear his call? Guangdong didn't have time to think about it, because Lady Styx was controlling the 8 diamond men to shoot out spikes that covered half of the arena. The dazzling white light almost blinded the eyes of the audience. Even though Guangdong had a divine body, the strong light still made him look sideways. Without the support of divine power, he could only curl his body into a ball and reduce the area of attack when faced with such a large area of effect. However, it was different now. The divine power that he could control allowed him to dodge the spikes in an instant. He also used his divine power to escape into the shadows. After so many years of dancing on the edge of a knife and fighting between life and death, he had a very bad feeling. He turned into a cloud of black gas and hid in the shadows of the arena. He started to look around. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Following the guidance in his heart, he immediately saw the young miss waving at him with a glass of juice in her hand. Why was she here? Guangdong was shocked. As the person who had defeated Darkseid's clone, everyone on Planet Revelation knew who Sia was. Furthermore, Desard had exaggerated her combat power to cover up his failure to fight Darkseid's clone by running away from the battle. As the #1 assassin in the multiverse, Guangdong did not believe it at first. Mage-type gods were naturally countered by assassin gods. In his opinion, it was because the Wasteland Wolf was greedy for life and Desad was afraid of death. He had always held this view until a second ago. Seeing Thea waving at him, Guangdong knew that the seal on his body had been undone. Even though they were several hundred meters apart, he didn't notice anything strange before the seal was undone. The first possibility was that the other party had the strength to crush him. The seals that he thought were very strong and powerful were easily broken by her. The other possibility was that the other party had already done something to his body, and he, as an assassin, was unaware of it. Guangdong panicked. His first reaction was to run. The honor of a warrior and the rules of the arena had nothing to do with him. However, just as he was about to turn around, he felt a powerful will looking at him. If he was in his normal state, he wouldn't have died. Not to mention Thea, even Darkseid wouldn't be able to make Guangdong wet his pants with just a look. The key was that Thea had not only undone the seal for him, but she had also added something to it. If he turned around and left, the divine power in his body might explode. He didn't know if he would die, but he would definitely be severely injured. Use your full strength to fight this Lady Styx. You can leave after the fight. Thea's clear voice sounded in his mind. Guangdong had no room for negotiation. He could only trust that she would keep her promise. Damn it, he wanted to slap himself. How could he seal his cultivation to fight in the arena? He was so unlucky that she had even done something to him. He would rather go home and sleep next time than play such games. He had investigated Thea and Diana beforehand and knew that they were also in this universe. However, the two goddesses were mainly in Sector 2814, and this was Sector 313. They were more than half the universe apart. Furthermore, they were gods of the righteous faction. Guangdong didn't think that they would come to such an evil place like the arena. However, something unexpected happened. Not only did he encounter them, but he was also caught red-handed. Guangdong cursed inwardly and could only focus on what was in front of him. There was a flaw. Being good at fighting was like an instinct. He quickly found a blind spot of Lady Styx's. He waved his divine power and appeared in front of her again. This time he had changed into a dark red soft armor and was holding two glowing daggers. He stabbed them into Lady Styx's eyes as fast as lightning. Styx didn't understand the characteristics of a new god. She used a mirror image spell to try and fool him. Guangdong didn't move at all. The daggers seemed to have a tracking function and stabbed straight down. There was great fear between life and death. This saying was absolutely true. Seeing that she was about to be killed, Lady Styx's spiritual power exploded to the extreme. At the critical moment, she swapped places with the Diamond Man. The two daggers seemed light and didn't weigh more than 1 kilogram. However, they were like sledgehammers and smashed the Diamond Man into pieces. I was scared to death. Lady Styx panted with lingering fear. She didn't notice that her spiritual power had increased by a lot. Her two small eyes seemed to have become bigger. Be careful. The opponent's daggers have a strong armor-piercing property. Don't use a shield to block them. Thea's reminder was like a police officer at a crime scene. It came late. Lady Styx wanted to ask why she didn't remind her, but in the end she didn't dare. Even if she didn't plan to let the opponent get close to her. The 4 Diamond Men's arms began to change. Some turned into knives and some into chains. They all rushed toward Guangdong. The remaining 3 protected Styx from a distance and did some long-range support. Boom, the earth shook violently. She pulled out 2 streams of magma. This time she didn't hurriedly cast them. Instead, she added them to herself. Lady Styx added another layer of magma shield on top of her purple spiritual power shield. Only then did she feel more at ease. In less than 2 seconds, she couldn't wait to praise herself for being quick-witted. Guangdong was like a black beam of light, creating a gap between the 4 Diamond Men. He circled behind Lady Styx and stabbed at her neck. Chapter 900. This move was so fast and sudden that Miss Styx did not even have time to react. Fortunately, the shield was automatically activated. The magma shield seemed to be offended as it shrank violently and then exploded. With a loud bang, Guangdong seemed to have stabbed a bag of explosives. The huge impact made him somersault twice in the air. At this time, Miss Styx had just reacted and quickly ordered her subordinates to chase after him. The Diamond Men lacked autonomy after all. By the time they reacted, Guangdong had already retreated into the shadows. Both sides fought back and forth for a few rounds. Guangdong finally saw that these Diamond Men were extraordinary. These things had the ability to move freely and never disappear once summoned. There was always a gain and a loss in everything. He thought that it was easy to summon these things and had been fighting guerrilla warfare with the Diamond Men. Now that he saw that it was not easy to take down Miss Styx, he immediately changed his mind. First, cut off her wings and then fight the Esper. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. He threw out 3 throwing knives. The 3 long-range Diamond Men did not notice and tried to resist with the weapons in their hands. They did not expect to be controlled by the shadow cage. Guangdong quickly fought with the remaining 4 Diamond Men. He twisted his waist and raised his leg to step on a Diamond Man's thigh. The dagger in his hand shot out a black light like a big knife and directly cut off the Diamond Man's head. He saw the pity in Miss Styx's eyes from the corner of his eye and knew that he had guessed correctly. As expected, she has too little combat experience. She found out the flaw so easily. Thea sighed. Even if there was a gap in combat strength, it was not that big of a gap. Now that their combat strength was slightly inferior, and their combat experience was much more superior, it was only a matter of time before Miss Styx lost. This guy has probably not fought for many years. Give me some time, I can also defeat her. Fiora felt that it was a bit unfair that they had tied last time. The reason why Guangdong could have an overwhelming advantage in the arena was that he was holding 2 divine daggers, and Miss Styx did not dare to take them head-on. They could see the truth, but the audience around the arena did not have such eyesight. All they saw was Miss Styx waving her hand and summoning a pile of stone golems and flaming boulders. Guangdong was forced to dodge the attacks. From the bottom of their hearts, they still hoped that Miss Styx would win. After all, they knew who she was. If a gladiator appeared out of nowhere and killed their idol for decades or even hundreds of years, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. Unfortunately, their wish became more and more elusive. When Guangdong killed the 3rd Diamond Man, many people had already realized that Lady Styx was no match for him. What a disappointment. Thea stood up gloomily. As she stood up, it was as if the entire planet had become shorter. All the spectators in the arena felt as if a huge mountain had appeared in front of them. Before they could figure out what had happened, they all fainted. The 2 of them separated from each other. Lady Styx was ashamed. If they had exchanged a few more blows, she would have died without a doubt. No matter what Thea's intentions were, at least she had saved her life. On the other side, Guangdong was only left with fear. At that moment he felt the planet tremble. He was almost as powerful as Darkseid, wasn't he? Anyway, this was what the Apocalypse Star felt when Darkseid was angry. He realized that Thea did not even look at him. She turned around and left. He was on his guard. After a long time he realized, no one cares about me? Then I'll run. He activated the sonic tunnel and ran into it. This was a small episode, at least for Thea, but for Lady Styx, it was not good news. Her powerlessness spread everywhere. In just 3 days, more than 50 planets raised their flags, and even more planets were preparing to choose a new leader. I am willing to be your subordinate and serve you from now on. The gods inside did not leave, and they would not let her leave. Outside, the flames of war were raging. Lady Styx had no choice but to surrender. This subordinate was actually very useful to Thea. The first life in the 2-dimensional world depended on her. The life summoned by the earth element was no ordinary life, but it was still very precious. Thea could not find anyone to share her experience with. She could only try all kinds of methods. Her clear gaze swept across Lady Styx's face. After what seemed like a long time, she slowly nodded. I agree. Later, Fiora, Kerrigan, and Styx attacked from 3 fronts, and the rebellion was quickly quelled. The remaining planets that were preparing to choose a new leader also bowed their heads and admitted defeat in front of the sharp teeth and claws of the razor-sharp insectoids. A rather laughable rebellion had brought countless warriors to the arena. These were the elites of the rebels. Their fate of waiting for death had taken a turn for the better. This was because Lady Styx's new boss had promised that as long as they won a match, they would be able to live. After that, they would be able to go wherever they wanted. With hope, the group of prisoners immediately revived with full health. They fought until the arena was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. There was still no progress in the 2-dimensional world. Even though Thea had developed a new spiritual power training method for her, and Styx knew that she was not strong enough to train hard, the results were still not great. However, on the other hand, as the people in the arena fought with their lives on the line, the lazy lady finally figured out the last step. On this day, the arena that had been bustling for more than a month finally closed its doors. Many spectators were still immersed in the wanton fighting. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, ready to find the organizer of the arena to ask for an explanation. Do you want to die? Come back quickly. Before they reached the door, they were pulled back by acquaintances. Acquaintances pouted, winked, waved their hands and shook their heads. What was wrong with them? They looked inside. Good Lord, there were corpses outside the door and more arena guards were patrolling. Acquaintances asked each other what was going on. Some people were completely following the crowd. Seeing others standing here, they ran out to watch the fun. Some people who understood the situation pointed to the sky. A group of people squinted their eyes and looked for a long time. There seemed to be a black sun in the sky. Many people had never seen a star and did not know what it meant. They whispered to the people around them again. That lady seems to be about to break through. They also did not know what Thea was called. They almost referred to her as a mysterious person. I heard that she is not an intelligent life at all. Her body is a planet. Do you know the old hunter on 32nd Street? He used a detector to observe from a distance. That person's energy was so high that it directly blew up the detector. A group of people made all kinds of oh and tisk-tisk sounds. They all remembered this in their hearts and were ready to go back to other planets to brag. Although their combat power was not high, they had actually seen a big shot. Unaware of the countless discussions below, Thea's state was completely perfect. She closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. She stayed in space and felt that she was ready. She said a few words to Fiora and disappeared into the starry sky with a leap. Chapter 901. Universe Sector 666. This was the scene of the Mechanical Hunters massacre, and also the place where the Black Lantern Corps rose. She had returned to this area. The descent of the God of Death would cause too much destruction. She did not know how long it would take. Even if the time was short, she would still destroy a few planets. This was the most suitable place. Her body was completely relaxed. She gradually emptied her mind and felt the various definitions of death. She searched for the part that was most suitable for her and walked on with determination. The immense power of death began to gather. At first it was like stars, then it gathered into a stream and finally, it became a boundless giant river. The giant river hovered in the void, surging and roaring like an unruly black dragon. Thea had to rely on her own understanding and her own thoughts to tame it. When Thea was making her final push, the other forces in the realm of God received a warning at the same time. There were professional divinations, all kinds of omens, all kinds of astronomical phenomena. But without exception they were all sending a message. The God of Death was about to appear. As for whether it would be a bloody storm or a peaceful one, no one could guarantee. In front of the Father's room on the new star of creation, the Father, this burly old man, held a scepter in his hand. His eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. There was a bloody light in the sky, and waves of black gas surged within. Even if it was not the gods of the Shadow of Souls, the Father could see that countless dead people filled the entire multiverse. They were cheering and celebrating, preparing to welcome their destined ruler. As the world's top combat power and the embodiment of justice, he could feel that the entire multiverse was jumping for joy to further perfect itself. Your Majesty, you called for me? Sitting on the Morbius chair every day, Mitron, who had average strength but was more arrogant than anyone else, floated beside him and asked softly. The Father pointed at the astronomical phenomenon in the distance and asked, "What does this mean? Will the God of Knowledge give me an answer?" War, slaughter, a champion is about to ascend to the throne, and the God of Death is born. As for more, I'm sorry, but I have all the knowledge in my grasp. The multiverse has never given birth to a God of Death, and there are no records of things that have never happened. I don't know. Magic divination is not my specialty. Perhaps you should ask Goddess Thea? Mitron felt that his heavenly father might be dissatisfied with his frequent visits to the Apocalypse planet, so he replied respectfully. However, he did not expect the heavenly father to look at him strangely, leaving him confused. What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Why do you have such an expression? The heavenly father had some guesses, but he did not tell anyone else. As the boss, there was no need to explain things to his subordinates. Maintaining his own sense of mystery was the right thing to do. He had some guesses and so did his old friend Darkseid. This was different from the heavenly father. The heavenly father could only rely on his eyes to judge, and his estimate of the heavenly father's true strength was still a little off. This was especially so as the two sides grew closer and closer, and this estimate of the heavenly father's was even more off. But Darkseid was different. He had fought Thea before and he knew her level very well. His heart was filled with disbelief. The God of Death was so easy to obtain? Then all his years of painstaking planning had been for naught in the end? He was extremely unhappy and he kicked 20 Apocalypse demons to death along the way. Only then did he angrily go back to think about his future plans. What's wrong with His Majesty? Desolate Wolf asked the great warlock beside him in a low voice. They had wanted to report on their work, but when they saw Darkseid's murderous look, they immediately backed off. The great warlock was also confused. The Apocalypse planet could see anomalies in the sky, but the Apocalypse planet could also see them. However, the Apocalypse planet's normal state was earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, and it could kill hundreds of people with a single bang. They really did not feel anything different today. The two of them discussed for a long time, but they had no idea. Seeing that Darkseid had closed the door, they decided to come again next time. In hell, Lucifer did not come out. The remaining demons, such as the 3 palace demons, were all looking for their own entertainment. They did not care about the god of death. In heaven, Michael had also disappeared for a long time. The archangels could only maintain a limited amount of attention. Thea did not stop old Robert from going to heaven. Both sides were still in a harmonious state. Dream World and Nightmare World were the territories of the Endless family's third brother, the sleeping demon. As the second sister, Thea, had not returned, let alone the third brother. This was still an absurd and bizarre land of dreams. Most of the old gods in heaven were in a deep slumber. They did not know or care about anything that happened in the outside world. In hell, whether it was Hades, Osiris, Izanami, or the alien gods of death, they all had a subtle feeling that there was a boss above them. They wanted to work together to resist, but unfortunately they had been fighting each other for countless years. Trust? That was impossible. In the multiverse, some powerful beings also felt this suffocating pressure. Diana stood alone in her office, her gaze piercing through space as she silently sent her blessings. Madame Xanadu wanted to bring Old Ma in for a divination, but after drawing 2 cards, Old Ma walked out happily like a fool. The ghosts and strangers did not care about this. As for the ordinary people, they did not know that Thea was about to reach a higher level. Huff huff. The young mistress changed into the white lantern attire and took out the holy sword. The black fog that was confronting her turned into an irregular monster. It was as big as the moon. Its head, waist, and tail each had a head. 2 of them looked like human faces, while the other was blurry like some kind of beast. This monster was the source of death. However, it had been polluted long ago. The numerous distracting thoughts turned it into an object that was between life and non-life. Thea originally wanted to control it, but she realized that it was impossible. She had to purify the impurities. In the multiverse, no one would dare to say that they were the best when it came to purifying death aura. With the white lantern and the holy sword, Thea even felt that if the Black Death Emperor did not run away, she could purify him. This source was far inferior to the Black Death Emperor. It had no realm, no consciousness, few instincts, and all kinds of chaos. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, she had the white lantern in hand. She wanted to see how many impurities there were in this source that she could purify. Boom. Boom. All kinds of explosions rang out. The smoke monster was beaten back, but it still looked like it would not stop until it was dead. Thea could only slash left and right with her sword. After fighting for 3 days, she cut the smoke monster from the size of the moon to the size of a football. Only then did she call it a day. A normal source was the size of a fist, colorless and transparent. However, the one in front of her was emitting a black light. There was a faint resentment in it, which was formed by the accumulation of numerous resentments. Chapter 902. She used the white lamp to purify it twice more, but the black gas that was deeply embedded in the core could no longer be purified. Come on, she cheered herself on. The perfect source was waiting for her to absorb? How could there be such a good thing? Thea was quite confident in herself. Even wearing a light ring could change one's personality. As if it understood her wish, the source, which had been purified by more than half, voluntarily fused with her. The black gas in the source was very reluctant, but it could only comply. The source dissolved into a thin mist and enveloped Thea from head to toe. Strong. Very strong. Only 1/3 of the source was absorbed, but Thea felt her heart palpitate. The power of this divine position was far stronger than souls and wealth. It pointed directly to the source of creation, and the power it contained was endless. She had the illusion that she could destroy the universe with a wave of her hand. Her previous estimate was quite accurate. 1 death was equivalent to 3 second-level divine positions like souls, justice, and evil. It was just a guess, but now Thea was confident that she could defeat the Heavenly Father, who was probably weaker than Darkseid. After all, he had the Omega effect, not just the power of a new god. As she fused with the source, the black gas was still trying to infect her. Thea frowned. This was obviously an impurity. She was happy to mix sand with the Black Death Emperor, but she was uncomfortable when it was her turn. The more impure others were, the better. The purer she was, the better. Thinking of her old friend, the Black Death Emperor, Thea suddenly had an idea. Since these impurities liked death so much, she could just find a replacement for it. To her, they were impurities, but in essence, the resentment left behind by the living beings was still there after being purified dozens of times. It was also an extremely pure energy. She took out the Black Death Emperor's scythe. This weapon had broken in two and was now in her hands. Diana had repaired it, and Thea had tried to communicate with it several times, but the weapon ignored her. It was extremely loyal to its previous owner. If she wanted to use it, she would have to surpass the Black Death Emperor and use it by force, or she would have to reforge it. Originally, she wanted to stay and observe, but today the resentment in the Yuanzhong forced her to make the second choice. Before she made her move, she communicated with it one last time. The weapon turned a deaf ear to her call. Realizing that she wanted to be reforged, the sickle seemed to want to die early and reincarnate early, so it was exceptionally cooperative. "All right. I respect you." Thea didn't think that it was impressive for her to go out with a scythe. Both sides just clapped. The scythe automatically disintegrated into the purest form of death. The trace of resentment in the source hesitated. It wanted to follow the source, but it felt that the death formed by the scythe was more to its liking. Thea pushed from the back, and the scythe was in front of her to lure the resentment into the scythe. This was a fantasy weapon that was of a higher level than divine weapons. There was no need to forge or refine it. As long as there was a thought in one's mind, it would automatically take shape. Thea was good at many weapons, but in the end she chose to use a sword. Although it was a little tacky, it was indeed cool. The sword was 60 centimeters long, and the blade was extremely narrow. The two edges were sharpened, and there was a large gap in the middle. The trace of resentment was contained in the middle, and there were faint cries coming out, as if there were countless vengeful spirits roaring non-stop. Black gas filled the air. Even Thea was shocked by the killing intent. She didn't pay too much attention to it because the resentment had left, and the fusion had reached the final stage. Death. All kinds of death. Countless scenes of death appeared in front of her. People were stabbed to death by swords, smashed to death by sticks, poisoned to death, shot to ashes by energy guns. She seemed to have experienced the deaths of all living beings in an instant. The last one was so painful that she directly cried out. It was said that childbirth was 12 levels of pain, but now it felt like 80. Her voice spread across the multiverse, as if expressing the pain of the entire universe. One must bear the weight to wear the crown. She was prepared for this, but she didn't expect that it would hurt to this extent. This was because she had a good foundation. She was already ranked third among the new gods, so she could barely bear the pain. If it was an ordinary person who wanted to use death to ascend to godhood, what awaited them would definitely be death. Sweat wet her forehead, and even more cold sweat flowed down her body. At this time, she realized that she had unknowingly landed on the surface of the planet. It seemed like only a moment of pain, but when she regained consciousness, half an hour had passed in the outside world. Phew, she gently exhaled and used her heart to feel her new power. She seemed to be able to flatten mountains with a wave of her hand, and even rivers had to flow backward where she focused her gaze. As long as she wanted to, she could destroy planets and galaxies with a single thought. The goddess of death. Thea looked up to the sky and laughed. Her heart was at its best, and she wanted to go on a killing spree. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why would I think that? Death was the friend of life. Thea didn't think that she had deviated from her path, so there must be some external emotions affecting her. I need to calm down. She took out Anka's amulet. Her ranking had reached 49th, and she suddenly fell from her invincible mentality. It turned out that there was still a long way to go. The goddess of death was just a step, not the end. She eliminated all kinds of distracting thoughts and focused on her heart. It took her a whole day to realize the problem. Death was not sentimental. She had fused with the divine seed of death, so she had to seek justice for the dead. There was no need for redress, no need for justice, only death, the death of the living. Only by slaughtering would the goddess of death finally acknowledge her and accept her. Thea stood up, and a shiny black robe automatically put on her body. The robe was embroidered with dark green patterns, and it stretched from the neck to the hem. The robe was bunched at the waist, making her slim waist look slender and graceful. The hem covered her feet, and only her delicate collarbone was exposed. A long cloak was tied around her shoulders. You didn't even give me a pair of shoes. Looking at her bare feet, she was a little speechless. The higher the level, the more restrictive the clothes were. For example, Second Sister of Death's gothic clothes could not be changed, and the goddess of death also had work clothes. Fortunately, the clothes were beautiful. Compared to Darkseid's oversized clothes, she was already beautiful. A light breeze blew through her hair, and she realized that her blonde hair had turned black. She reached out and picked up a long sword. She crossed her hands and two swords appeared. The blades were thin, but she was confident that they could cut through even a planet. Sword of the Night. She had used the name of the goddess of death from Marvel. It didn't matter what the name was as long as she could kill. She had already chosen her target, Apocalypse. There were many lives there and there were many conflicts. As for Darkseid, she wasn't afraid. Even if she couldn't beat him, she could still run. Chapter 903. Batman was just an ordinary person, yet he dared to go solo in Apocalypse Planet with the Hellbat armor. No matter how she looked at it, she was still stronger than Batman. Thea did not have a breakthrough in courage. She felt that she was just too rational, afraid of death. It would be a miracle if she could understand courage when she took everything into account. Take Hal Jordan for example. He did not care about anything and used his body to ram into the Black Death King. Even though Thea thought that he was extremely stupid, it was indeed a display of courage. This massacre was a good opportunity. She wanted to see how far she could go. Apocalypse Planet. This planet looked like it would explode at any moment. The air was filled with evil. All kinds of evil could be seen everywhere. Evil led to endless natural disasters, which in turn intensified the evil. They fought and killed each other just to snatch those few resources so that they could live for one more day. What are you doing? A group of patrolling guards walked past. They were attracted by the teleportation waves. When they walked over, they saw Thea looking around. The guard who seemed to be the leader yelled at her. Unlike the chaos in hell, this place was filled with evil. Everywhere one looked was evil. The weak did not have the right to live, and the strong enjoyed everything. This was the order of Apocalypse Planet, the axiom of Apocalypse Planet. A bunch of ants. Her movements were as fast as lightning. The long sword in her left hand spun and flew out. It broke through the air and swept past the necks of the guards. Several pillars of blood spurted out. When the long sword flew back to her hand, the 9 guards were all beheaded. Their corpses fell neatly on the ground. Thea did not stop. The hands of the ordinary people here were also stained with blood. It was not uncommon for them to kill an entire family just for some resources. In order to vent the resentment in her sword and to reconcile herself with death, she did not use any magic. She only relied on her weapon and began her journey of slaughter. She set her sights on Darkseid's palace. She walked straight over. All the patrolling guards, soldiers and sinners she saw along the way were killed by her sword. "Who are you?" A roar came from beside her. The other party was very cunning. He attacked while shouting. There was a loud sound. Thea did not care what it was. She reached out with her right hand and grabbed at the enemy. She froze for a moment, only to see a hammer in a fair hand. She recognized the original owner of the hammer. It was a lion's head. Wasn't this the eldest son of Darkseid, Kalibak? The other party still had a serrated sword in his hand and was trying to control the hammer to fly away. What was the meaning of this? Do you stupid gods like to throw a hammer at the goddess of death? At a distance of more than 10 meters, Kalibak was still in his old style. His hair was exuberant, and his hair and beard were connected together. From afar he looked like a lion's head. His robust muscles were exposed from his leather vest. After exerting strength several times, his muscles had swelled to the extreme. His hammer did not leave Thea's palm. Get back here. Kalibak, the violent man who wanted to inherit Darkseid's throne, gritted his teeth and tried to retrieve his hammer. However, he was helpless. The weapon that had been used for hundreds of millions of years was firmly grasped. In his opinion, Thea's slender wrist was not even as thick as his finger. How was she able to grab the hammer? This is impossible. Since the person next door can do it, I can do it too. Thea said something that Kalibak could not understand. It was just a divine equipment. Even in the face of death, one had to bow their heads. His right hand exerted strength, and with a cracking sound, the hammer's surface was covered with fine cracks. Thea looked at Kalibak with a mocking expression. She clenched her hand and exerted strength. The divine equipment could feel its owner's strong will to resist, but it was like a weak woman who could not resist the corrosion of death. It only lasted for 2 seconds before the divine equipment's core was shattered. Such violent destruction of the divine equipment caused an unstoppable divine storm to sweep through everything within a radius of several hundred meters. There was a loud explosion, but Thea was prepared for it. A barrier blocked the aftershock and she did not move at all. On the other hand, Kalibak was not prepared at all. His divine equipment was destroyed and his mind was affected. The raging wind blew him more than 10 meters away, but this was nothing. He felt sorry for his divine equipment, but he was even more afraid of this seemingly powerful woman. Powerful just like his father, Darkseid. Even just standing there made him feel an enormous burden on his heart, as if he was looking at a natural enemy. "I'm going to kill you," Kalibak kept encouraging himself. He was Darkseid's son, and he would inherit the throne in the future. He would conquer the new planet in the future. Suppressing his fear, he swung his serrated sword and slashed down. Thea looked at him calmly and gently blew off the dust on her black fingernail. "Your hammer has too many impurities. Melt it down and make a new one. No need to thank me." He nimbly dodged the attack. Kalibak was fierce, but he did not have a brain. From Jianghu to Darkseid and then to Kalibak, each generation was worse than the last. Kalibak landed on the ground and brandished his greatsword as though he had gone mad. Slashing left and right, the violent winds accompanied by his immense strength destroyed the surrounding buildings. Many of the Apocalypse planet's commoners dodged, but even more took advantage of the chaos to rob and kill. Dot. Kalibak was not weak and he was strong. He could create hurricanes just by relying on physical attacks. However, in Thea's eyes, this fellow was full of openings. Idiot. Instead of retreating, Sia advanced. She easily found an opening and circled to Kalibak's back in the nick of time. She clenched her left hand and slashed behind him. This was a fantasy weapon made from the Black Death scythe, and even a new god would not be able to block it. Sia's sword pierced a hole in Kalibak's body from the back, and the pitch-black sword tip pierced out from the front. Hee. Kalibak felt that his inexhaustible strength was suddenly cut off. He reached out to touch his wound and plugged the hole that caused him to be so powerless. Thea pulled out her sword, turned around, and stabbed the back of his neck with the sword in her right hand. After that, she didn't even look back, leaving behind Kalibak, who had fallen to the ground like a lion. She slowly walked forward, occasionally revealing her snow-white feet from the hem of her gown. Although the ground was in a mess, it still didn't affect her pure and refined appearance. Her feet were spotless, and wherever she walked, a thick fog would appear. That was an extremely pure aura of death. She whistled as if nothing had happened, and her footsteps were steady as she walked forward. The god of death was different from others. Zeus's divine power could not be converted, and it could only grow through killing. The closer she got to the central area, the stronger the resistance. However, that was referring to the ordinary soldiers. In her eyes, there was not much difference between the ordinary soldiers and the elite soldiers. Two long swords flew out of her hands, like two sawtooth flywheels, cutting all the soldiers in her path in half. Chapter 904. A large number of Apocalypse demons flew out of their nests, and a large number of ground troops ran over from all directions, surrounding her. There were ferocious giants and strange species, but compared to the neat military formation on the new planet, the troops here were like a group of mobs. Some used chain hammers, some used axes, and of course there were even more who used laser weapons and lightsabers. The fluctuations that represented death affected the Apocalypse planet's soldiers. Their muddled minds did not know what they were afraid of, and they subconsciously retreated. At this moment someone shouted, "Kill!" All the soldiers realized their situation. If they did not move forward, they would definitely be executed. If they rushed forward, what if they did not die? One by one they gathered their courage and rushed forward. However, only death awaited them. Thea could kill a few thousand of these soldiers with a single spell, but in order to be more compatible with death, she chose to use her weapon to kill them. The gladiator fights she watched a few days ago were very helpful, and her fighting experience had increased by a large amount. This was the perfect time to test it out. Flesh and blood splattered, and broken limbs and corpses paved a path of blood. Many soldiers rushed forward like a tide, but they were turned into corpses at an even faster speed. The efficiency was a bit low. Thea was a very lazy person, and it was very satisfying to slash like this, but it was a bit monotonous. With a whoosh, a black semicircular slash flew out from her sword, leaving behind 7 heads and 4 unlucky soldiers who were cut in half at the waist. Realizing that this kind of long-range attack was also a type of killing, Thea was very happy. She finally did not have to stupidly swing her sword. Sawtooth flying blade, crescent slash, and many other long-range attacks increased her killing speed by 30%. The death that had been entrenched around her began to wreak havoc irregularly. The two swords danced as if they were composing a symphony of death. The sharp and unparalleled long-range slashes drew heavy notes on the score. As long as one was cut by the sword, it was death. The soldiers did not understand the mysteries of death, and their last thoughts were, why did they die just from a cut on their arm? Clang. Thea's sword was actually blocked. She looked over. Oh, it was a familiar face. It was the #1 assassin in the universe, Guangdong. Today the shadow god was fully armed. He had a round helmet, a scarlet soft armor, and 2 cold daggers in his hands. Thea also saw many small things on him, such as darts, throwing knives, poison bottles, and so on. I spared your life that day. Isn't it good to live? The universe's #1 assassin, Guangdong? Proficient in hundreds of millions of combat techniques? In my eyes, you are no different from those small fries. You have chosen the wrong path. The young miss was very puzzled. Where did the other party get the courage to appear in front of her? 3 days ago he was already no match for her, let alone now. In fact, Guangdong was also cursing in his heart. There was no end to his bad luck. In order to get rid of the young Miss Trick, he had sought the help of the great warlock and his kind grandmother. The friendship of the Apocalypse Star was as cheap as paper. He had paid a huge price to get the 2 of them to help, and it had taken him 3 days to get rid of all the trouble. Guangdong did not dare to go to the arena again, so he could only stay at home and practice martial arts. However, before he could practice 2 moves, he heard a commotion outside. He did not know what was going on, so he went out to take a look and saw the young miss killing small fries. He looked around. This is the Apocalypse Star, not the arena, right? Why did this guy come all the way to the Apocalypse Star? The universe's #1 assassin was so shocked that he almost vomited. He wanted to hide, but his house happened to be in the direct line between the Dark Side Palace and Thea's teleportation point. A bunch of small fries had even seen him. If the #1 assassin did not want to betray him, he could only brace himself and fight. No matter how strong the other party was, he was still a magician. His chances of winning were slim, so he might be able to escape. Guangdong raised his hand and released a black fog. He was trying to lure the other party into his area of expertise. Thea waved her left hand and threw her sword. Guangdong's concealment skills were heaven-defying. He moved his left foot slightly and hid in the shadows. At the same time he threw out 9 flying daggers, sealing off all escape routes for Thea. The flying daggers were wrapped in shadow power. Thea had seen him use this move against Lady Styx's Diamond Men. If the other party did not notice, there was a possibility that she would be trapped in the shadow cage. Guangdong's move was obviously to stall for time. Child's play. Thea's speed was beyond imagination. Her long sword flew out from her hand, and the tip of the sword flicked lightly. The 3 small fries who started later hit the 3 flying daggers in front of them and were trapped in a cage. She clenched her left hand, and the sword returned to her hand. She swung her sword to the side. This sword was filled with black fog and it tore through space. It was the divine power of death. Guangdong, who was hiding in the shadow world, hurriedly ran out. He did not stop and was about to charge into the shadow of another small free. You're neglecting the essentials. Thea had already calculated his escape route. As soon as Guangdong appeared, a black sword stopped at his throat. He hurriedly raised his dagger to resist, but he did not expect this to be a feint. Thea's right hand did not stop, and her left hand slashed down along his neck. Guangdong only saw a black light, and before he could even make a sound, he was decapitated. No matter how well he honed his combat skills, without the support of matching attributes, he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. Thea's martial arts skills were not even a fraction of his, but she could easily kill him with a simple slash just by relying on her attributes. What was the use of learning so much? Thea was puzzled. If she had the time, it would be better to study her godhood. She shook off the blood on her sword and killed 2 new gods. The god of death was more and more satisfied with her. Thea experienced the passion of blood and fire outside, creating a killing feast with the characteristics of the Apocalypse Star. Her 2 old friends, the Great Wasteland Wolf and the Great Warlock Dessard, looked at each other when they saw the image transmitted back. That's her. Am I seeing things? The Great Warlock had seen Thea twice before, but they had never fought in a real battle. They had been very far back then, and the young mistress had also changed her armor, so he was not very sure. The Great Wasteland Wolf was much more familiar. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully for a long time. He was very sure that this was the new goddess of wealth. What was she doing here? As the left and right hands of Darkseid, the 2 gods had lived for hundreds of millions of years and had seen all kinds of strange things. However, this was the first time they had seen someone single-handedly charge into the Apocalypse Star. There's a conspiracy and ambush. This was the first thought that came to their minds. In their opinion, Thea had swaggered into the Apocalypse Star. At this moment, the Heavenly Father and his subordinates must be hiding somewhere, waiting for them to take the initiative to attack. Chapter 905. The two leaders of the Apocalypse Star thought to themselves that they could not go out. They had to leave a large force behind just in case. After exchanging a few glances, they understood each other's thoughts. Doing nothing was better than doing something wrong. She's gotten stronger again. The Great Plains Wolf watched as the Apocalypse army attacked in waves and turned into corpses that exuded an artistic aura. His heart thumped. The Great Warlock was not prepared to go out and fight either. He knew that Thea was a spell-type god. As for why she was killing people with a sword instead of magic, he understood that it was a bait. There was no way he could defeat her. Especially when he saw Guangdong being beheaded in 3 moves, he did not mention anything about fighting. As for calling their boss, Darkseid, the two of them had no intention of doing so. Their boss had slammed the door angrily and gone to sleep. If they woke him up now, what should they say? They should tell their boss that there's an enemy outside, and that they can't defeat her. It's better that you go. Their boss would definitely think, you can't even defeat a single enemy, so why do you need me, your boss? Why don't you just go and die? Darkseid was known for his bad temper in the multiverse. Thea's 2 old friends chose to sit back and watch. Or rather, they called for the rear command. However, after watching for 5 minutes, they could not hold on any longer. It was because Sia was too ruthless. Many of his subordinates reported that Kalibak was still alive, and Guangdong had died in battle. Even if the new god didn't die completely, he wouldn't be able to stand up again without 1,000 or 800 years of rest. The kind grandmother was vicious. She led her 3 Furies to ambush them from the shadows. However, in less than 20 moves, 2 of her subordinates were killed, while the other was heavily injured. If she had not run fast enough, she would have been killed as well. While they were in a state of panic, Sia was also a little worried. Her killing intent was vented, and the Death Divine Seat was becoming more and more compatible with her. Her cautious personality gained the upper hand once more. What about Darkseid? Why was he not out yet? Corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing like a river. Was he not going to do anything about it? Was he sick or was he not home at all? Thea felt that if someone was massacring so wantonly in her territory, she would definitely jump out. Darkseid was not that well-mannered. She couldn't help but slow down. Instead of taking big steps forward, she took half a step and half a step. She only stopped when the Wasteland Wolf, Desard, and several new gods from the Dark Elite Society appeared. Then, as if she was visiting a neighbor, she casually asked, "Where is Darkseid?" The Great Plains Wolf really wanted to say, "Boss isn't home. If you have something to do, please come back next time." However, the new gods around him thought that since he was Darkseid's uncle, he should be the one to speak. The new gods took a step back. *CK. The Wasteland Wolf almost cursed out loud. These fellows were too evil. When fighting for power, they didn't care about their own safety, but at the crucial moment they made him take the blame. He definitely couldn't shrink back, so he could only straighten his neck and say, "If you want to see Her Majesty, you have to get past us first." The way he saw it, Thea should have retreated. They had 6 new gods from the Dark Elite Society on their side. Among them, Mantis was the strongest. In the war 1,000 years ago, Mantis was a god who could withstand 3 blows from the Heavenly Father. Even Darkseid had high hopes for him. With Mantis's strength, the Great Warlock, the Kindly Grandmother, the Asylum, and Wyman Wandaba's help, there were few people in the universe that they couldn't defeat. Unexpectedly, Sia revealed a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Oh, you're very motivated. Show me the strength of the Dark Elite Society." She shook off the blood on her sword and charged forward without another word. "You're courting death, new god." Mantis was wearing emerald green armor. His voice sounded a little old, but his movements were very agile. He opened his right hand and 5 steel-like fingers grabbed her sword. Clank! With a crisp sound, the invincible weapon was stopped. This wasn't because his claws were hard, but because Thea's attack power had been reduced by more than half. The divine power attached to her sword had been sucked away. "Haha, do you see that? I can absorb any spell or energy. You're doomed." Praying Mantis yelled arrogantly. The surrounding new gods were also delighted. Sia's murderous aura had been too strong. Fool. Thea didn't know what to say about this guy. If he wanted to kill himself, he could have slit his own throat. Why did he have to absorb my divine power? Instead of retreating, she advanced. Her 2 swords danced as she pulled all 6 new gods into her attack range. Mantis was in the middle, taking most of her attacks. The Wasteland Wolf occasionally parried a few blows or swung his axe. The Kindly Grandmother was in charge of sneak attacks with a spear. Wyman Wandaba was the weakest of the three and could only attack with an energy gun. The Asylum was a rare spiritual force user. He had been trying to control Thea's mind. The Great Warlock was the strongest and was in charge of controlling her from a distance. The 6 new gods didn't work well together, but they all played to their strengths. In their eyes, only Darkseid could defeat them. "You're so annoying." Thea didn't restrict herself to martial arts. She combined her 2 swords and used her left hand to cast Shadow Flame at the Asylum. This guy looked a little like a Dementor and wore a tattered black cape. His mind harassment was the hardest to defend against. Her position as the god of death allowed her magic to reach a level that the ancient archmages could never imagine. The flames that should have been dark red had turned pure black, and some human figures could be seen burning in them as nutrients. Those were the souls of the soldiers that Sia had killed before. Wyman Wandaba activated his energy shield without hesitation and dodged to the side. The Great Warlock also flashed away. The Asylum's ability was very similar to the Martian Manhunter's. He also chose to use phase shift in an attempt to avoid damage. However, he underestimated the effect of the combination of souls and death. Countless souls entered the subspace, and under his horrified gaze, he was forcefully pulled out. With this slight delay, the flames of death were already in front of him. Idiot! Mantis quickly attacked and jumped out of the battle. Relying on his ability to absorb all kinds of spells, he fearlessly stood in front of Darkseid and tried to take the hit for him. Mantis had only absorbed a small part of the death flame when he felt that something was wrong. His body seemed to have slowed down imperceptibly by half a beat. However, he didn't care and stubbornly believed that Thea's spells had the ability to slow him down. Haha. Thea let out a tinkling laugh. This guy said that others were stupid, but he was the stupidest of them all. Death wasn't magic, telekinesis, or spiritual force. There was nothing absolute in this world. There was also a limit to how much energy one could absorb. Mantis was a powerful new god. If an ordinary person did this, they would have exploded. Chapter 906. This kind of energy-absorbing physique is not bad. Take a look at this. Thea drew a few mysterious runes with her left hand. Suddenly, a giant river gushed out from the core of the apocalypse star that was covered in lava. The giant river flowed through her path of slaughter. Countless corpses were swept into the river, becoming nutrients for the river. At the same time, the river fed back a portion of its essence, causing countless souls to roar in anger. The wasteland wolf was the closest. The river rushed towards him. His axe was also a divine artifact. He waved his hand and wanted to cut the river, but he didn't expect a soul to flash out from the ripples of the river. The other party was skilled in dual-wielding daggers. One dagger blocked the axe, and the other dagger fiercely stabbed towards the left eye of the Great Plains wolf. Guangdong. The wasteland wolf was not shocked because his attack was blocked. After all, he had a huge battle with Superman on Earth, which caused him to lose more than half of his divine power. Now he had less than 40% of his peak strength. Any person with a name would be able to exchange a few blows with him. He was shocked because Guangdong's soul was pulled out. With his soul here, his corpse would be useless even if he was left here for 10,000 years. He was completely dead. Guangdong was completely dead. The former #1 assassin of the universe still had his memories, but his soul was completely under Thea's control. The wasteland wolf automatically became his former comrade. The 2 daggers stabbed and hacked, one after another, causing the wasteland wolf to be battered and exhausted. If one was an exception, 3 definitely wasn't. Although the 2 Furies were fake gods trained by her kind grandmother, they were quite good at fighting. Sia didn't reject any of them. She turned them all into souls and pulled them up to continue fighting. The only regret was that Kalibak did not die. At that time she had just obtained the god of death. Her control of her own power was slightly off. That sword did not kill him completely. When Thea realized that something was wrong, she did not turn back to kill him out of consideration for her demeanor. This allowed the lion head to keep his life. "I'll return your body to you." She waved her hand and Guangdong's corpse stood up again. His head and neck were connected together again. His soul was also sent back by her with a wave of her hand. Her control of shadows had reached perfection. With a body and a realm, the source that had disappeared due to his death flew back. Guangdong became the shadow god again, but his faction changed from the apocalypse star to the death goddess. "I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this. It's not personal, old chap." Guangdong's face was ashen without a trace of anger. As he spoke, he raised his 2 daggers and waved them at the Great Plains wolf. Thea did the same, and Lachina and Bernard from the Goddess of Vengeance were also resurrected by her. The two of them did not have divine positions when they were alive, so they could only be considered as false gods. After they died, their combat power decreased by a lot, but they were still much stronger than the average person. One of them held a lightning whip, and the other held a spear. Together they attacked the kind grandmother. As for ordinary soldiers, they did not have such treatment. They could only participate in the battle as souls. From the Sea of Souls in Darkside, to the River of Life in the Black Death Emperor, and now to the River of Death, she found that she liked water-type spells more and more. In contrast, everyone on the Revelation Star hated water more and more. They could only use their precious god power to exterminate them. If there were only a few of them, it would be easy to handle. If there were too many of them, it would be a headache for anyone. Come and suck it, don't hold back. Thea gestured to Mantis. Don't you like to absorb all kinds of magic and energy? I'll let you suck it. She even provided a door-to-door service. The giant river flowed around Mantis. Mantis was not a fool, and he had already realized the problem. The absorbed god power did not turn into his own power as usual. Instead, it was stored in his body and corroded part of his god power. You finally realized? Too late. Thea saw his expression and knew that this guy probably had a way to cut off his god power and get rid of the garbage in his body. Without hesitation, she cut off the connection between the god power and herself. Without the control of the real goddess of death, the god power of death went berserk. Level 80 pain might be a joke, but without control, the pain of the god power of death could not be withstood without a certain amount of mental preparation. Ah! Mantis felt a heart-wrenching pain from the depths of his soul, as if someone was stabbing his heart with a sharp knife. 1 time, 10 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Everything happened in an instant. Mantis wished that he could faint, but his nerves were strong enough to keep him from fainting. Time and space seemed to have lost their meaning. Amidst the endless pain, Mantis only felt that everything was a blur, and he had completely lost his senses. Praying Mantis's body in the outside world fell into a sluggish state. The wasteland wolf slashed at Guangdong with all its might, forcing him to retreat. When it turned around to take a look, it was shocked. Why did this person suddenly roar and then stand there without moving? Was he dead? Unfortunately, he did not know much about magic. He hurriedly signaled the 2 mages, the Great Warlock and Asylum, to check on Mantis. In addition, he did not care about sacrificing himself and commanded the army to attack Sia to buy time for them. Even though he knew that the dead on his side would be controlled by Mantis, he could not care less. If there was no other way, he could only wake Darkside up. They had lost too many men in such a short time. The Great Warlock was the god of pain. He could tell that Mantis was still alive but in pain. Asylum was very good at reading minds. After a round of examination, he came to a strange conclusion. He seems to have entered a state of self-isolation. He did not understand why Mantis would seal his consciousness. However, he was not a good person either. Without hesitation, he threw away the tattered robe and turned into pure spiritual energy, entering Mantis's body. He had been eyeing this powerful body for a long time. Mantis's strength, speed, and endurance were among the best among the new gods. He also had a physique that could absorb magic and energy. If he added his spiritual energy, it would be a perfect combination. He had not found the opportunity before, but today he could take it. Taking advantage of the weakness of one's companion, he would rush forward and take a bite out of it. This was the revolutionary friendship of the Apocalypse Star. Unfortunately, he was too calculative. As soon as he entered Mantis's body, he discovered a problem before he could even experience the power within. Black flames were burning in his body, and the pain that reached his soul made him grimace in pain. He hurriedly ran out of Mantis's body at 3 times the speed he used to enter Mantis's body. He put on the black robe and vest again. Even though he reacted quickly, 1/5 of his spiritual energy, which was the foundation of his life, was burned away. Thea did not attack them as the wasteland wolf was privately chatting with her. If you don't retreat, I will wake His Majesty up. No matter what scheme you have, you will not be able to resist that invincible power. In the eyes of outsiders, the wasteland wolf was unstoppable. He swung his axe up and down, but in reality the wasteland wolf was so cowardly that even he despised himself. Chapter 907. Thea talked to him for a long time before she realized that she had come at the right time. Darkside had been at home the whole time and wasn't sick. Instead, he had closed the door and gone to sleep. His subordinates didn't dare to disturb him. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she realized that this was the result. The Great Plains wolf looked like he would take her down with him if she forced his hand. This made Thea think twice. She had caught up to Darkside with her powerful position as the god of death. Both of them were considered to be on the same level. However, if they were to fight, Darkseid would most likely have the upper hand. After all, she was still wary of the Omega effect. Thea's current level was roughly the same as Zeus's father's, just a little bit weaker than the blue fatty. She was already weak, and with the addition of these new gods, it would be even more troublesome. She still lacked the courage to throw caution to the wind. She sighed and glanced at the Great Plains Wolf and the other gods. I'll let you go this time. If Darkseid asks, tell him that the goddess of death is passing by today. If he wants compensation, he can come to the underworld anytime. With that, Thea swept up the countless souls in the river of death. A black door was erected, and a dark green passage led to another area. Guangdong and the two goddesses of vengeance took one last look at the planet that they had lived on for countless years. They shook their heads and walked in. Thea waved at the Great Plains Wolf and stepped out of the Apocalypse planet. The gods on the Apocalypse planet looked at each other. It took them a long time to recover. The goddess of death? Wasn't she the goddess of wealth on the father's side? The Great Plains Wolf was Wuxia Khan's younger brother and Darkseid's uncle. He had lived for a long time. He knew what the goddess of death meant. Wuxia Khan had several goddess of death, which was why Darkseid had wet his pants when he saw his father. Thinking about how he had lived for so long, it seemed like he had wasted his life. The Great Plains Wolf sighed and ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. The battlefield was relatively clean. The young mistress had taken away all the bodies and souls. Nothing was left behind. However, this didn't mean that everything would be wiped clean. It was better not to mention it and pretend that nothing had happened. Because the number of people did not match up. Guangdong was gone, two of the Furies were gone, Kalibok was severely injured, and Mantis was also severely injured. Lunatic had put on his black robes again and was sitting on the ground with an unstable aura. As long as Darkseid was not blind, he would be able to tell that something was wrong. What to do? A question surfaced in his mind. As the Revelation Star's twin walls, he could only seek common ground while reserving differences with the Great Warlock. We defeated a strong enemy. Yes. Although the sacrifice was not small. But after our life and death battle, we still won. That's right, that's it. They quickly exchanged opinions in the telepathic channel and applauded their own quick-wittedness. Regardless of how we won, whether we won with swords, or if we won with words, or if we used a tiger's skin to trick the enemy, at least we didn't lose. They were the ones with the greatest authority on the Heaven Enlightenment planet, and there weren't many of them left. Those who had defected, and those who were heavily injured were heavily injured. Whatever the two of them said was the truth. They arranged for their subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Several heavily injured gods still needed treatment. To prevent more deaths during the treatment, the Great Plains Wolf ordered his subordinates to temporarily abandon the Revelation Star style and focus on saving the wounded. Thanks to the Great Plains Wolf's efforts, Darkseid, who finally woke up 3 days later, didn't immediately notice anything unusual. He walked out with his hands behind his back and felt that the road was very clean. The muddy streets seemed to have been washed clean. However, his realm was indeed very high. Even though Thea had swept away the river of death and the Great Plains Wolf had cleaned up the area twice, the strange smell in the air still made Darkseid uncomfortable. It wasn't the restlessness of the Revelation Star, nor was it the evil energy. Instead, it felt a little calm. Darkseid's first reaction was that the Heavenly Father had sent a spy over to spread the Heavenly Father's theory that justice would always prevail and evil would never prevail over good. Guangdong, go investigate that residential area and see which old friend has come over. Darkseid elegantly pointed at a low building and gave his orders. He didn't know that this was where Thea had stayed the longest. However, after waiting for a few seconds, the number one assassin who should have jumped out of the shadows didn't appear at all. No matter where he was, he should have been able to hear Darkseid calling his name. High-speed teleportation in the dark plane had always been Guangdong's specialty. Guangdong had been waiting for Darkseid's call like a loyal dog for so many years. Where was he now? Darkseid, who had always been hot-tempered, was very unhappy. He roared at Guangdong again. However, the loyal dog didn't appear. Instead, the Great Plains Wolf hurried over. Before the Great Plains Wolf could finish his report, Darkseid exploded with anger. I haven't even done anything to her, and she actually dared to come to the Revelation Star alone. I'm so angry. Where did she go? Hell. Reorganize the army. I want to wipe out Hell. Darkseid was furious. It took Thea quite a bit of effort to enter Hell. Hades, Osiris, and the other old gods who lived in Hell couldn't openly object because of the rules. However, they still gathered a large number of necromancers, Dracolic and evil gods to block her way. Thea fought her way in and out of hell with her 2 swords. Only then did she officially enter hell and occupy her own shrine of death. The shrine was built entirely out of nether stone, which was extremely rare in hell. The arrowhead of the hidden arrow that killed Achilles was made out of nether stone. Now these stones were piled up to create a huge building that covered an area of more than 500 square kilometers. 12 giant pillars supported the ceiling of the shrine. The pillars were painted with images of human sovereigns and extraterrestrial emperors. According to the shrine, no matter how great their achievements were in life, they were all defeated by death in the end. The dome was painted with the various death gods who were still in hell, as well as the distribution of their forces. Before Thea could take a closer look, she heard a loud boom. In the second she stepped into the temple, the entire multiverse shuddered slightly. The world's rules were replenished. Even the spirits of existence were conveying an emotion similar to joy. The souls of the deceased before this could enter the divine territories of the old gods according to their beliefs. However, they were in the minority. Most of those without beliefs returned to nothingness and were assimilated by the world's will. A small number of them wandered into hell. Now that hell was officially online, the countless souls finally had a place to transfer and avoid being assimilated by the world's will. When Thea turned around and saw her first visitor, she was stunned. Red tights, pale face, and dark circles under his eyes. Why was this guy here? I'm dead again? Boss, it's you. This is great. Chapter 908. The dead man Boston Brand looked around for a long time. He was intimidated by the majesty of the Death Temple. He was nervous. However, when he saw Thea's dark expression behind him, he laughed from the bottom of his heart. What are you laughing at? Why are you dead again? Do you think this is an online game where the first person to log in gets a reward? Do you dare to live for a few more days? Thea scolded him. The dead man told her his story, but there was nothing much to tell. He circled the white pigeon, Dorn Granger, every day. Then he was shot to death as a hero. Coincidentally, when he breathed his last on Earth, he entered the temple less than 1/10 of a second after Thea. According to the rules of the universe, when the underworld came online, the dead man was pulled into the underworld and brought before the young lady. Do you need me to revive you? I'm now the goddess of death. I can revive a few people every month, Thea probed. The dead man shook his head calmly. There's no need to revive me. As a living person, I can't protect Dorn. Only the dead can. This guy was destined to be like this. Thea sighed. As the first person to die in the underworld, you can travel between the 2 worlds as you wish. Go play with your white pigeon. She was not abusing her power for personal gain. After receiving the information from the underworld, there was indeed such a rule. The young lady hurriedly sent the dead man away. She was like an online game where souls were coming out. She had no time to waste. Guangdong, La China, and Bernard, as the elites of the Apocalypse Star, followed her orders and started guiding the souls. The soldiers from the Apocalypse Star also had bodies. These bodies were only effective in the underworld. They would turn to dust the moment they left. The miscellaneous soldiers were assigned to the 3 new gods, and the originally chaotic market slowly regained some order under the efforts of the 3. Your Majesty, we're understaffed. As Darkseid's loyal dog, he had no problem changing sides. However, Guangdong was too busy. He complained to her whenever he could. Thea could only activate the great summoning art and ask for help. The siren led hundreds of her tribesmen and set up camp in the underworld. Thanatos, the god of death, Hypnos, the god of sleep, Charon, and the demigod Minos were also summoned. Knowing that she had become the lord of the underworld, the 2 cold-hearted Prince Charming did not discuss much. They immediately swore allegiance to her and left the Greek pantheon. In addition, the demon lord Macanthus, who had recently been a little disobedient to her orders, knew that she had forcefully entered the underworld. He once again prostrated himself at her feet, swore an oath that he would never betray her, and personally came to the underworld to greet her. Even so, the management level was still insufficient. If not for the fact that there were many restrictions on the entry of living beings into hell, Thea would have wanted to rope in the top executives of her company. Thankfully, apart from the dead Boston Brand, she also saw a fellow Earthling. Two-faced Harvey Dante. He was killed in the gang war. Thea directly assigned him to work under Minos so that he could continue to interrogate criminals as a prosecutor. His expertise in psychology and his judgment speed was fast. Harvey Dante soon proved that he did not live up to his reputation as one of Gotham's elite. Relying on this group of new and old gods, demons and villains, Thea could finally take a breather and observe her own territory. The underworld was like an infinitely vast area. Her temple of the goddess of death was located in the center. Together with the surrounding barracks, workshops and residences, these all belonged to her. It was roughly equivalent to 1/3 of the current area of the underworld. 2/3 of the outer area was densely distributed with territories. It had to be said that the people of Earth were blessed. The old gods that belonged to the people of Earth accounted for half of the territory. However, because they were not the only ones, some territories had a plural form. There was more than one underworld like Hades. However, the Hades that Thea knew was the most powerful. They could attack and swallow each other. Just like the Hades that Thea knew, he was the emperor of the underworld of Earth 1, Earth 12, Earth 19 and Earth 27. The Hades of Earth 2 was like an old man, while the Hades of Earth 3 was like a giant monster. However, some of the Earths did not develop Greek civilization, and some were even nuked. Her Temple of Death occupied 1/3 of the territory that belonged to the Earth civilization occupied 1/3, and the remaining alien civilization occupied 1/3. After studying the rules of the underworld for a long time, she sighed. As the boss, she was more like a nominal leader. She had no authority over those territories. The entire underworld was like a plate of loose sand. She had incorporated the brothers of the god of death and the god of sleep. However, their territory originally belonged to the underworld of Greek mythology. Now that it was occupied by Hades, Thea could not take it. Due to the restrictions of the rules, she was like the chief of a large tribe in a primitive society. She had no authority over these nominal subordinates. These rules were set during the creation of the world. Unless she was stronger than God, she had to follow the rules. What a joke. If I can be stronger than him, why would I want the underworld? She stood at the entrance of the temple with her hands behind her back and looked at a group of people busying themselves. No matter what, she was now a big boss of the multiverse. She sent Guangdong, who was quick to act, to the various death territories. Your chief is short of manpower. Send people to help. The various death gods were all unwilling. The weaker ones had no choice but to come. The average ones tried their best to shirk the responsibility. Even the stronger ones did not allow Guangdong to enter. Thea had been educated by the best politicians on Earth. After studying for a day, she finally found a loophole in the existing rules. She called Guangdong over and whispered a few words to him. Then she sent the first assassin to carry out her orders. As expected, 3 days later, the Egyptian gods, whose overall strength was second only to Hades, suffered a calamity. The god of death, Anubis, cried like a dog and ran to her temple to ask for help. Your Majesty, Darkseid is too ruthless. My father has fallen. Anubis wailed. Part of it was acting, but part of it was real. Thea, who had won an Oscar for her acting skills, quickly asked for more details. She buried Guangdong, who was a top-notch concealer from the Longsword faction, in Egypt. The furious Darkseid led his army to the gates of the Egyptian death territory. Seeing that it was full of undead, he attacked without hesitation. Even though the Egyptian death gods resisted with all their might, they were still defeated by the Apocalypse demon army. This time, Darkseid fought in his true form. He directly faced Osiris, who was famous among the 9 pillar gods of Egypt, and gave him a good beating. Then he used his Omega Ray to destroy the god's corpse. Uncle Da finally vented his anger. He thought about how it was not safe for him to fight in his true form. Furthermore, he had brought his army with him. There were only a few remaining soldiers at home. Fearing that the Heavenly Father would ambush him, Uncle Da searched the underworld of Egypt. Only then did he return to the Apocalypse planet. Chapter 909. Seeing that Osiris had been killed, the current god of death, Anubis, who was in the midst of a battle with the Great Plains wolf, did not linger in the battle. Horus's elder brother did not stop for a moment and immediately rushed to Thea's side to ask for help. Thea laid out the facts and reasoned with him. You see, Darkseid is powerful, right? Darkseid is not to be trifled with either, right? I'm new here and I'm facing a lot of difficulties. Besides, I can't defeat him. When Anubis asked her what she could do, Thea finally revealed her purpose. Unite. Only by uniting can we resist Darkseid and his evil army. For the next 10 days, Anubis acted as the frontline while Guangdong acted as the spy. They spread the news that Darkseid was a threat. Some believed it and said that they would unite around the goddess of death to resist the atrocities. Some did not believe it, but when they saw Anubis's miserable state, they had no choice but to believe it. Darkseid, the evil lord, would not let the living go. He would not even let the dead go. This was outrageous. The soldiers of the former Apocalypse Star and the 2 fake gods, the goddess of vengeance, went to the streets and alleys to spread the news of Darkseid's atrocities. Their stories were full of blood and tears and everyone was in danger. At the critical moment, Thea stood up bravely and said, "No," to Darkseid in a low voice. On the 20th day of her arrival in Hell, the alliance against Darkseid was officially established. In order to thank their boss for stepping forward bravely, a bunch of members who had money and strength put in effort. A lot of resources were thrown in, and the Death Goddess Shrine finally had a new look. Guangdong continued to work as an intelligence officer, while the two goddesses of vengeance, Lucina and Bernard, became Thea's bodyguards. The god of sleep and the siren were in charge of the daily work of the temple. Minos was promoted to be in charge of all the soul trials, and Two-Face was his assistant. This was a huge workload and Thea was dizzy from the workload. Not all souls could be reincarnated. According to her division, those who were virtuous would be reincarnated first, and those who contributed to the race would be reincarnated first. Even if they were only reincarnated with 1% of their previous abilities, they would still have a higher starting point than the new souls created after being assimilated by the will of the world. This was the purpose of Hell. It was to establish a virtuous cycle that would make the multiverse better and better. The old man Karen was still doing his old business, collecting dirty money. There was no need for him to row the boat here. He was only responsible for selling the resurrection slots. Just as Thea and Boston Brand had said, the Lord of the Underworld had the resurrection quota. This quota was different from the resurrection of the White Lantern. Those who were resurrected would forget their experiences in Hell. It wouldn't be appropriate to give it to anyone. She would just give it to Sharon and sell it. After all, she was still the goddess of wealth, so she couldn't be biased. Thea had even thought about it. If Quarren caused too much public resentment, she would decide based on the situation. She would either confiscate his assets or chop his head off. Collecting dirty money was one thing, but normal transactions also needed to be handled. As the leader of Hell, she couldn't tolerate the fact that she wasn't the wealthiest person here. Coupled with the fact that Hell was filled with a deathly aura, and the fact that all of the death gods were holed up in their own homes meant that there was a lack of cohesion. Thus, she immediately brandished her banner and began to conduct business on a large scale. The specialty of Hell and the specialty of the material world were transported to Hell, and the specialty of Hell also flowed into the two areas mentioned above. Several human businessmen and economists who had just died, under the leadership of the demon lord Macanthus, carried out economic promotion, development, and trade activities with Hell's characteristics. In order to attract a large number of necromancers to her side, she also established Hell's magic network. In just 10 days, thousands of necromancers, more than 50 great liches, and more than a dozen dragon liches came to join her. The growth rate was very fast and Hell's military force could be considered to have taken shape. After sorting out a bunch of miscellaneous matters, Thea sat down steadily. Only then did she realize that she had been away from home for more than 3 months. The affairs were handed over to several subordinates, and the young lady directly set off for home. The Heavenly Father didn't restrict her authority to use the mother box, which meant that both sides were re-evaluating their relationship. However, it wasn't good for kings to meet and discuss directly. Some probing work was still needed. Thea didn't care about those trivial matters. When she returned to Earth, she first went to find Diana. Apartment no. Office no. Where did she go? The young lady murmured for a while. In her impression, Diana was like a model worker, working and resting. She lived a life of 2 points and 1 line every day. It was very regular. What happened today? The gods had reached her current level, and many fates had opened a gap to her. She could sense many closely connected people. This was not magic but a kind of cognition of the trajectory of the world. After carefully sensing Diana's position, Thea's eyes flashed a trace of surprise and understanding. She didn't disturb anyone and flew directly to the east. Belgium, a nameless small village. Poisonous gas polluted the groundwater here. Even today there were still no traces of living people here, but this was the place where their love began. Walking into the village, many traces of that day were still vivid in her eyes. Her gaze automatically looked not far away. On a not too high mound, Diana was hugging her knees and staring blankly into the distance. Her strength was already higher than Diana's, and the other was a little distracted, so she didn't notice. Thea slightly released a trace of divine power and coughed. Ah! Diana woke up abruptly and then quickly turned around. When she saw her smiling face, her vigilance turned into ecstasy and enthusiasm. You're back. The Valkyrie suddenly jumped over and directly pushed her down. She was indeed pushed down. It was only because their physical attributes were high. If ordinary people were to play like this, they wouldn't be able to escape from hyperplegia. The two of them were very close, and their noses were filled with each other's breaths. Diana carefully looked at her eyes, wanting to confirm her current state. Thea hurriedly put on a pitiful look which made Diana laugh. Are you serious? Who cared whether it was fake or not? Thea took advantage of the time when she was talking and kissed her. Yes, the familiar action, the familiar taste, the lover was still the same and hadn't changed. Diana's heart was filled with joy and she responded passionately. After a few rounds of fighting they stopped. After all, this was not their home. They began to talk about various things that happened after they parted. Thea didn't have much to say. Whether it was the gladiator arena or the bloody battle on planet Revelation, it didn't quite fit Diana's values. She wisely chose to skip over it and focused on listening to the story. Superman is in big trouble, listen to me. Batman is in big trouble, listen to me. Green Arrow is in big trouble, listen to me. Diana had a lot of things to say, so she opened her mouth and blabbered on, which made Thea speechless. Chapter 9-10. Superman had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with the Shogi Association for the past 3 months. The Secret Service had been using the advanced weapons in Fortress Dugu as an excuse. Superman had also been searching for evidence to prove that the Shogi Association was a threat to the world and Earth. Batman was also in big trouble. The Joker had kidnapped the old butler, Afu. Did the Joker know their true identity? Were there any signs of the Bat family being exposed? Nightwing and the others asked Batman, but he insisted, "Don't panic, it's not a big problem." In the end, the problem was not only not a big problem, it was a huge problem. In the end, the Joker fell into a mountain stream. No one knew if he was dead or alive, but a strong sense of distrust began to grow among the Bat family. Perhaps the Green Arrow Oliver drank too much or had his head squashed by a door, but in the 2nd month after Shadow gave birth, he confessed that he had an illegitimate child. The Green Arrow was so angry that she took the child back to her parents' home. After that, the Flash was framed by the Thinker Devo and imprisoned. The Green Arrow Kyle Rayner lived with Solanik. He did not expect her to be Sinisto's daughter. He was chased all over the world and was now hiding thousands of light years away from Earth. The Sea King was in a love-hate relationship with his brother. Diana missed Thea and was also in low spirits. In short, the Righteous Alliance's companions had been very aggrieved for the past 3 months. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they disappeared in front of the public at the same time. The only good news was that Hal Jordan had returned to the Green Arrow and returned to the superhero team. Is that so? It seems quite troublesome. Thea did not express any opinion and muttered softly. Diana looked at her from head to toe twice. Goddess of Death? Between you and the Heavenly Father, who is stronger? This was a very good question. Milady quickly sat up straight and answered with the bearing of a master, I'm about the same as him. Seeing that Diana's eyes were full of doubts, Thea pursed her lips. You don't believe me? I believe you. All right, I believe you more or less. Diana thought for a while. You've reached the end? Is there still a path ahead? At the mention of this, Thea withered. She knew that the Limitless clan was right in front of her, but how to get there was an extremely troublesome matter. No matter how much willpower burned, she wouldn't be able to gain much insight. Moreover, there really wasn't much of a calamity greater than the Night of Darkness. The early stage of the new deity stage was very fast, but at her current level, it was too difficult to take another step forward. At most, he would reach the level of Yojakan, but so what? He was strong, but Thea felt that he had gone astray. She would accumulate deity slots to her limit, then search for top-grade deity slots and give up on the lower-grade ones. In her opinion, this was a bit like farming for equipment. She only valued power and ignored her own needs, which was not a good idea. Looking at Yojakan's actions, he seemed a little crazy. Thea suspected that he had accumulated too many top-level deity positions, and his mind had become muddled. Become a powerful fool? She would rather not have it. Looking at her expression, Diana also knew the answer. It was only because Thea had been in front of her that she had been able to develop so smoothly. When she thought that there was no path ahead, it was a bit of a blow to the Valkyrie. Saying that there was no path ahead was more or less to increase Diana's pressure. Thea could observe death from life. If she obtained the equation of life, it would definitely allow her to have a new breakthrough in the death rankings. However, Diana might not be able to take this path. The remaining Judas oath regarding sin, the silver coin of redemption, and even the shadow of Earth 2 might not be suitable for Diana. There was definitely a use for reference, but it was too difficult to make it suitable for herself. The deity slots that were most suitable for Diana were in the hands of the Heavenly Father, such as justice, fairness, and so on. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Father had been quite good to them. He had directly killed their leader. Even Thea felt that this matter had crossed the line. She could only make a backup plan and she could not tell Diana. Thinking of the Heavenly Father, Thea pondered for a moment. I can't go back to the new star of creation, but I have poured a lot of effort into the Magic Legion. If you propose to take over, I don't think the Heavenly Father will refuse. Diana frowned slightly. Me? I'll take care of the Magic Legion? But I'm not good at magic. Instead of using magic, it's better to use swords and knives, the Valkyrie whispered. She felt that her lover was making arrangements, and she was afraid that she would not be able to do it well. Not betraying the Heavenly Father was Diana's bottom line. However, 99% of her life had been spent in the Greek gods. The Heavenly Father was afraid of the close relationship between the two of them, so he had always left Diana alone. In general, her loyalty to the new star of creation was not high. She was more restrained by her personal moral standards. Thea patted her shoulder casually. You can't lead the Magic Legion if you don't know magic? Who made that rule? Does a leader need to know everything? You're overthinking. I have a 70% chance that the Heavenly Father will agree. Diana was skeptical, but seeing how calm Thea was, she decided to believe her. In less than half an hour, she had made a round trip through the sonic channel. You look like you've succeeded? Thea looked calm. You've discussed it with each other? How could that be? It's just to make the multiverse more stable. In a confrontation between two extremes, the multiverse could be destroyed if one was not careful. The tripartite balance could be maintained as long as both sides were wary of each other. If Thea was independent from Darkseid, given Darkseid's violent temper, he would definitely gather his forces to destroy her first. However, the Heavenly Father would not. He was righteous and far-sighted. He was more concerned about the safety of the universe. Allying with Thea to fight against Darkseid would be beneficial to him. However, as the goddess of death, she could not be too biased. This was why she wanted Diana to take over the Magic Legion. It would be convenient for her to serve as a bridge between the two sides in the future. I don't understand your schemes. Diana scratched her face and thought for a while. She seemed to understand a little, but there was more that she did not understand. So cute. It was rare to see such an expression on her face. Thea felt as if she had found a treasure. She took out her phone and snapped a photo with a speed comparable to the flash. Dark history. Dark history. Then she uploaded the photo to the server at lightning speed. Diana knew magic well, but when it came to modern science and electronic devices, she was a weakling. You? Diana was not slow. She snatched the phone and opened the photo. She looked at it. In the photo she looked dazed and confused. Ah, Thea Quinn. I'll never forgive you. They ran back and forth in the small village like ordinary people. Naturally, there was another round of interaction. Sia, whose strength had greatly increased, finally gained the upper hand. Even though Diana organized several counterattacks and tried to regain the initiative, she was always defeated by the powerful attacks. However, the young lady had underestimated Diana's persistence. Chapter 9:11. In the dead of night, in the camping tent, Sia was awakened by the sound of ka-ka. She saw Diana taking a series of photos of herself with her mobile phone. After taking more than 10 photos in a row, she raised her head and put it away proudly. Taking pictures in the middle of the night? You're taking pictures. Thea murmured sleepily. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. With her current appearance, people would believe that she was a scavenger goddess, let alone the goddess of death. She was still beautiful, but she wasn't wearing any clothes. Delete it. Your phone is not secure. If it's cracked by hackers, you'll be in trouble. Hearing her serious words, Diana's eyes moved as if she was thinking about whether what she said was true or not. There are so many hackers on Earth, such as Batman, Luther, and so on. She began to pour dirty water on Thea. Diana was an honest person. Oh, then I'll give it to you. You can delete it. But when she saw the flash of joy in Thea's eyes, she knew that she was fooled. The two goddesses fought with each other again. In the end, the goddess of death gained the upper hand. Giving Diana a taste of her own medicine, he took more than 10 photos of Diana, who didn't sleep and got up in the middle of the night to secretly take photos. He called them artistic photos, and uploaded them to his secret server. I must become stronger. 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 Diana murmured. Thea hugged the Valkyrie tightly like an octopus and then sealed the Valkyrie's dissatisfied voice with her lips. The next day, early in the morning, Diana began to practice martial arts alone when she went back to sleep. When Milady came out with a beautiful yawn, she had been practicing for a while. Thea pouted. It was useless to practice martial arts. Just look at how Guangdong learned hundreds of millions of martial arts. 10 years ago, when she was learning martial arts from old Ma, she tried her best to learn for a while. After that, she went with the flow and never practiced seriously. "Come and fight with me." Diana threw her a long sword. The eldest mistook the sword without embarrassment. The funny thing was that she was still holding a toothbrush in her right hand. The two of them began to do their morning exercises. After 5 minutes, Diana was speechless. At the same time, Thea would not be able to defeat her if she suppressed herself to the level of an ordinary person. However, if she did not suppress herself, Diana would barely be able to take a single hit from her. Her speed and strength were simply too overwhelming. "How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? I'm really not used to it." Valkyrie wiped her hands with a towel and complained helplessly. "Teach me magic." They had breakfast together. Thea took out the specialty juice of Sector 313, and the two of them drank it slowly. Suddenly Diana said this. Thea spat out a mouthful of juice onto the ground, her eyes filled with confusion. "Can't I?" Okay. Thea nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Teaching Diana magic was better than accompanying her in martial arts. However, the teaching process was simply terrible. Diana could cast some spells herself, but they were all controlled by divine power. The specific casting process consumed a lot of energy and was also very complicated. There are too many problems with your lightning spell. The magic is not evenly mixed, the initial magic is too much, and the spell model is too slow. What? You've never heard of spell models? Thea was very serious in teaching, but she did not expect that Diana did not even know the basics. Diana could cast a lot of spells, and she had enough insight to fool a great mage like Circe. However, the reality was that Diana didn't even know the basic steps of casting spells. Magic did not need to be rigidly adhered to. Thea could now cast and improve any spell as she wished, but the premise was that she had a solid foundation. It was definitely amazing to have no tricks, but one had to learn the tricks first. Everything had a step-by-step process. Our god of valor skipped this step and was influenced by her, so her insight in magic crushed most mages. However, when it was her turn to cast spells, problems occurred frequently. The key was that she did not have a foundation. Sia knew that Diana didn't want others to say that she led the Magic Legion because of her. She had put in a lot of effort and Diana didn't hold her back. She told Diana everything she knew. Magic was not as powerful as divine power, but there were dozens of times more mages than gods. Their research on magic had reached a high point. Diana's main battle direction was still close combat, seeking victory between sword and shield. This was the style of a Valkyrie. However, it did not prevent her from learning magic. She could use other people's help to improve her skills. Perhaps she could learn from other people's help. Diana's high intelligence, high perception, and high perspective allowed her to improve rapidly in the past 3 days. The Valkyrie was addicted to the idea that she used to have, and in order to repay Thea for teaching her, she allowed Thea to bully her for 2 nights. "It's too complicated, it's better to use the sword." This was what Diana said to Principal Thea at the graduation ceremony. In response to her behavior of scolding the cook after eating, Sia could only slap her perky and plump buttocks twice as revenge. Ever since she was young, she had always dreamed of leading thousands of troops to conquer the world. After dinner, Diana did not waste any more time and opened a passage to the new planet to officially take over the position of commander of the Magic Legion. Although the speed of casting forbidden spells could not be compared to Thea, it was more than enough to fool ordinary people. Thea did not stay for long and turned back to the underworld. The Heavenly Father had shown his kindness, so she had to return the favor. Thea had used the soul deity position on the new planet to create a fake underworld. Now that she looked at it again, it was extremely crude and the soul was constantly weakened. Even after reincarnation, there were not many who could be better than in the previous life. Now that the official version was released, the pirated version could be put to rest. The dead from before could come to her side to queue up. The dense death aura in the underworld was very beneficial to the dead. With a strong soul, when they reincarnated, their attributes would be better than ordinary people. As for the dead after she took over, according to the rules of the underworld, it should be fair. However, she still opened a back door. The dead from the new planet and the apocalypse planet would be reincarnated at a ratio of 5 to 4. 5. One side had half of the reincarnation while the other side had half less. As time passed, the difference would be very obvious. This was neither righteous nor fair. She did not let Diana participate, but sent Guangdong to negotiate with Mitran. The god of knowledge, Mitran, who sat on a big chair every day and put on airs, was similar to her. They both belonged to the neutral camp, but he had no territory and no power, so he could not be as free and easy as Thea. Of course he knew Guangdong, who was sneaking around every day. They quickly finalized the details on behalf of their respective bosses. On one hand, the Heavenly Father did not want his people to suffer. On the other hand, his new planet was crying and howling every day, which was really an eyesore. When he heard that the dead would be treated well in the underworld, he let them go without hesitation. Chapter 9:12. The total number of soul walkers in the new creation star had reached 300,000. After negotiations between Guangdong and Mitran, more than 100,000 of them were taken away. They were loyal to the Heavenly Father and loved their land and people. There was no doubt about that. But they were still dead. The living and the dead fighting side by side sounded beautiful and vivid. Perhaps one could even imagine some inspiring stories, but in reality, it was very difficult. The breath of the living seemed to be burning the dead. The darkness of the dead also affected the living in all aspects. It was a sure sign of mutual harm. Rejection, disrespect, indifference. It was only a matter of time before it developed into humiliation. There was not much use in keeping them, so the Heavenly Father decided to let all those who wanted to go to the underworld go. What a good old man. Thea had obtained an army of more than 100,000 souls. After listening to Guangdong's report, she could not help but sigh. She could not bear to hurt such a charismatic leader for Diana. After arranging all the matters, she returned to Earth and prepared to visit her mother. She did not expect to see Damien's email as soon as she returned to Earth. She read it briefly. The other party only asked her to call back. Why was the naughty child looking for her? She called back. Damien did not treat her as an outsider at all. Perhaps mother gave me life, but he taught me how to live. Listening to Damien's emotional words, Thea also thought of Malcolm. Her father was not as great as Batman, but he was worthy of being a father. You're worried about his safety, so you want to make an armor as a birthday present for your father? I understand. Leave the rest to me. It'll definitely be strong and safe. Thea put down the phone and thought to herself. Damien was filial. That was not a problem. But what was the point of her getting involved? She might as well call the few elders of the Righteous Alliance over. Superman, who never left the house, the Flash, who was addicted to sitting in prison, the Sea King, who loved and hated his brother, and Hal Jordan, who had returned to the team. Including her and Diana, the 6 elders except for Batman were gathered. Thea told them about Damien's request. Although the heroes were full of complaints, they were very appreciative of such behavior. They all expressed their willingness to participate. Even though Batman is a little self-righteous. The Sea King interrupted Superman before he could finish his sentence. Narrow-minded. He's only so narrow-minded. The Sea King gestured with 2 fingers that were 1 centimeter long. And he's domineering. He often orders us around in a commanding tone. Never admitting your mistakes. The heroes shared their opinions one after another. What made Sia facepalm was that even Diana was grumbling and dissatisfied. Even such a virtuous Valkyrie was bad-mouthing Batman behind his back. It was clear how much of a failure this guy was. But please heroes, we are here to research how to make a birthday present, not to start a war. Who is he trying to deal with by secretly creating a high-speed scope? Do you think I don't know? After being locked up for 2 weeks, the Flash's temper had obviously risen. That's right. He's also secretly studying the genes of the Atlanteans. He's most likely trying to create a potion that can kill all the Atlanteans at once. He's probably hiding a yellow light ring. Yeah, he's collecting kryptonite and secretly creating an anti-Superman armor. Yeah. He's also creating an anti-Thea armor. She tried to stop them, but as they talked, the atmosphere became more and more heated. Even Thea was dragged into it. The heroes were very happy with their discussion. Everyone found a common topic, and their previous troubles seemed to have been forgotten. The atmosphere was extremely heated. They could almost see the image of Batman being pressed to the ground and calling for his father. Superman was smiling especially enchantingly. Even Thea was wondering if she should drag Batman over and beat him up. Then they finally remembered their main mission. We seem to be discussing how to make a birthday present. How did we get sidetracked? The heroes reflected. It's not that we're being shady, but we've been under too much pressure recently. Ahem. Thea coughed twice and tapped on the screen. A set of black armor appeared. This is the outer appearance designed by Damien. It's called the Hellbat armor. Let's divide the work. Superman and Neptune were in charge of the outer shell. One of them was forging on a star, while the other was quenching and condensing in the deep sea. The strength of the armor would reach an unprecedented level. Diana added Olympus enchantment to the armor, which made it immune to most spells. The Flash provided the power of speed, which pushed the speed of the armor to the limit. Green Lantern Hal added courage to the cape. Even in the darkest world, he could find a ray of light. Thea finished the last part of the work. The metabolic control in the original timeline seemed unreliable. This was Darkseid. Could an armor powered by metabolism fight against him? That was obviously nonsense. Without a strong power source, it was impossible to drive the armor, let alone fight against Darkseid for more than 10 rounds. That would require a lot of energy. For that, she used the divine power of death. Just as she said before, Batman was no longer an ordinary person from the moment he connected to the dark multiverse. The divine power of death could kill an ordinary person instantly, but with the support of a universe he could control it for a long time. She didn't tell anyone about these reasons. Her excuse was still the metabolic drive. Even if Batman studied it carefully, he could only conclude that it would consume the user's lifespan. This was in line with the basic principle that there was a price to pay for using extraordinary power. They worked hard for a week and finally handed the armor to Damian. Damian provided the original form and prepared to be in charge of the final paint job. Thea reminded him in the end, "Damian, this armor is very dangerous. Neither you nor your father should use it." Damian agreed. One day, half a month later, he awkwardly and casually packed the armor into a huge box, as if it was a gift he had bought from a roadside stall. He pushed it to Batman. "Hey, your birthday present." Batman wasn't good at handling father-son relationships either. He didn't know how to respond. He replied blankly. Looking at Damian waving his hand and leaving the Batcave like a little adult, a gentle smile appeared on Batman's face, which had been calm for thousands of years. He only opened the gift after his son left the Batcave. He took a few glances at it and knew that it didn't just represent his son. It was also a token of appreciation from his old friends. Using life force as the driving force. There was a note on the armor. It was written by Damian, but it was obvious that it was written by Thea. Chapter 9:13. As far as Batman knew, only the young lady could make such strange things. She was the most versatile. She was the only one who could integrate all kinds of messy energy from the magic lamp ring. Batman, who wanted everything to be under control, quickly checked the armor. After confirming that there were no oversights, he began the first test. Pain, a pain that seemed to penetrate deep into his bones. Even though his willpower was inhumanly strong and he had done a lot of mental preparation, the pain was still unbearable. In a place he couldn't see, a deep energy from a distant void replenished his body and helped him share the pain. Batman thought that he was gradually getting used to the pain and didn't notice this abnormality. After taking 2 deep breaths, he finally experienced the power of this armor. The dozens of testing devices in the Batcave were all maxed out. This wasn't a coincidence, but because the armor's value had exceeded the testing limit. Its strength could shatter mountains, its speed was so fast that it seemed like it could run to the moon, and its remaining endurance and reaction speed had reached a terrifying level. What an intoxicating power. The piercing pain made Batman complete the test quickly. Looking at this dangerous and deadly armor, the power that seemed to control everything and destroy everything was very fascinating, but he suppressed it with his willpower. Damian didn't know his father's worries about happiness. He left the Batcave and found his good friend, little Jonathan Kent. "I don't think he likes it very much." When his friend asked about his birthday present, Damian said with uncertainty, "How can that be? I gave my dad a fountain pen last year. He was so happy that he jumped. No, he flew." Little Jonathan looked like he was very experienced. Then he suddenly realized something. "What did you give him?" Damian's eyes widened and his face fell. "A fountain pen? That thing can be a present? The materials of my present alone are worth $1 billion, not to mention the cost. It's the kind that money can't buy. Your dad was so happy that he jumped up. Actually, my dad almost jumped up too, but he was in pain." The 2 half-grown children studied it for a long time, scratching their heads in confusion. They could only say that they didn't understand the world of adults. Just as they were about to return to their respective homes, they saw a large truck speeding past in front of them and quickly disappearing from their sight. "Chase after them." Damian pulled little Jonathan and ran forward. "Is Robin also responsible for traffic accidents?" "Idiot, there's a magic reaction in that car." Damian transformed into a cloud of black smoke and quickly chased after him. Little Jonathan's ability was intermittent, but after being stimulated by the Blood Brothers in the Sahara Desert, he seemed to have stabilized a lot and could maintain a relatively elegant flying posture. As the second generation of famous bears, they had been influenced by what they saw and heard, so they were very methodical in their work. They would not lose track of a suspect, nor would they be discovered because they were too close. The truck quickly left the city and drove into the country roads, creating a lot of obstacles for them to follow. When they caught up with it quietly, the truck had been parked in front of an auto repair shop for a long time. Don't go any further. Damien pulled little Jonathan back. There's a very powerful magician in there. Other than Sister Sia, I've never seen such a powerful magician. The two brats stopped in their tracks. Little Jonathan wanted to use his supervision to investigate, but Damien stopped him. This won't work, that won't work. Do you have a solution or not? Little Jonathan was a little dissatisfied. Calm down, we need more information. Why should I listen to you? I'm older than you, so you have to listen to me. I'm tall. You should listen to me. The two lowered their voices and bared their teeth as if they were going to eat each other. They quickly quarreled. Damien finally decided not to use supernatural powers and use technological means to investigate. In terms of atomization technology, Thea's methods had long been surpassed by the Atom Men, but Damien had gotten a lot of nanomachines from Thea, so it was not a problem for him to do some investigation. The image was quickly transmitted back. A man as strong as a lion was half sitting and half lying on the side. He seemed to be injured and was now barely able to sit up to prevent himself from falling. Opposite the man stood a very seductive woman. There were 7 or 8 strong-looking men, some in suits, some with tattoos all over their bodies. They were obviously ordinary people, but at this time, they were all lying in a pool of blood with their heads cut off. The murder weapon was a serrated sword in the lion's hand. How dare they kill people? Little Jonathan's voice was very angry. After returning to his parents' side, he had gained a lot of understanding of this world. Unlike the wasteland world, anyone who casually killed in this world was a bad guy. This was the idea that Superman and Louise had instilled in him. Don't get so worked up. Those people are already dead. Let's see what they're going to do. Damien's worldview was relatively intact. He was born in the League of Assassins. After that, neither Thea nor Raven were saints. Even though he respected his father, he did not think that killing people was a terrible thing. How long will it take for your injuries to recover? The woman asked a little impatiently. If it's just ordinary people of this level, then it will take more than 10 million lives to replenish my divine power. The lion man seemed to be very tired and spoke a little slowly, which was completely incompatible with his big body. The woman laughed sarcastically. Kalibak, you don't think the two goddesses will let you kill 10 million people in their home without doing anything, do you? She did not mention their names, but the lion man still felt his heart palpitate. You don't have to test me. One of them is in the new creation planet, and the other just returned to the underworld. I have my sources of information. Don't play around with your little charm in front of me, Circe. If you still want to join the new gods, then you must continue to find sacrifices for me. My injuries can only be healed by massacring. Circe shook her head with a playful expression. Those who don't know would think that you're the god of massacre. You're actually the god of torture. How impressive. If you don't want to go back to the underworld and wag your tail to beg for mercy, either find a large number of lives for me to kill, or send me an old god. This is your mission. Go, I still need to sleep. Kalibak hung up the call after saying that. The figure of the car repair factory turned into pieces and disappeared in mid-air. What's there to be impressive about? It's just that you have a father. Circe was so angry that her face turned pale. She waved her hand and several flames flew out. The broken bodies on the ground were all burned into charcoal. Only then did she take a step forward and leave the scene. It was not until the surroundings fell into silence that the two young heroes came out after a long while. They did not know who Kalibak was, nor did they know Circe. However, they checked the scene carefully. Chapter 9:14. The corpses were burned to ashes, but as the son of a famous detective, Damien could always find some clues. The truck driver from before was also one of the dead. However, without exception, they were all tortured to death. There were no signs of resistance on the ground either. It was as though they were tortured to death without any resistance. This is just a temporary noodle restaurant. Everything is normal except for these corpses. Little Jonathan used his supervision to observe the surroundings. Seduction spell, a very powerful seduction spell. The targets chosen are all strong men. They have different occupations such as drivers, lawyers, and gang members. It seems that the man was seriously injured, so he's going through some kind of ritual to recover? Damien also made his own deductions. Damien analyzed with a straight face. He was too far away from the level of the old gods and new gods. Thea naturally wouldn't be so free as to tell him this. Based on the current situation, it wasn't too far from the truth. He didn't know how long Kalibak would have to worry about meeting Circe every time. Thea had just come into contact with the divine power of death that day, so she didn't use much strength. Kalibak's life force was stronger, so he was on the verge of death. As Darkseid's son, and the eldest son at that, Kalibak was saved even though his father looked at him with hostility. However, that was the extent of the relationship between father and son. How much he could recover in the future was entirely up to him. As for the 10 million lives, it was just a bluff to Circe. If the quality wasn't good enough, it didn't matter how many there were. Kalibak wasn't stupid. After regaining consciousness, he immediately sent his subordinates to search for the old gods in the multiverse. As the eldest son of Darkseid, even though his father looked down on him, there were still many who were willing to run errands for him. Circe, who had escaped from the underworld, entered his line of sight. Knowing that Thea had entered the underworld, neither her backer, Hecate, nor her mother, the queen of the underworld who had made Hades a cuckold, could protect her. Circe was decisive and ran back to Earth without a second thought. She couldn't walk the path of the old gods, so she could only look for the path of the new gods. Coincidentally, Kalibak's subordinates found her, and they hit it off. Circe would help him find an old god to restore his divine power, and Kalibak, as the self-proclaimed heir of Darkseid, promised to accept Circe into the new gods faction. Their alliance was weak and had no guarantee, but under the strong pressure of the eldest miss, the two of them were still united. Kalibak wanted to never step into this universe again. It would be much better to slaughter in another parallel universe. It would be safer and less troublesome. However, he was the eldest son of Darkseid. He could not say that he was afraid in front of the evil lord. He could only brace himself and stir up trouble. He needed to show that he wasn't afraid of him at all, even though he had defeated him in one move. It didn't matter if others believed him or not, as long as Darkseid believed him. Fortunately, Darkseid knew what he was capable of and asked him not to lose the title of the Apocalypse Star. He didn't say anything like, "Bring your head to see me," or "Die hard." Kalibak's luck was really good. He had chosen a time when Sia and Diana were not around to come to Earth. Then he had found Circe, a guide to help him. He was on tenterhooks as he wreaked havoc on Earth just to prove his bravery. Circe's charm was ineffective on him, but she was a beauty after all, so it could at least ease his mood. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would faint from the psychological pressure before he could even say a few words. Circe, the other person he was dealing with, was a narrow-minded person. She felt that everyone was narrow-minded. She didn't know that Diana didn't take her seriously at all. The eldest miss was so busy that she didn't care about her at all. Circe was scaring herself. She was so paranoid that even the slightest sound was an enemy. Kalibak would occasionally show his face on Earth to prove that he wasn't a coward. Circe couldn't do that. She had nowhere to run. She was about to have a nervous breakdown. In order to find an old god to prove her allegiance, she racked her brains. She didn't know many of the old gods, only a few of them. She couldn't defeat the ones in the underworld, not to mention Hades and Zeus. Fortunately, there were enough gods in the Greek system. She went through them several times and finally found a good target. Hercules, the god of strength, was full of divine power. He was alone, and most importantly, he was a man. Circe was very confident in her charm spells. However, the god of strength wasn't an eggplant in the field. She needed a plan. The adults were busy with their own things. Damien and his friends also started to investigate the matter. The two naughty children agreed not to call their parents, so they excluded Zhenglian. As for the young titans, little Jonathan wanted to ask them to do the mission together, but Damien rejected this suggestion. He felt that the extraordinary twins were more than capable of doing the mission. A month passed quickly. The Flash was cleared of his crimes with the help of his friends and was released from prison. Green Arrow accompanied his wife to live a primitive life on Purgatory Island. Thea was busy every day. The affairs of the underworld were complicated. Even if everything was on the right track, she still needed to pay attention to it. She couldn't relax at all. Ever since the Penguin Man was captured to dig coal, the Two-Faced Man died in an accident, and the Clown fell into the mountain stream, Gotham fell into a blank period. Evil might be late, but it would never be absent. Black Mask rose in Gotham. His influence was huge. He was rich and powerful. His marksmanship wasn't inferior to Death Archer. Most importantly, his mask had the ability to control the mind. Batman fought with him many times with his strong will,